Heptane is a straight-chain hydrocarbon composed of 7 carbon atoms and 16 hydrogen atoms. It is widely used across multiple industries due to its favorable chemical characteristics, particularly its nonpolarity and volatility. One of its most well-known roles is as a benchmark in fuel testing, especially in the determination of octane ratings. Because of its tendency to ignite prematurely in engines, heptane serves as the reference compound against which other fuels are compared for knock resistance. Additionally, it finds extensive application as a solvent in laboratories, manufacturing processes, and various industrial sectors. With growing concern over environmental sustainability, however, the implications of heptane's widespread use have come under increasing scrutiny. Chemically, heptane is categorized as a saturated hydrocarbon, meaning all the bonds between its carbon atoms are single. This makes it relatively stable and less reactive than compounds with double or triple bonds, such as alkenes or alkynes. Though it has a simple linear structure, heptane exists in several isomeric forms. These branched versions differ in how the carbon atoms are arranged but maintain the same overall chemical formula. Each isomer exhibits slightly different physical properties, which can influence their behavior in industrial or scientific applications. Physically, heptane is a clear, colorless liquid with a boiling point just below 100 degrees Celsius and a melting point near -90 degrees Celsius. It is lighter than water, with a density slightly below 0.7 of a gram per cubic centimeter at room temperature. Insoluble in water, it mixes easily with other nonpolar substances. These features make it an effective solvent for compounds like oils, fats, and waxes. Its low boiling point means it evaporates quickly, which is advantageous in processes that require rapid drying or the removal of solvents without leaving residue. In fuel research, heptane plays a critical role in determining octane ratings. These ratings measure a fuel's ability to resist premature combustion, or knocking, in high-compression engines. Because heptane ignites easily under compression, it is assigned an octane value of 0. Its counterpart, a highly knock-resistant compound known as isooctane, is given a rating of 100. Blends of these two substances are used as reference fuels to calibrate testing instruments and determine the performance characteristics of commercial gasoline. High-performance engines require fuels with high octane values to operate efficiently, and heptane helps define the lower boundary of this scale. Historically, heptane has influenced the development of aviation fuels as well. During the early to mid-20th century, engineers used heptane in combination with other hydrocarbons to experiment with fuel formulations for high-altitude aircraft. This research led to the production of fuels that allowed fighter planes to maintain engine power and reliability under extreme conditions. The insights gained through these experiments contributed directly to the aviation fuel standards that remain in place today. Beyond fuel research, heptane serves as a versatile industrial solvent. In organic chemistry laboratories, it is commonly employed during recrystallization, a process used to purify chemical compounds. By dissolving a mixture in warm heptane and allowing it to cool gradually, chemists can separate impurities from the desired product based on their differing solubilities. This method is particularly useful in pharmaceutical research, where purity is paramount. In the pharmaceutical industry, heptane aids in the synthesis and isolation of various drugs. One example is its use in aspirin production. In one stage of the manufacturing process, heptane helps dissolve intermediates and facilitates the crystallization of the active compound. A case study from a European facility demonstrated that incorporating heptane in the final purification step increased product purity from 95% to over 99%. Because heptane evaporates quickly and leaves minimal residue, it ensures that the final medication meets stringent regulatory standards. Heptane is also widely used in the manufacture of adhesives and sealants. In industries such as shoe production and automotive assembly, fast-drying adhesives are essential for efficient workflow. Heptane's volatility enables rapid curing, allowing for strong and durable bonds without long wait times. Similarly, in industrial cleaning, heptane serves as a degreasing agent for machinery and engine components. Its ability to dissolve oils without absorbing moisture makes it ideal for cleaning metal surfaces prior to assembly. A case study from a Japanese automotive plant highlighted the benefits of using heptane as a degreasing solvent. After switching to heptane-based cleaning systems, the plant reported a 30% reduction in degreasing time and improved overall efficiency. Corrosion-related defects also decreased, as heptane did not introduce moisture into the cleaned parts. However, the study also emphasized the importance of strict safety measures due to heptane's flammability. Despite its utility, heptane poses environmental and health risks. It is classified as a volatile organic compound, meaning that it can contribute to air pollution when released into the atmosphere. These compounds interact with nitrogen oxides in the presence of sunlight to produce ground-level ozone, a major component of smog. In urban areas, where industrial emissions are high, this can lead to significant environmental and public health concerns. One incident that drew attention to heptane's environmental impact occurred in Texas, where a refinery spill released over 1,000 gallons of the compound into a nearby waterway. Emergency response teams worked to contain the spill using absorbent materials and mechanical skimmers. However, traces of heptane were detected in the local groundwater for months afterward, raising concerns about long-term ecological damage. This event prompted the facility to implement more rigorous containment protocols and highlighted the need for better environmental safeguards. In occupational settings, workers who handle heptane must be protected from its vapors, which can cause dizziness, nausea, headaches, and respiratory irritation. Prolonged exposure may lead to chronic health issues. In a study published by a professional health association, employees at a chemical plant who were regularly exposed to heptane showed increased rates of respiratory problems compared to their peers. Following this finding, the plant installed new ventilation systems and required workers to wear protective gear, which led to significant improvements in health outcomes. As concerns over sustainability grow, industries are exploring alternatives to heptane that pose fewer environmental and health risks. Green solvents, derived from renewable sources, are being developed to replace traditional hydrocarbons. These alternatives aim to maintain the effectiveness of heptane while reducing volatile emissions and fire hazards. Some are even made from agricultural waste, offering both environmental and economic advantages. One paint manufacturer in Germany transitioned to using bio-based solvents in place of heptane. Within the first year of this change, the company reduced its emissions of volatile organic compounds by 40%. Workers reported fewer symptoms related to solvent exposure, and the quality of the paint product remained consistent. This success story has encouraged other firms to consider similar changes, proving that sustainable alternatives can be both practical and beneficial. Heptane is a chemically stable, nonpolar compound that serves numerous essential functions in modern industry. From its foundational role in fuel testing to its widespread use as a solvent in pharmaceuticals and manufacturing, it is a key component in many technical processes. Nonetheless, its volatility and environmental persistence require careful handling and regulation. As new technologies and materials emerge, heptane may gradually be replaced by greener solutions. Until then, understanding its properties, applications, and risks remains vital for those who work with or are affected by this versatile hydrocarbon.
By comparing live data against the stored database of waveform signatures, these synthetic systems can learn to recognize new patterns, adjust to environmental noise, and even predict future states based on the detected waveform trend. The relationship between waveform detection and environmental sensing leads to the idea of clandestine waves. These are waves that carry hidden, indirect, or encrypted information. Clandestine waves are often below the threshold of conscious detection, but still carry meaningful data in their shape and behavior. The concept can be expanded to cover sub-threshold waveforms in neural circuits, ultrasonic vibrations in sensor arrays, or minute chemical-induced oscillations in biological systems. These signals are not overt or obvious, but require advanced detection and interpretation tools to reveal the hidden order beneath the surface. By modulating these faint signals into sine waves and interpreting their frequency domain representation, a hidden layer of reality becomes visible. A key to interpreting these clandestine waves lies in pattern recognition and comparative waveform analysis. Once a base signal is identified and categorized, deviations from this pattern can be flagged for further investigation. Whether detecting the earlier stages of a disease or a trace plume from a leaking chemical tank, these deviations often serve as early warnings. The elegance of the sine wave allows for subtle fluctuations to be measured with precision, especially when high-resolution analog to digital converters and signal processing algorithms are used. To understand how these signals are measured in the field, consider how drones, satellites, and wearable health devices use arrays or sensors to scan the environment. Each sensor is tuned to respond to specific frequencies or chemical interactions. The signals they collect are processed in real time using onboard processors or cloud-based systems that reconstruct the waveform into interpretable data. The result is a sine wave pattern that represents the presence, strength, and dynamic behavior of the targeted chemical or biomarker. This allows not only the identification of what is being detected, but also provides insight into how it spreads. Change perspective, the frequency at which sensors must be modulated to detect such subtle interactions depends on the properties of the target compound. Lower frequencies are often used for large molecules in biomolecular biomolecules due to their slower interaction kinetics. In contrast, higher frequencies are necessary for small gas molecules or volatile compounds that change rapidly. Choosing the correct frequency range is essential to produce a clean, detectable sine wave and avoid interference from background noise. Ultimately, the transformation of environmental or biological signals into sine waves offers a consistent, elegant method for interpreting the complex data surrounding us. These waves allow the integration of sensor technology with biological principles, creating a bridge between the inner and outer worlds. By understanding how these signals are modulated and processed, researchers and engineers are building more advanced systems capable of early detection, rapid response, and intelligent adaptation to bring to adaptation to changing inputs. As we continue to uncover the layered signals hidden within natural systems, the humble sine wave becomes a powerful tool, not only for scientific analysis, but also for navigating the unseen architecture of reality. Whether in the brain's cerebellar structure, the electrochemical modulation of neuromodulators, or the oscillatory response of a chemical detector, waveforms serve as a fundamental expression of change, continuity, and interpretation. This deep relationship between wave, frequency, and information will continue to guide our understanding from cognition to climate, medicine to mechanics, biology to information theory. Freeman Dyson and Freeman Dyson's ideas about advanced civilizations constructing vast energy harvesting structures around stars inspired not only science fiction, but also real scientific efforts to search for signs of such astro-engineering projects in the cosmos. Modern astronomical surveys have incorporated elements of Dyson's thought experiment into their search strategies, particularly in the field known as the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. This has led to studies that aim to detect the kind of telltale infrared signatures Dyson predicted, using increasingly sophisticated telescopes and data analysis techniques. The core idea Dyson proposed was that a civilization building a sphere or swarm to capture most or all of its star's light would necessarily have to dispose of the collection energy somehow. According to the law of thermodynamics, this energy would eventually be re-emitted as heat, most likely as infrared radiation. From a great distance, such a star would appear dim or even invisible in invisible light, while shining brightly in the infrared portion of the spectrum. Modern surveys have tried to detect such anomalies by searching for stars or entire galaxies that radiate more heat than expected for their visible brightness. One of the earliest large-scale efforts inspired by Dyson's idea was conducted by researchers using data from the Infrared Astronomical Satellite, which operated in the 1980s. Scientists examined data from tens of thousands of stars, looking for sources with unusual infrared emissions that could not easily be explained by natural astrophysical processes, such as dust clouds or the aftermath of stellar birth and death. While these studies identified some objects with excess infrared radiation, natural explanations always fit the data more convincingly than artificial ones. In the modern era, surveys using more advanced instruments like the Wide Field Infrared Survey Explorer have extended this work. Astronomers have scanned millions of stars and galaxies in search of the kind of infrared excess that could signal large-scale astroengineering. In 2015, for example, a group led by Jason Wright at Pennsylvania State University published a study that analyzed data on hundreds of thousands of galaxies, searching for cases where the infrared output suggested significant energy reprocessing by something other than stars or dust. The study found no definitive evidence of galaxies re-radiating energy in a way consistent with massive artificial structures like Dyson spheres. However, it did identify some candidates worthy of further study, where the source of the infrared emission is not entirely understood. In addition to looking at entire galaxies, astronomers have applied Dyson's logic to individual stars. One of the most famous cases that drew attention in recent years was the star known as KIC 8462852, often nicknamed Tabby's star. This star exhibited strange and irregular dimming patterns detected by the Kepler Space Telescope. Although the primary hypothesis for these dimming events focused on natural phenomena like clouds or dust or debris from shattered comets, the unusual signal of the light curve led some to speculate, at least initially, that it could be evidence of a partial Dyson swarm or other large artificial structure orbiting the star. Follow-up observations, particularly in the infrared, showed no excess waste heat. Many who worked for the operation claim that its true intention was only to stifle claims instead of investigating them. This is why some of Operation Blue Book members went on to create organizations after the program was ended. Many of these individuals were also involved in the disclosure hearings that took place in Washington. A retired Minister of Defense from Canada and military Air Force pilots told their stories in front of Congress. An investigator who covered the briefs for Watergate and the death of Karen Silkwood in 1974 gave some interesting testimony also, stating clearly in open hearings that Silkwood was assassinated by the CIA in order to cover up a smuggling ring of uranium that was being shipped to Israel from the U.S. illegally. He also stated that negotiations were made between the U.S., Israel, and Iran with concerns to these operations. As I researched for myself, I found out that it was a fact. Karen Silkworth did die under mysterious circumstances. This information of an assassination, though, was not given until the disclosure hearings. Previously, I did research in a separate issue concerning Israel and Operation Samson. That really caught my curiosity right there. This brings me to the second category of believers. These individuals seem to believe in the old folklore about UFOs and aliens. Some are conspiracy theorists as well, adding the Illuminati to the twist and the Rothschild family themselves. For a good understanding of these people, we first have to go back into history itself to explain. Back in the 1880s, a very popular German science fiction book was written. It was called The Vrillia. This book spoke of underground dwellings where aliens from another planet lived. According to the story, these beings not only live there, but they have been there for thousands of years. Their mental capabilities were so advanced that they had to go beneath the earth. If they ever surfaced, they would cause immense chaos because of those abilities. Humans could not handle the presence of these beings, and we would all perish because we were brought into contact with them. Stories concerning giants have also contributed to this tale also. This originally started among the Christian population with regards to Genesis in the Bible. According to this story, angels fell from the sky and had sex with animals as well as human females. This in turn produced genetically altered beings that devoured humans and are mentioned throughout history. The Anunnaki are mentioned by the Sumerians too in their text describing creation. Debates between religious cults and alien believers are divided on this subject. The ancient astronaut theorists, though, believe they are all related, citing of remains that belong to giant human-like beings have been made all throughout history. Indians have stories that go back hundreds, maybe thousands of years. Paintings of aliens are on stones that depict not only spaceships, but aliens in spacesuits too. The Vrillian, though, is what is the most interesting part of this category of alien believers. After the book was written, it was thought that it inspired Hitler himself. An order known as Vril began to develop just before World War II. These were devout believers in what the book taught, and records do show that the cult did have strong ties to the Nazis. Heinrich Himmler himself was a Satanist, but also believed in this cause, on a demented form of spirituality, sacrifice, and extraterrestrial beings, developing into what the Third Reich would eventually follow. We can say that a form of dementia itself fell over an entire country, wouldn't we? Or was there more? The fact that the Nazis were interested in building deep underground military dwellings itself makes you wonder. Stories like this also seem to cast doubt on the idea that Operation Paperclip was real, too. After World War II and well into the Cold War, a story appeared in the alien UFO circles that interested me. His name was Phil Snyder, and he was a contractor who worked for the government. In his claims, he stated that not only did he work for them, he also helped build Area 51. The provocative part of his story consists of him working in tunnels and falling into an underground lair. This area was occupied by aliens who took him prisoner. Later, an elite crack commando force fighting against the aliens freed him. In the process of freeing him, though, he lost fingers on his left hand as a result. Because of his work with the government, he was also tested, and it was found that he had contracted cancer. He was in the final stages during his last days. During his final days, Phil traveled around the country, speaking at conferences and telling his story. As he traveled, he would also tell people at these conferences that the government made several attempts on his life. He spoke about the reason for why he was coming out with the truth also. Apparently, a friend who he had worked with was assassinated by the government. The person who he was referring to was involved with the Star Wars program under Ronald Reagan during the 80s. This man was able to put a noose around his neck, tie it to a tree limb, get back into the car, and shift his vehicle into gear. It was a convertible. He was found dead in a park after tying a rope to his neck and sitting on his car as it moved out from under him. The report said that it was a suicide, of course. During the research into this, I started learning about companies based out of England, Marconi in particular. This company profits off of building weapons of mass destruction. Scientists hired by this company developed the satellite systems that go into submarines, so that you can see what is happening in Phoenix, Afghanistan, India, or wherever else they want to see. Not only did I find out about Marconi, further into my research I learned about GCHQ and England's surveillance program in Cheltenham. This one scientist wasn't the only death. There have been many more deaths as well, either by suicide or because of mysterious circumstances. In a statement to the press, Margaret Thatcher claimed that these deaths didn't warrant an investigation. They were all coincidental. If only there were just 3 or 4 deaths, I could be inclined to agree, but that isn't the case. All through the 60s, 70s, 80s, and even into part of the 90s, over 33 scientists have died because of mysterious deaths. Some have gone missing without a trace, and of course, an investigation was unwarranted. Disclosure is a scary word, I bet. At the end of Phil Snyder's life, he was forced to wear a catheter and had to use a wheelchair. His body was discovered dead in 1996 in his apartment. He was supposed to have committed suicide by hanging himself. It was too much to do himself, considering he had a hand that was deformed. He also had a shoulder problem as well, yet he was able to lift himself up and wrap the catheter hose around something 3 times. I find his death more suspicious than the stories he told. If this is not an assassination, then I myself would suggest that there is a cult out there. A society that is so bent on telling conspiracy that they would help members kill themselves in order to do it. On July 23rd, 2015, a mystery man was found dead in a parking lot. He was there for well over 2 weeks, and his body was decomposing. Oddly, the mystery about this man thickened when his fiancée went missing as well. As the story unraveled, it became more and more insane. When the fiancée was found, the story she told was so intense it could easily be made into a Hollywood movie. According to the fiancée and her assistant, who were both missing, this man was an alien from another planet. He was sent to Earth to save us from ourselves, it seems. An alien superhero for mankind. The man's name was Jeffrey Lash, and he didn't have any family or children. He and his fiancée were together for 17 years, and all the time he told her he was a government agent who did work with agencies concerning security. It is usually one of the main active constituents of the drink ayahuasca. However, ayahuasca is sometimes brewed with plants which don't produce DMT. It occurs as the primary psychoactive alkaloid in several plants, including Mimosa tuniflora, Diplopteris cabreriana, and Psychotria viridis. DMT is found as a minor alkaloid in snuff made from Virola bark resin, in which 5-MeO-DMT is the main active alkaloid. DMT is also found as a minor alkaloid in bark, pods, and beans of Anadenanthera peregrina and Anadenanthera calabrina, used to make Yapo and Vilca snuff, in which bufotenin is the main active alkaloid. Psilocin, an active chemical in many psychedelic mushrooms, is structurally similar to DMT. The psychotropic effects of DMT were first studied scientifically by the Hungarian chemist and psychologist Dr. Stephen Szara, S-Z-A-R-A, who performed research with volunteers in the mid-1950s. Szara, who later worked for the U.S. National Institute of Health, had turned his attention to DMT after his order for LSD from the Swiss company Sandoz Laboratory was rejected on the grounds that the powerful psychotropic could be dangerous in the hands of a communist country. DMT during various stages of purification. DMT can produce powerful psychedelic experiences, including intense visual euphoria and hallucinations. DMT is generally not active orally unless it is combined with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, MAOI, such as a reversible inhibitor of monoamine oxidase A, RIMA. For example, Harmaline. Without an MAOI, the body quickly metabolizes orally administered DMT, and it therefore has no hallucinogenic effects unless the dose exceeds monoamine oxidase metabolic capacity. Other means of ingestion, such as vaporizing, injecting, or insufflating the drug, can produce powerful hallucinations and entheogenic activity for a short time, usually less than half an hour. As the DMT reaches the brain before it can be metabolized by the body's natural monoamine oxidase, taking an MAOI prior to vaporizing and injecting DMT prolongs the potentiates the effects. Inhalation. This section needs additional citations for verification. A standard dose for vaporized DMT is between 15 to 60 mg. This is generally inhaled in a few successive breaths. The effects last for a short period of time, usually 5 to 15 minutes, dependent on the dose. The onset after inhalation is very fast, less than 45 seconds. and peak effects are reached within a minute. In the 1960s, DMT was known as a businessman's trip in the U.S. because of the relatively short duration and rapid onset of action when vaporized. DMT can also be evaporated into a variety of herbs for smoking through a regular tobacco pipe. If an herb that contains beta carboline hermala alkaloids, i.e. B, coffee leaves, are used, it will slightly lengthen the duration of smoked DMT, as well as provide a similar ayahuasca-like feel. If one uses a moderate to large dose of hermalas, smoked or orally, it can significantly lengthen and change the smoked DMT experience to become more ayahuasca-like. DMT can be extracted into crystal form or can be liquid solvent form, which can be right away evaporated into the herb without extraction to crystal form. Insufflation. This section does not cite any reference or sources. Insufflating DMT, commonly as a freebase or fumarate, requires a higher dose than inhalation. The duration is markedly increased, and some users report diminished euphoria, but an intensified otherworldly experience. A dose of approximately 70 to 120 mg of insufflated DMT will induce medium to strong effects. If successful in containing this pain-inducing insufflation, the trip can last anywhere from 20 to 50 minutes with indefinable peaks. Injection. Injected DMT produces an experience that is similar to inhalation in duration, intensity, and characteristics. In a study conducted from 1990 through 1995, University of New Mexico psychiatrist Rick Strassman found that some volunteers injected with high doses of DMT reported experiences with perceived alien entities. Usually, the reported entities were experienced as the inhabitants of the perceived independent reality. Usually the reported entities were experienced as the inhabitants of a perceived independent reality. The subjects reported visiting while under the influence of DMT. In a September 2009 interview with Examiner.com, Strassman described the effects on participants in the study. Subjectively, the most interesting results were that high doses of DMT seemed to allow the consciousness of our volunteers to enter into non-corporeal, freestanding, independent reigns of existence, inhabited by beings of light who oftentimes were expecting the volunteers and with whom the volunteers interacted. While typically near death, the mystical states occurred, they were relatively rare. While typically near death and mystical states occurred, they were relatively rare. That's what that said. Okay, the oral ingestion. DMT is broken down by a digestive enzyme, monoamine oxidase, through a process called deamination, and is therefore inactive if taken orally unless combined with monoamine oxidase inhibitor, MAOI. The traditional South American beverage ayahuasca, or yash, YAG, is derived by boiling the ayahuasca vine, Banisteriopsis caapi, with leaves of one or more plants containing DMT, such as Psychotria viridis, Psychotria carthaginosis, or Diplopteris cabrerana. I'll get better at saying those words one of these days. The ayahuasca vine contains harmala alkaloids, highly active reversible inhibitors of monoamine oxidase, RIMAs, rendering the DMT orally active by protecting it from deamination. A variety of different recipes are used to make the brew depending on the purpose of the ayahuasca session or local availability of ingredients. Two common sources of DMT in the western U.S. are reed canary grass, Phalaris arundinacea, and harding grass, Phalaris aquatica. These invasive grasses contain low levels of DMT and other alkaloids. In addition, Gerima mimosa tenuiflora shows evidence of DMT content. The pink layer of the inner root bank of this small tree contains a high concentration of N-DMT. Taken oral with an RIMA, DMT produces a long-lasting, over 3-hour, slow, deep metaphysical experience similar to that of psilocybin mushrooms, but more intense. RIMAs should be used with caution as they can have lethal complications with some prescription drugs such as SSR, antidepressants, and some over-the-counter drugs. Induced DMT experiences can include profound time dilation, visual and auditory illusions, and other experiences that, by most first-hand accounts, defy verbal or visual description. Streams on YouTube, and I've downloaded it and then uploaded it on mine, and there some of them that were like 6 hours long. Mark had to help me out with a lot of it because I was on Linux, but that became an issue, so I had to switch over to Windows 10, and it seems to upload a lot better, and I can still do long videos. So. I don't know. I don't know exactly how long they're supposed to be.
Okay, I got it. I found it. So, Minds Plus has HD video up to 95 minutes.
95.
Ah, nice.
That's cool.
What about Pro?
So can do 1080p, 4 gigabytes, and I don't think I have correct information here because it says 60. I will have to. One project I'm working on is redoing FAQ because it's not ideal. And yeah, the thing with FAQ, the current FAQ doesn't have the layout that I think works. So we were looking for a way to find a better layout of it, which I think we found. Just need to rewrite the articles, update the information. So yeah, this is one of the things that I seriously need to update information on, because I don't think that the sources that I have are 100%.
Roger, I noted, I think 2 weeks ago in GitLab, what was it? Nostra. Lack of documentation for Nostra. So yeah, there are a few holes in the FAQ that can be, or extra content could be added to.
Yeah, the draft that I have contains Nostr. So in new iteration, I'm hoping to have it as soon as possible. It's just there is a lot of things going on, unfortunately.
Indeed.
Now, since I got both of you together, could you guys kind of go through Nostr a little bit and explain exactly what that is? Because I looked at it and I understand like the basic concept of it being its own little environment with its own community and stuff, separate from everything else. But other than that, it just, to me, it seemed confusing.
Yeah. So, yeah, definitely need maybe some explanation what Nostra is and how does that relate to
I've only briefly looked at it, so I think Barsh is probably the best person for this one.
So Nostr was or is a protocol that we have implemented as a first, or like one of the attempt for federation. So honestly, I don't know if I'm the best on the team to talk about it, but it's a way to share your content out of Minds, as well as import content from elsewhere to Minds, which contributes to federation, to decentralization of Minds. So it's a decentralizing protocol.
Yeah, I caught on to the decentralizing protocols thing there, and I checked out some of the videos and articles they had on it and everything, and like it's supposed to be like you basically set your own groups up and stuff like that. Is that what it basically is? And you kind of like have your own chat area and stuff to communicate with people that you want to.
I think it depends on the implementation. It's more like your own new social media profile. So you could, like the original idea, I think, was that the way you have implemented Fediverse now, that would be done with Nostr. Okay. I presume you guys saw the changes with Fediverse, right?
Yes. We saw an onslaught of what do you call it? people from
Different domains.
Different domains, yeah. So, like mostly from Mastodon, Mastodon.social. They're making fun of us because they think we're tame compared to the people on their platform.
Tame?
Yeah, like we're mild. Like they think they think that we're cute. They think that our angers are cute compared to them.
See, I mean,
That's interesting.
Yes.
you use the term
They haven't seen
cute,
some of the people that we've encountered. Right?
I mean, there's a reason why I don't use my webcam, you know. Cute isn't the word for it. What the hell are these people thinking?
Yeah. Cuteness can be internal, not just external. So
Right. Okay. I was trying to look up that Nostra, which is the protocol, but I thought that you rolled out something else recently that makes the Fediverse possible. I just up the tip of my tongue what that technology is.
ActivityPub.
ActivityPub, yes. How do they relate it to each other? What's Nostra and ActivityPub?
Different protocols.
I
So,
see.
ActivityPub is one protocol that holds the Fediverse, or for the lack of better terms.
Okay.
And then you have Nostr, which has its own sphere.
Okay. But ActivityPub is what's allowing us to be able to see people from Mastodons and other social media platforms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
pretty
cool.
interesting.
It's cool. Yeah.
That is pretty interesting.
Have you guys, other than Bashi, the rest of the team, have you guys not noticed new people on Minds that whose user handle is not from Minds.com?
I've seen the differences between Minds and like in the general chat. You know what I mean? But I haven't noticed it on the. Now there is accounts that I try to go to, and it says the account doesn't exist.
Oh, I see. Maybe somebody was cross-posting from Twitter or something.
Okay. Back in I think it was 2022 October. There was, for some reason, I believe that the staff actually switched off the federated points of functionality in Minds chat, and there shouldn't be any non-Minds.com members in Minds chat now.
In chat, yeah. But I was talking about more on the main website, the main site, Minds.com.
Oh, okay.
Minds.com.
I didn't know for sure if they were or not. I just said I noticed like the names are different in some of them, you know. But other than that, I don't know why.
Mark, are you saying that Minds Chat is now blocking those users? I thought they before that they would just freely join and then you would just ban them if they're not from Minds.com.
Yeah, that was before October 2022. My view was that because they did not agree to the terms of Minds terms of services, they were not eligible for access to Minds, because obviously the terms of services is a contract, and all Minds members have to agree to that contract in the first place. So I saw a major issue there.
Okay, so you made it known to the dev team, and then they've blocked.
I didn't actually say anything privately to any of the staff. mentioned it in generals a few times, so I don't know if they picked up on that. But yeah, since then, there's not been any sort of federated functionality or external functionality between Minds Chat and external sessions or instances.
Bashi, since we're talking about chat, do you know if Mind has any plans to do further improvements to Mind's chat, like in terms of a bunch of different stuff, monetization being one of them? We noticed that Mind's chat hasn't been updated in over a year or so. Any activity, dev activity going on with the chat?
Well, Minds Chat is a fork of a software, so the activity we do is updating it and maintaining it. There has been talks about having an unencrypted chat options for people who are interested in that, but so far it has been only talks and nothing specific.
Just a couple of points on that. I mentioned in in the Canaries chat room some time ago, before it was updated last time, that it wasn't prior to that, it wasn't updated since it was actually initially implemented. I run my own version of the element of the browser interface, and I update I think once every 3-4 months.
Okay, so it looks they're being updated, but just for the purpose of keeping up to date with Element. Is that right, Bash?
Yeah, I can't imagine that there's going to be very much development between Minds and Minds Chat, because as I've heard previously that the staff have stated that they've wanted to try and keep Minds Chat as close to the original Element project as possible.
I see. So there have been updates. I have my Minds Chat app on my Android hasn't been updated in years. So have there only been server-side related updates, or?
Have you? Do you have app downloaded from the site or from Google Store?
From the site.
Okay. Maybe try to install it from the site again.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mark, you notice something?
I think I'm not sure about the. In fact, I'm pretty sure, actually, now thinking about it, that both the mobile application and the browser interface has only been updated once since it was initially released.
Right. Is that right, Bashi? Are you saying that the latest Minds Chat has auto update capability?
I don't know, honestly.
Okay. I think so.
I haven't been in the loop. It's possible that we haven't updated the front end part, but only the back end.
Yeah, I think that's
so. That's
more
also
likely.
possible.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Now, if you guys want to share any links or anything, you can post them in the chat there, and I can put them on the video to where people can look at them. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today we have a special guest with us that's going to do an interview, and this interview is going to be interesting. This is one that I've been wanting to do for a while. It's who's here. We lovingly call her Sonia Galactic with an E, not an I. Galactic.
Yep. Thank you.
And And she is not only involved in doing stuff on the internet, but she is also a professional tattoo artist, and that is what the interview is going to be about today. So, with that, before we get to the interview, I'd like to welcome Mark Edworthy onto the show and say thank you for being here and supporting us. I'd also like to introduce Sonia Galactic. And with that being said, I would like to I'd like to hand it over to you, Sonia, and ask you to give us a little background behind how you got started in the tattoo business and stuff like that.
Oh, wow. That's a good question. Well, it started many years ago. It did, though. I was, let's see. Well, I guess it really started over a cute guy, for sure. A guy I was like totally in love with back in the day. It was the summer of 1997. And I actually had I'm sure you guys heard in prison they make their own machines.
Yes.
That are made out of tape player motors and
they're
whatever
actually
they can find, really.
They're actually called yell gun tats, and that's going to be later on in the interview, just so you know. I do.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I could tell you all about that. I haven't been to prison, however.
Mm-hmm.
I do know a bit about that because of knowing people who have been to prison. And actually, my son's father, who died in 1993, he had made a machine, back in the day, and he was tattooing on himself, and that was right before he actually got shot. So it was right before he was murdered, and so it was laying around the house, and I seen how he used it when he was using it, and it's funny because he wouldn't let me reach a spot where he couldn't reach. I'm like, oh, I'll do that for you. He's like, no way. I just think it's funny how things have progressed. But so in any case, so that was laying around the house, and there was this guy he was like friends of everybody, and he was just the cutest thing ever. And so we started hanging out, and I mentioned to him about the tattoo machine. He's like, oh my God, tattoo me. And he would not stop bothering me. And I'm like, I get to sit there next to him all night long, drinking Jack Daniels and being like this close to him while I'm tattooing on him. I'm like, yeah, I'll do that.
Now, how old were you when you
it was 97 when I actually started. So that was in my 20s, I think, something like that. Yeah. I really don't know.
It kind of gives us a little background of what was going on there if you can't remember your age. And
right.
Or what year.
Yeah. Well, I definitely know it was 96 or 97. It was one of those. And so I tattooed him, and did, I pretty much learned how to tattoo on him. And then, of course, everybody else around me wanted a little tattoo. Like I did a little banana on this guy on his arm right here. It's like silly tattoos like that. But people go crazy, especially this was in Oklahoma, and tattooing itself was illegal back then in the state. Like you couldn't tattoo there. And so I was like an outlaw. So it was really cool. So I was like, I will go to jail for being creative or whatever, which that never happened, of course. But it was just kind of one of those rebel things added to the whole scenario of it.
Now, when you say it was illegal in the state, what state were you located in? Do you mind saying it?
It was Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Okay.
Oklahoma.
So that's where you started out, is in Oklahoma as a tattoo artist.
Yeah, I would say just at home. I wouldn't call me an artist back then. Of course, other people did, but I've always known how to draw, so it's never been like a special kind of talent to me. But there you go. So yeah, and then it just kind of progressed from there. I'm self-taught. I didn't apprentice under anyone. However, I wanted to, but I just could never get into a shop. I moved then from Oklahoma to, where was it? I think it was back to Vegas. Yeah. Or no, it was Arizona. No, it was Vegas and then Arizona. Anyway. Yeah. So over the years, I perfected the skill of tattooing. And I was doing hair at the time too, like a professional cosmetologist and teaching beauty school. So I already had all the sanitation stuff down, things like that. Whereas apparently, that's kind of overlooked by some of the unprofessionals, that aren't in shops and things like that. Even
Right.
some of the guys that are in shops out here in Arizona, because there's no licensing in the state of Arizona for tattoo artists, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, so I had to go to school for like a year to do hair to get a license to cut someone's hair. But if I poke them with a needle and make them bleed, it's, anybody could do that. So it's pretty crazy.
Now I know you said that you it was a cute guy, but honestly,
sure.
what got you interested in tattoos in the first place? What really sparked your attention to make
I just like the way they look. I like the way they look, because it's kind of like the badass thing. If you don't have a tattoo and once you get one, it's like it's an instant badass thing. So instantly you're like, I remember back in the day when I just had this little skull up here, which I went in and you can kind of see it, but I went in and had him do just this little top skull guy here, and I just thought I was the coolest thing. I had my arm out the window. You know how it goes.
That's hot.
Maybe.
Too. That's hot
Yeah.
too.
Right,
So
for
hot,
sure.
man.
But yeah, so it's kind of that, and plus too the whole it's very therapeutic, like especially like emotion, like if you have emotions that you got to kind of work through or whatever, it can really help you to get some sort of a symbolic representation of how the strength it took to make it through that, or just how you feel about things, to where it's like a constant reminder and uplifter to your spirit kind of thing. So that's also part of it. Sure.
Cool. Now I have the questions about the gel gun tattoos, or
Okay.
gel gun. Actually, in the first place, it sounds like you have a good story when it comes to that gel gun that's sitting on, what was it, on the coffee table?
No, it was packed away for a while, but it was sitting on the coffee table when that guy came over.
Now, we know that you've done gel gun tattoos at this point, but
Yep.
what's your thoughts when it comes to using gel guns? What's your
Sanitation is the main thing, because there's really no way to, unless you rebuild your machine, and professionally they're called machines, not guns, just so everyone knows. So I just have a habit of calling it a machine. But so if you rebuild it every time and use a new ink pen tube, if that's what you're using, you can use different things, but then there's really no way to sanitize it, So it's kind of like that. That's the main thing. But you can do great art with it. Sure, absolutely. It depends on the artist, not the machine, really.
So what's your most memorable gel gun tat that you've ever done? Or some of the most memorable, other than the banana?
I remember, other than the banana, right? Thank you.
All right.
I remember, because I did the majority of them on Gary, is the guy I'm talking about. And it's not my ex-roommate. It's Gary #1, we call him. He's in Texas. And so I did, have you ever heard of Paul Booth? He's a tattoo artist. He used to be really famous back in the day. He did like gory type of black and gray work, and he would do it freehand, and it was just amazing, the stuff he was doing. So we were rockers, and we were really into like gory type of scary skulls and things like that. So I tried to do a couple replicas of Paul Booth, which, I was just starting. So he still has all that work on him, which is hilarious. And then after I became a professional, I went and did more work on him to kind of clean it up and stuff. But there's still some beginners on there, which are kind of cool. So I'd probably have to say that the ones I did on him are the most memorable, because I spent so much time with him. Like I said, I practically learned how to tattoo, just practicing on him. So
Yeah. And see, the term practice is very, very important too, especially when it comes to tattoo artists, because when they say they're practicing, that means that there's some poor guinea pig that's allowing them to just like put tattoos all over their body for
Oh,
free.
yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of people that would, just let you. They don't even care. It's crazy.
I'm curious. If you haven't got a live subject to tattoo or to practice on, could you use something like, I don't know, a lump of pork or something?
Actually, pig skin works pretty good to replicate. They also have fake skin that you can use. It's very flat though. So it really just gives you the ability to hold your machine correctly, because the machines, they have all kinds nowadays, but back when I started, they had the coil machines, which is this, which are, they're kind of heavy. And it's like when you're not used to using those muscles, you got to kind of get used to it. Because your hand will be sore at the end of the day. It took maybe a week or two of my hand getting used to it before it didn't hurt anymore. Like, it's like working out pretty much. But yeah, so there's these, and pigskin is definitely, and also the self. With my apprentices, I always have them definitely do a couple of tattoos on themselves so that they can get more of a feel of how deep they're going, how fast they want to move the line, along with just verbal instructions and things like that. It's kind of the practical part of the class, Yeah. So there, yeah.
See, that's pretty good information. Now the one thing that I do want to ask you, talking about like the gel guns, is when you mentioned the conventions, okay? Now, have you ever participated in gel gun competitions at conventions before?
At conventions, they are, it's all professional stuff. So if you can't have one of those machines there, they make like replicas now, which really they're just rotary machines,
So that's kind of weird, because like whenever I was running with tattoo artists, they used to have they used to call them freehand, but that was kind of like a slide to where they could get away with it. You know what I mean? But people who were into gel guns, they had their gel gun art, and they would have competitions to where person who does.
Well, yeah, there's like prison art type of stuff. It's definitely a certain style or genre of tattooing, sure. But as far as the equipment goes, there's professional equipment that they use in place of having an actual homemade machine,
Right.
So, but there's competitions in all genres, like color, black and gray, and then the skip shading, which is what you see with the jail gun tattoos, because it's a single needle, and there's probably maybe 1% of all tattoo artists, professional tattoo artists, that use single needles. They barb very easily, and once a needle's barbed, it won't put any ink into the skin. It'll just rip the skin up like hamburgers. So really, I think 3s are probably the smallest needle that people use. I have an example of a 7 right here, which is, let's see how close I can get that. And it's actually pretty small, but there are, sorry, my camera's not that great.
It's all right.
Let's see if I put it there. Yeah. Anyway, there are 7 tiny little needles in here, just tightly grouped and soldered together. I used to actually solder my own needles back in the day too. Yeah.
That's cool as heck. Now, how did you go about soldering them?
They have a little needle jig, and then as you can see, there's a place where the needle grouping fits onto the bar right here. And so you just take the bar and then you put it in the jig, and then you have your soldered together needles, which is another jig, and then just solder them together right there. It's very easy, actually, but it's so much. I mean, this needle is probably like 2 cents. They're so cheap that there's no reason anybody really has to make them,
Well, for me, I've be honest, I've never had too much time around professional tat equipment. You know what I mean? Machines, as you put it. Most of the people that I ran with were on gel guns and stuff, so I have been around them, huh?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to
Go ahead.
interrupt. I was just saying, since we're on the topic of needles, I have this 15, which is what I usually use. I prefer actually like a 21, a much bigger needle.
Mhm.
But this is it's like a mag grouping,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is similar. It's like a paintbrush almost. It's like similar to, it's 15 little needles, but they're placed like this rather than flat. They do make flat ones though, but flat ones, if you don't know what you're doing, well, you can just slice the skin open with those pretty much if you're not careful. So mags is kind of what everybody uses, really.
Now, whenever I ran off to Kansas City with my buddy Lauren, he was a tat artist, and that's where he actually started doing. Started out with pro guns. That's what we basically professional tat gun.
Yep.
But he tried that, and I remember he said that it was a freaking nightmare. Like getting used to that was hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember when I first switched over, and I used a 3-liner, which is the very, very smallest one for the most part, besides a single cat hair is what they call it. But I used a 3, and when I switched over, like I was telling you guys earlier, it was like, man, my hand, it felt like I was, like lifting weights with my hand. It was crazy. It was difficult to get used to. It was, and I only used 3 for like 10 years. I used only like a 3-liner, and I would do big pieces, and people would look at me, like other artists, that I would come across. I'd be like, oh yeah, I did this piece with a 3. They're like, what? That's insane. Nobody would do that. First of all, it takes forever. To fill in a patch this big takes like an hour with a teeny little needle, So, but, it's kind of like when I was doing hair. If you can do a mannequin's hair and make it look okay, then a person's hair is going to be much easier. So it's like starting with the tough stuff first. And then I didn't, of course, know that. I just didn't really know about mags, and I didn't want to try it until I got into a shop, which was Diablo Tattoo, which was my first shop that I got into. And that's a whole nother story. But and then I started using 7 mags, which is kind of, they have 5s, but that's kind of the common when you first start as a 7 mag, and it was really difficult to get used to shading with a mag as opposed to with just a liner. So yeah.
That was actually probably one of the most amazing times whenever I was involved in it. Was whenever I seen Lauren switch over from gel gun to freaking professional. And I remember him going through the hand thing too, where it was causing. I mean, it was a serious issue because gel gun is really light. It really is.
It's like a pencil almost.
Well, basically, that's what it is. That's really what it is. And then when he had to use that gel gun or that professional one, it tore him up. It took him a long time to get used to it.
Yeah, there's a couple points where I was worried if I could even do it,
Now, I did want to get more into the tattoo conventions, but you mentioned something that was very, very cool, and we need to talk about it, Sonia. We need to talk about your tattoo groupies.
Yeah, right.
you know this is important, dude. That, and it's actually the funniest and the best stories when it comes to tat work. Okay, it's true. Okay, so first of all, have you ever had tattoo groupies?
Yeah, kind of. I
People
guess
that you practiced on.
Well, yeah, for the most part. However, groupies, well, kind of. There's one lady that came into my shop when I had Viking Spirit tattoo, and she wanted my autograph and a picture with me after I did a little tattoo on her. I'm like, okay, It was funny. She's really cool. I did quite a few tattoos on her. She would come in and hand me wads of cash all the time, like without, she's like, here, I want something next week. I'm going to pay you now. I'm like, okay, cool. It was sweet. Yeah, she was a great customer. She's out here too, but yeah, most of my customers were like friends, or not well, kind of more. We got to know each other because we spent so much time together, so we kind of became friends. I'm real personable when it comes to stuff like that, anyway.
Well,
Just so it's easy to make a friendship, with people you're working on.
well, I think
For
I
the
think
most
we're
part.
I think we're having like a miscommunication here. Like when I say groupies, man,
Yeah,
I'm
I
talking
know.
about the groupies that like well, first of all, um, have you ever had people that found work for you and like whenever whenever they're around you, give them free tattoos because you're practicing and stuff, and they'll go out and they'll find work for you and things of that nature.
Yeah, I think that's kind of just how you get started, really. You know,
Hmm.
is
Got any
stuff like that,
got any
and
cool
then
stories?
eventually you start charging. Cool stories. None that are really coming to mind. I kind of figured that when once I was like a tattoo artist, and it'd be like I'd be rich, and I'd have like all kinds of groupies or people like fans, I guess you could say.
Hmm.
And it really wasn't like that at all, or isn't. But yeah, especially back in the day when tattoos were more sought after than they are now. Now, like, everybody has one for sure. If you don't have one, you're kind of the odd person.
Yeah,
So whereas before it was kind of the opposite.
poor
So
poor Mark
yeah, I
Edward.
don't
Yeah,
yeah.
I was just going to say, yeah.
Did you
he
say?
needs like he needs like a little document tattooed on him, a little document page, just in little writing. A, B, C, no, kind of thing. That'd be cute. Put it on your neck. Neck tattoos are rad, for sure. Yeah, nobody will mess with you. Go in the grocery store with a neck tattoo. People will definitely look at you different, especially if you're wearing a suit.
A little
That'd
Mark
be great.
Edworthy, a little
Yeah.
Mark Edworthy, and have it put on his buttocks. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
yeah. Butt tattoos are
Yeah,
rad. Love
yeah.
those. I've got some stories about butt tattoos. Um,
Tell
there's a
us.
chick who she wanted slut. I think it was dirty slut or something like that put on her ass. And that's not the first one. I have put those type of, I don't remember the one after that, but it was right on her inner thigh, right in that area. And so it was for her boyfriend. Both of them were actually. So, and then little cartoon characters on ass cheeks. I don't know. I might have sent you one. You could tell because it's kind of wrinkly.
Mm.
People sometimes have wrinkly butts, so
Yeah.
it's kind of like that. And yeah, butt tattoos are awesome for sure. And I know what you're thinking next, huh? And I have tattooed a couple of those. Yes, I have, absolutely. And it works best soft and wrapped around like a toilet paper roll. Like, because you got to stretch the skin when you're tattooing. It
Yeah.
has to be taut. So you got to kind of use, ex- equipment to kind of, yeah. And like
Yeah.
Harley, like one was Harley, and the other one was like, I don't even remember. I think it was. Everybody talks about getting the money, the $1 million bill or whatever once it rolls out, or stuff like that. Yeah, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's a joke. I've never done one of those dollar bills. I've done money before, very detailed. There's no guy that's gonna sit through that. And ink spreads over time. The lines, no matter how small you do them, they end up spreading. It spreads. So if it's too detailed, you're going to end up with a black blob anyway in 10, 20 years.
Mhm.
So less detail, the better on tattoos, for sure.
Okay. So, let me. Okay. So I take it you have been to conventions before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Actually, just one. I only went to one.
okay. What do you think about tattoo conventions? What's your thoughts about them? To be
I think
honest,
they're pretty rad. They're pretty cool. I like them.
kind of give
For
us.
sure. Well, it's real busy. You can book a lot of people, like from the get-go. There's tons of people that want tattoos, and you just kind of work the entire time you're there and make a crap load of cash for the most part. You can even charge more at conventions. Some people do. Yeah. And actually, the one that we went to, it was when we had Viking Spirit Tattoo, and the news for Arizona, one of the news stations came by, and they were, filming everybody, and our booth was right there. So they ended up interviewing us, and, so we got to be on, our shop got advertisement on TV. It was pretty cool. It was pretty sweet. Oh, and we had other advertisement we got for free too, because there's this guy that came in, and he was a friend of a whoever, one of our customers, and he just wanted paint. Like, you know how when they go to football games and stuff like that, they paint up whatever their team is, like they'll put face makeup on, like, so it was like a Cardinals thing, I think it was. And so we did the maroon color all over with the bird kind of thing going on his back and stuff. And we ended up putting Viking Spirit Tattoo on his back. And he was one of the guys that was really painted up for the football game that was going on. And this was in 2000 and I think 11. Yeah, or 12, right in there. 11 probably. Anyway. And he was on the news once again, and he was talking to the player. It was one of the players that was like the big, the big guy everybody dressed up for. And so the whole time the camera was on him, his back was facing the camera, and it said Viking Spirit Tattoo. So we got on TV again. It was really cool. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, it was excellent for sure.
Now, what are some names of the tattoo conventions that you know of?
Well, there's AZ Body Expo, and then there's Hell City, and Hell City apparently goes everywhere. And those are the guys you can't just rent a booth from there. You have to be invited. And those are some of the best artists out there, is Hell City Tattooing. Oh my gosh. Those are the kind of artists that make you just want to throw your machine down and walk away. You're like, I can't fucking do that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's either inspiring or kind of depressing. It depends. But got to stay on the inspired edge, of that whole thing. But yeah, there's some excellent tattoo artists. It's crazy what people can do with a machine these days. Mm-hmm. And they don't even have to work that long. I mean, any good tattoo takes time to do. It's not like it is on the tattoo shows that were out, a while back, like that one where they had the guy from Red Hot Chili Peppers or whatever, he was like hosting it, Dave Navarro.
Yeah.
And that other old school artist guy. Yeah, well done tattoos take a lot of time. They're not quick,
I was going to ask you, what's your longest, most complicated, complex tattoo you've ever done?
Wow, that is a good question.
I mean, look at her, dude. Shit. You know what I mean? The girl's got tattoos everywhere, and I'm sure
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I should ask in a single session.
In a single session.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. In a single session, oh geez, I know there's been a few. Probably, I wouldn't say it. Well, it was kind of difficult, but maybe not design-wise, because once you get to knowing your art, design-wise isn't never really a complication or a difficult thing. But this girl had come in, and she was a stripper, and she had went to some home artist somewhere and attempted to do a sleeve, and she didn't have any other tattoos, and it was the craziest looking thing ever. It was so poorly done, and it was such a it was horrible, and she was in pain because she just got it done. And when you're doing a tattoo, you don't ever want to work on it. Some people do, like the next day. It depends on the person. If the person can handle the pain, then that's fine, because usually 2 hours is what a human can go through on straight tattooing before their blood pressure goes up. They just start bleeding more and more and more, and any ink you put in comes right out. And so there's kind of a 2 hour threshold. However, there are those people who can go way longer than 2 hours. And I've done 8 hour sessions before that were like butterflies and pretty stuff on this chick. And she was a tough chick. And actually, guys are more wimpy than chicks when it comes to tattooing. In my experience, they're more of an
No,
ow
you're right.
than the girls are.
And especially the after effects. I ended up getting a tattoo on my shoulder blade because I was supposed to be cool. You know what I'm saying? I got
Right?
actually two of them
Shoulder blade?
on my back shoulder
Kind of a
blade.
girl spot. It's
Well,
kind of a girl spot, Rog.
that's because girls are tough, dude. I
Yeah.
figured that out real quick. And like dudes that get him, me for example, okay, I didn't realize that when you had them on the shoulder blade, you actually have to sit on couches. Okay. And
Yeah.
when you sit on couches, if that couch isn't like nice and soft, it's gonna
Yeah.
freaking hurt, dude.
Yeah.
You
That's
know,
another thing with tattoos is you'll realize how much you use this part of your arm, when you get a tattoo there.
mhm.
You don't really notice it beforehand. So yeah.
But I'll be the first one to admit I was a big baby until that thing healed, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I felt like freaking I was gonna explode, like my head was gonna blow up or something.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
pretty crazy.
Well, I was just
I was going to is it true that it's always advisable to increase your glucose levels, so eat chocolate, drink fizzy
Um,
drinks beforehand?
Sure. If that's something that concerns you, yeah, absolutely. Because I have had people pass out before, just fall over, and usually we'll have candy or something at the shop to give them because it helps. But there's various reasons why people pass out. But yeah, I would say eating first is definitely something that you want to do. And a lot of people ask about the alcohol drinking, and
yeah.
if you ask me, drinking's fine. I mean, as long as you're not a complete dickhead and you haven't drank a fifth of Jack, a couple of beers is fine. I used to drink a couple of beers and take a Percocet before I went and got work done, because this shit hurts. It really does, especially on where you get it at. So I would say drinking. Professionally, we don't tell people to drink because you never know people. Some people are crazy and they're just gonna fucking whoa, and then they'll come in, give me this tattoo, bitch, or whatever, and it's like bye.
Yeah.
So, and we used to our shop was right next to a bar, so there was quite a few drunkards that come over asking about tattoos. Yeah.
Now, I've heard too though that when you go to tattoo somebody who's been drinking, the blood is a lot thinner and it causes problems with the ink. What's your
Yeah.
take on that?
Yeah, I agree for sure. I've even had customers who had drank the night before and they were sober at the time, mentally, but they had drank so much, like hard liquor usually is what does that, and it would be like tattooing them over 2 hours to where they just bleed out the ink to where it's not even worth doing. You're just gonna have to redo it again,
So So right there, you've got it straight from the tattoo artist, guys, ladies and
Yep.
gentlemen. If you want a good tattoo, don't come in drunk. Or how long would you suggest for a good tattoo for them to stay away after
At
they
least a
drink?
day. Just a day. Yeah, it depends on what they drink too. If you had like a couple of shots the night before, then you're probably okay. But if you had it like a fifth, then you're probably not okay. I mean, there are exceptions to that, but when you're doing the professional shop thing, you don't really deal too much unless it's your friend. Like if your friend, then it's different. And that's how we find these things out. Is working on our friends and stuff like that.
We like to call those groupies.
Okay, those are the groupies. Okay,
Yeah,
you mean
those are
like
the-
the shop groupies, the ones that are always hanging out at the shop kind of thing?
Right. There you go.
Okay,
You're starting to
okay.
understand. See,
Yeah,
that's
well, we didn't have too many of those. There was, I'll send you some pictures of my storefront here in a second, but, or my old storefront. But yeah, there were those that would hang out at the shop, and they kind of got the hint after a while, Not too many people. They would usually the ones that hung out at the shop would be the ones paying for the tattoos. So, it was like there were just our customers kind of thing. There was a couple that, tried to hang out, and it just doesn't work out because it's like, can I help you? Why are you here? Kind of thing. But after the shop closed, we'd kind of hang out, and my partner who had the shop with, he was a pothead. I mean, he smoked, like, not while he's working, but after work there would be, like, I don't know, 5 people would come over, so, and we'd all hang out and, smoke pot and things like that and drink beer and things like that. So that was kind of a typical night, really. Or we'd go to the bar and hand out cards, for like the next day or whenever, whenever we're working again. So it was part of work, like, to go to the bar. And we had, like, karaoke Sunday where we'd all go do karaoke. And then we had a day where we would paint. We'd do oil paintings. That's all we would do that whole day, is just like close down for customers and just do oil paintings. It was pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now,
Sure.
this is probably the last part of all the cool gossip and everything that we can get from a tattoo artist, but this is something that's very important. Okay, this is something that every tattoo artist should have a story about, and I hope you've got one for it. Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. Now, this has to do with your traveling habits. Okay. Now, most tattoo artists that I've met have traveled a lot around the country.
Mhm.
Okay. So, do you have any stories that you'd wish to share about your traveling habits after you started doing tattoos, and all the cool places you've traveled to, and all the small towns that you've traveled to, if you got those?
The only one that really comes to mind is, I now know that you don't want to take ink on an airplane,
Mhm.
because the bottles will explode normally. Some of them, not all of them exploded, but a lot of them did. I guess because of the air pressure type of thing going on. So, yeah, that's kind of the only traveling type of story I have that's where something weird happened or different, especially with equipment.
So
Yeah.
you had ink blow up on you in an airplane.
Yeah, in the the storage compartment area there. Hmm.
Hmm.
I've heard similar sort of things with people who carry fountain pens and those glass jars of ink. Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
Same concept for sure. Yeah, and heat also is not good for your ink as well. You don't want to keep it outside or anywhere that's super hot. I found that one out too.
You know
Yeah.
what's so cool about me, dude?
Oh, I'm sure there's lots of things, Roger.
It's the questions I ask, because that leads us up to the next question. And believe it or not, I did do this in the right order. But this is where we get to ask you if how do you feel about using acrylic paints? Inks?
You mean in tattooing?
Yeah, acrylic.
They don't work. They don't work. Non-toxic as they say they are. It's not that they're toxic. It's just that they don't stay in the skin. They push right out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because that was one issue that I knew a lot of my friends had, and they always complained about it. Well,
I actually tried using. This was back in the day when I was tattooing on Gary. When I first started, we wanted to change it up because we used Indian ink. The ink you buy at Hobby Lobby or whatever. So we wanted to get some red ink going, and we're like, what do we use? Because I didn't have like a professional supplier back then or anything, And we tried that paint that you use on cars, like model cars, those teeny little jars that you get,
Mhm.
and it did not work. Well, it kind of made it pink a little bit, but it healed crappy. And it probably was poisonous for him. I mean, it said non-toxic, but still, it didn't heal that great. So, yeah, so there's, only certain types of ink you want to try using. Acrylic is best for the canvas, for sure.
Yeah, and the thing that gets me with the acrylic when you bring that stuff up is, like, there's a lot of people who want you to use acrylic ink. I was really amazed with how many people in Kansas City said that they wanted you to use acrylic. You know what I mean? When it came to gel gun and stuff, and I was like, dude, seriously, you know how much trouble
Wow.
that stuff is?
Yeah, I've never
Like,
heard of that before,
yeah,
really.
they,
I mean, you know.
it's pretty messed up that actually that
Yeah,
was one thing that stuck out to me that was pretty bad. So
that would not work. Be a bunch
now
of pain for nothing, you know.
now what is the type of ink that you prefer to use? What kind of ink are you using? Would you mind?
Well, I have kind of a variety right now, but I usually use Intense, or something like that. There's Mom's ink, which has been around forever. And then Stigma is pretty good. I like this one too.
Hmm.
So there's many different um, brands of professional ink out there. Fusion has some really good colors. Um, and I've been out of the shop for a few years now, so for many years actually. So I'm not really. I don't do the shopping too much for ink. As far as I just get the colors I know. I don't really shop around the different brands, but I'm sure there's plenty of new brands out there. You know.
When it comes to like have putting a quality tattoo on somebody, though, I mean,
Mhm.
what kind of ink do you look for? You know what I'm saying? What really sticks
The
out to
ones
you?
I've used before. If I'm working on a customer that, especially a customer that I don't know and I don't know how they take ink, there's a lot of people take ink differently.
Hmm.
Gingers, actually, ironically enough, have super light skin, and you'd figure they would take ink pretty well, but actually they don't. I don't know what it is in their skin, but it you got to really pack it in there on a ginger. So actually, I did a free sleeve when we had the shop, because I wanted to do whatever I wanted to do, like my certain style, on
Hmm.
just a brand new sleeve, like someone with no tattoos. And so I offered it for free so I could get my kind of style out there, you know. And and she was a ginger. I interviewed sleeves for like a week, or people, and I chose her, and that's kind of how I found that out. I mean, it was fine. It's just that the touch ups, there's more touch ups than there should have been, and than there could have been, I suppose you could say. Not should have, but could have. And because some people just, their skin just soaks up ink so nicely. And those are usually the folks that have a little bit of, like, the kind of people who tan when they go out in the sun, as opposed to burn. Their skin seems to hold ink a lot better. So the type of ink I would use on everyone, even those that take ink well, is the kind that I've experimented with and that I know, go in well under
Hmm.
pretty much any circumstance. So the familiar ones that I've used before, really, you know. But any professional ink, the ones that aren't from China, and not the ones in the tiny little bottles, the little case they give you, buy a little tattoo case, they give you these little ones. Those kind of work, I guess, but that's not a professional ink. So any of the, and usually you can tell that by how much you pay for the ink. If you don't know any better, then you can, tell by how much you pay for it, or just find your favorite tattoo artist and look and see what they're using, because chances are they're going to be using a professional ink if they're a professional tattoo artist. So
Right.
you can kind of go like that too if you're looking for an ink, sure. Hmm.
Oh, right. That's
Yeah.
actually, see, that's constructive information right there. You didn't think we were going to get much information off of this interview, did you?
Oh, I did. I already know about this kind of stuff. I find myself going on and on and on about this. I'm like, wow, how much do you know about this? I'm like, I don't know, a lot apparently. Because,
Mm.
I mean, tattoo aftercare, I could tell you all about that. I mean, I wanted to open up a tattoo school at one point just because, I just wanted to share the information. I think that goes with the whole, I was a beautician instructor for a while. So I have this teacher vibe going on, sharing information kind of thing, or showing people how to use certain tools and things like that.
Well, you know what this part is all about, though, right? This is where we start freaking doing the cool stuff that you just wanted to do. Like, we're going to ask you if you would be willing to show your equipment a little bit more,
Mhm.
and then kind of give us a guide, let us know how it works, and do what you want to do. Like if you had a school, how would you tell people?
Oh
You know what
wow,
I mean?
yeah.
Just
I
go.
haven't thought about that for years.
Well, I'm just saying, like at
Yeah,
this point right now, just think about it. Like you have a
sure,
school and you're trying to show people how to use this
sure.
stuff and all that good
Okay.
stuff.
Well, in theory, we went over uh, power supplies, and now this is the practical class. So what we're going to learn is what our parts are on our, or at least how to plug in. You want to plug in your clip cord, which goes to your machine. Okay, into your clip cord port, not the foot pedal port. There is a foot pedal. I didn't bring that with me, but that would go into the other side, and then you would adjust your RPMs right here. And then you would take your coil machine and put it, there's little holes in there. I don't know if you can see them, but you would put your clip cord in there. And then every time you press your foot pedal, bzz, bzz, would go off and on. So that's how it's kind of, what is this? The telegraph machine kind of first came up with this sort of thing right here. Yeah, it's kind of the same concept where it just cuts off and on the electric or the power just really fast, basically, and it makes it go up and down. And then there's all kinds of parts to your machine, which if you were in a class, you would definitely have to build a machine yourself and have an array of different things you can choose from, parts that you can choose from in order to build a working machine. Because these are actually, this is a cheapie. Okay, this just first off, this is super cheapie. It's like $10 or something like that. It's probably made in China, but there again, like I was saying earlier, you can, even if it's made in China, you can do good work if you know how to draw things like that. If you have the skill down. So there's that, and once I seen actually a video. I don't know if you guys are aware of the China machine thing in the industry, but there was a video, and this was back when I first started, and I was looking around. I'm like, oh my god, how do I do this? When I was learning, and I was like, oh, I finally found a video on. It said how to tune China machines, right? And when you played it, dude, threw it on the ground and used like a sledgehammer and like busted it into a million pieces. And I was like, oh man, well, that kind of told me something, but I can't really do that to my machine. So so if that tells you anything, they're not well respected at all. But there again, like I said, you could do anything for a couple of bucks. If you're able to do it, you could do it with a homemade machine. But in any case, these machines, there's a lot of machine builders out there that they're, for a good machine, is usually 200, 250. It can go up from there. Some of them are 1800. It just depends on what builder you choose and what machine you like. There's many other styles besides coil machines. This is a coil machine, the old school kind. A lot of guys won't use anything but this, but and this is the one that has the weight to it. But there again, they have cordless ones now. They're wireless, and it's like just holding a pen. You just, where it's not even, no weight to it, no cord to it. It's just so freeing. I have not used one of those yet, but one of these days I want to try it out, see what that's all about. But yeah.
Now, on your opinion, between the two, which do you think is easier to use, a pro gun or a freaking gel gun? Pro.
Yeah.
After you get used to it, of course, right?
For sure. There's many more. First of all, it's more sanitary, and there's a lot more needle groupings. There's a lot more adjustments you can make, rather than just having your tape player motor with your guitar string bent into the, little rolly thing and have it sharpened with an emery board.
and
That's how it was.
you know,
Yeah.
and I mean that is an important question because like I know like my buddy Lawrence Smith, like I said, he's in Kansas City. He's a pro now, but like he straight up told me years after when we talked about it, he was like, man, back then, because when he finally started using a pro machine, as you call it,
Hmm.
it was hard on him. And I've heard a lot of other gel gun artists say freaking that they wouldn't do professional because it's too hard, you know. But I think that from what he told me, he's like, man, after you get over it, it's
Hmm.
really easy to use.
Yeah.
It's actually better
Well, it's
than
like
doing it.
anything. Experience doesn't matter about
Yep.
yeah, using these things and testing them out. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you want to go pro, then you have to do that. You can't, there's no pro that uses a homemade machine unless they built the machine themselves, a professional machine, you know. So, yeah, it's kind of
Well,
like that.
Mark, you need to understand though, like what she was talking about, like when you first start. Okay, imagine freaking being an Olympic freaking heavyweight weightlifter. Okay, that's how bad this gun gets on your wrist. Okay, it is. I do know that because I'm not going to tell everybody all the dastardly things I did. You know what I mean? Like I made this really cool rabbit.
Dastardly.
I thought it was cool. You know what I mean? But the whole thing is like I used my buddy's freaking pro gun, his pro machine, and it was hard. It was really really hard. It
Wow.
causes some
That's
serious.
crazy.
But I did.
I
it
didn't
for,
know you did that.
Yeah, I did quite a few
Wow.
of them, but it wasn't
Yeah,
anything.
I want to see one of these days. You'll have to show me.
Well, I don't know anybody that I did them to anymore. It's like I told you
Oh,
before,
okay.
like everybody,
Okay.
especially
Got it.
here, everybody that I know here that used to be in the tats are pretty much dead. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, you
yeah,
did say that. That was kind of a downer when you
it's
said that. But yeah, I do remember that for sure.
you know, so my background wasn't really all that positive when it came to tattoos. Like we ran around and did a lot of things that we really shouldn't have done back then, you know. So,
No.
but but this isn't about me. This is about you. Okay,
Yes.
so now that we did that, let me ask you: do you do both freehand and stencil?
Um, sure. Um, Usually I'll do a stencil depending on the subject matter, of course, but usually I'll do a stencil and then from that you kind of just freehand afterwards, you know, like with your your color or your flourishings around it or whatever it is. It depends on the customer too. You know, a lot of customers like the freehand. Most customers know that to get the best tattoo, you let your tattoo artist go to town. I used to call it Tattoo Town.
Mm-hmm.
So I did too. I was gonna get a sign up of my station, but yeah, and because to get the worst tattoo, keep nitpicking your tattoo artist when they're actually tattooing, and you'll probably get a pretty like tattoo that's all cringed up and like I tried to be art, but I'm not quite there, kind of thing. Yeah, when you let your artist be creative, you'll get a way better tattoo than. I mean, you got to have parameters on what you want, sure, but you don't want to be too stringent or judgmental about something that you've never done or don't really know much about. As far as like the procedure for tattooing and things like that, I've definitely had some customers like that. And after doing hair for so many years and teaching students to deal with difficult customers and things like that, it was kind of a breeze, I guess it would be for me. But other folks, I mean, the tattoo industry has changed over the years. Back in the day, you'd be out of that chair quicker than shit, with a lot of these guys, the old school guys. They wouldn't put up with that shit, but I put up with a lot of shit that probably not many would, as far as the nitpickiness about, like staring at you when you're doing a line and then saying, is it supposed to look like that, or what? I mean, not necessarily. Most of them are just innocent questions. People just don't know, and they really want to know, which is kind of how I gotta look at it when going in like that, because it's like, well, is it gonna make me bleed out doing it on my wrist, because the veins, and I'm like, well, I just have to explain it doesn't go in that deep, and no, it won't, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of weird type of questions that I've had to answer, and then there's the people who are just trying to criticize or whatever, or just plain straight up assholes. We've had a couple of those in the shop before too, and I apprenticed my the partner I was working with. I had apprenticed him in tattooing, so any issues that come into the shop, I'm gonna help him out, of course. And he had quite a few customers that were kind of assholes about things, but what can you do besides just get their tattoo done and get them out the door,
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to be a marriage or love affair with them, don't take it personally or whatever. They don't even know. It's not like they can, even some people, have had a perfect tattoo or a tattoo done the way they wanted, and then they still complain, and then there's some that you do something that you could think you could do better on, and they just love the shit out of it. So it takes all kinds, so.
Well, it sounds like I almost triggered you there, because like
triggered. You had a
moment.
Could you be less woke? Okay.
Yeah, I know.
What does that even mean?
I know.
Triggered.
It's just
triggered me to answer the question. I don't know.
When you get a tat artist to start talking about their customers, that's when a bunch of stuff comes up.
I love my customers. They're like I said, we're
until
all,
you have to talk about them, because then you start noticing the weird ones that come up, and the ones that are like picky about what you're doing, and
those aren't really my customers. Those are just ones that had come through the shop at one point.
Yeah,
my customers are like
your bros
ones that come back all the time,
your chicks and your bros,
working on big pieces with and things like that,
But you're going to find that in any industry, especially creative industries. You're going to have good customers, you're going to have bad customers. You don't know.
Exactly.
Customers,
yeah. Just like anywhere else, really.
No, I've popped up the pictures of your tattoos, so I got the first one up.
Sweet.
If you got a story that you want to say with that one, say it. If not, tell me when you want me to go to the next one.
Okay. Well, that one and the one next. Go to the next one.
That's better.
And were they not? They weren't next together. But that bird, and there was another bird, a phoenix, on another guy that was on the girl. And these guys were so in love with each other. It'll probably be coming up here pretty soon. Okay. I thought I laid them together, but in any case, yeah. And there's a guy with a bird on his front, and when they stand together, their tails intertwine, and it was just they were so in love. It was almost made you want to throw up. So that was a great tattoo. Many hours on those. And that was just some little writings there. There's a Viking guy I used to tattoo on.
Let me find the bird real quick. You said the bird?
Oh, it's coming up.
Okay, yep. Gotcha. Oh,
it's right there. Yep.
Okay, now which one was the one that was the guy?
There's the guy.
Is that the guy?
And then when they stood next to each other, there they are.
Okay.
This little tail looked like it was intertwining with her tail, and they were flying together in their love. Yeah.
Isn't it weird how people who get tats have like this weird imagination? Like my tat on my shoulder blade is a butterfly with the face of a freaking leopard as the pattern.
Wow, that's interesting.
I don't even know why I thought of that.
Butterfly.
A butterfly with a panther's face as the pattern.
That's cute. Mm-hmm.
That's code word for gay, isn't it?
A little bit. Not really, though. I mean, not really, because there's a guy, it'll probably be coming up here sooner or later. There's a dolphin that I tattooed on this dude. He came in one day, and I never seen him since, just one of those random customers. And he was like a trucker guy. He wore a hat, and he had kind of fluffy hair, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, sure, we got time. What do you want to get? And he's like, well, I was thinking a dolphin right here, and he didn't have any other tattoos. And I'm like, a dolphin? Just fucking weird for this dude to want a dolphin. And I did him a cute little dolphin on his shoulder. He loved it. Thought it was the greatest thing. So, and I don't think he was gay. He could have been a top. You never know, really, these days, and it wasn't any of my business, so I didn't pry. But there's those odd requests for tattoos, That was on my apprentice. He wanted some tomatoes with a potato cleaver. That was also on my apprentice. Yeah, those right there. Crazy tattoos. Yeah, one of my apprentices, actually.
Right there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the wounded artist one on his eye, under his eye, which was really cute. It's an adorable tattoo.
Now, I don't know what to say about that.
I know, right? That's why we did it that way, because we laughed our asses off when we were tattooing that. Oh my God, it was so funny. We were just randomly.
He even spelled tattoo or potato on the meat.
It's a potato cleaver cutting tomatoes.
that is interesting.
Isn't it? That's why we did it.
Yes.
Exactly. Thanks for noticing. Appreciate that.
That is cool.
Yeah, it was hilarious that day, for sure. He had a bunch of crazy tattoos.
So
that's how apprentices usually are, really.
Okay, you got the cowboy.
That was another one of our apprentices, actually. He didn't last very long, though. There's a dolphin.
Is that the one that you were talking about?
That's the dolphin that the guy got. Yep. Yeah, cutie, huh? It's a cutie.
It's really interesting that I'm able to use this slideshow. I'm really surprised.
It's really cool that you can do that. Yeah, I like it.
I was going to download them and stuff and put them on the OBS separately, but then whenever you said you had all these, I figured I might as well just use the slideshow. So
yeah,
that's the one with your other apprentice. Is that what you said?
The Lego guy, Cowboy Lego. Yeah, he didn't last very long though. I think he's actually tattooing nowadays somewhere, maybe.
There you go.
Yep, Cowboy up on his neck. It was a neck tattoo. I love those.
Now, see, usually most people who wanted acrylic wanted this kind of effect.
They glow in the black light. It's the black light tattoos, not glow in the dark. They don't have those, actually.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. Phosphorus.
Yeah.
So you got to have a black light. And those are the kind, too, that are... I should have took a picture of them just in the light because you can't even see them. They're invisible. So they only... He was a DJ, so they only showed up when he was DJing. It's pretty cool. I don't like... After that, though, I did not advertise black light tattoos anymore after that because it's so difficult to get the ink in there, especially on hands. Hands aren't super easy for ink anyway. Some parts are, some parts aren't. Up by the knuckles, not so easy. And it was just a fight to get that ink in there. So, so I just quit doing black light tattoos.
Is there any part of the body you wouldn't advise having a tattoo on?
Oh, God.
Well, the palms, because they just fade. As you can see, my ones right here, I wouldn't go any further down than kind of like, see how it's faded right here? The closer to the palm you get, the more it's just going to fade. You could punch it back in there, but it'll fade again, usually, unless you go super deep. But then when you do that, it spreads out and sometimes distorts the entire design. Knuckles are great for doing, too. They kind of distort as well, but, I mean, what I always tell people is that if you want your tattoo there, get it there. I mean, because the last thing you want to do is go home and look at it and go, man, I should have got it on my hand or whatever. You totally want to get it where you want. If it fades, oh well, do it again, And so, I mean, usually we would do touch-ups on any tattoo we do, like one free touch-up. If it fades somewhere or whatever's going on with it, we'll touch it up for free. But on hands and like the bottom of the feet or skin like callousy type skin, or skin that's just that can callus like that, we wouldn't do free touch-ups on, because it's going to fade. It's a guaranteed touch-up, and when we put ink in, we don't put it in so it comes out. So basically, we're not really liable for that. It's kind of a risk you take, but I would say do it if you want to do it there. But those are the places I would just inform. It's like informed consent kind of thing, just inform your customer what they're looking at for things like that, because some people, they just don't know.
See, and that's amazing. I'm glad that you actually brought that stuff up. You know what I mean? Because I know that I have heard that acrylic is of most of all is like the worst kind of ink that anybody could ever want to put on their skin. And then
it's not even a tattoo ink, so I don't know what they're tripping on.
Well, back in the day when they had like what was it? They had like a lot of these cool rave songs. You know what I mean? That was the big thing. They liked that whole effect. You know what I mean? So they would put this weird paint on their body in their tattoos and stuff. And then they'd be like going to raves and saying, "Nice shot, good shot, man," stuff like that. And they're all sitting there.
Well, there's the blacklight ink. There's different colors of blacklight ink. There's the invisible kind like there, and then there's the fluorescent orange color, which glows fluorescent orange under blacklight, and you can see it, very faintly, but you can see it on the skin too. Green. There's all different colors of that available that aren't acrylic, that are made for tattooing, So I can see the raving thing where they get that idea.
Are they good? Are they good inks though? Are they really?
They're pro inks, yeah.
Okay. So you want me to move on to the next?
Sure.
Cool picture. That blue guy, he really stuck out though. He got a lot of attention in this picture,
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
He's got that devil worshipping look.
He was a Wiccan, so you know how that goes. But yeah, half a dozen of one and 6 of the other kind of thing. And that's a Merkaba that I drew on he was a friend, pretty much, and he told me to do whatever I wanted to on his chest. He gave me so I did like an ET. If you zoom in on that, you can see kind of the designs on it that are very ET looking or alien looking. So I used to do this kind of, like light language writing or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I was just kind of messing around with it, and that's kind of the freehand thing that you were asking about earlier.
Cool.
But yeah, so I did a little Merkaba on him with some magical stuff on it. It was huge too, as you can see his nipples right there, so it's smack in the middle of his chest. He liked it because he's like, "I love you, Sonia. Do whatever you want of me." I'm like, "Okay, here we go." And he paid me too, of course.
Cool.
He wasn't one. That was once I was a pro. After that, to where. Because back in the days when you did most of your free ones, or like on your apprentice, we would trade work on each other, things like that, of course. But, usually you end up tipping or something,
I'm gonna keep moving before. So if anything pops out on you that you want to say a story to, let me know. There's that meat cleaver. My goodness, that was a sick man, dude.
Oh, yeah, you should see some of his other tattoos.
What is that next to it now?
That is a party favor. Those woo, where you blow it and it goes woo.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Silly,
goodness.
huh? I know,
Weird.
retarded, isn't it?
Weird. And I was like, Lauren, I was talking about him before, okay? Lauren was a weirdo, too. Back when he was doing gel gun, he would just take the gel gun and he would just start drawing lines all up and down his arms and shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, why are you doing that? And he wasn't even drawing anything. You know what I mean? Just lines.
Wow.
Like, why are you doing that? He's like, because I wanna.
He was perfecting his artistic flow.
Yeah. It's weird. People in the tat world, man, they have like a mind of their own. It's You know what I mean? I'm not
A
even just
mind of their own. Yep.
it. You know what I mean? It's not even the tattoo artists alone. It's the people who are into tats. You know what I mean? They have just this, except for the chicks who, like I've noticed that chicks are more of, they're the ones that see it as like an adventure, but there's the ones that are shy and don't want people to know they have a tattoo. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And,
There's definitely different types like that for sure.
but I found it to where like women are the ones who actually, like guys, whenever they get a tattoo, yeah, whatever, they're getting a tattoo. But like girls, women, they think that it's like some kind of adventure, some kind of excitement. You know what I mean?
Well, it is.
You know,
You know.
it's that dark little secret that they have that nobody else knows about. They got that little tattoo hidden on their body that nobody can see. You know what I mean? I've seen a lot of that, believe it or not. Like,
Yeah, the personal ones.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. They usually have some sort of a deeper meaning, you know,
Well, that too.
just for them kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Like
What's the most weirdest, strangest tattoo you've ever done?
Gosh. Well, does Ray count? The guy we just looked at?
Yeah, I suppose.
he's up there, dude.
He is up there. Kind of stuff like that. I mean, and then I would do like some freehand stuff. Coming up pretty soon, there's probably going to be a pic of the green sleeve I did. And that one is actually kind of odd compared to normal tattoos, I would say. And that was my own creation. So
What
there's
does it
that.
say right there? I can't really read it too well.
It says blessed.
Blessed.
Yeah, that was a cover up actually of something that was on her thumb there.
I need to get some cover ups too, but a
I'm
lot of people
expert at cover ups.
a lot of people say that
Because-
you should be ashamed of having a woman's name on your back, you know. But I'm cool
Why?
with it. I'm cool with it.
That doesn't make any sense. Ashamed? Why should you be ashamed of anything? I mean, come on.
Well, first of all, they misspelled her name. It was supposed to be
Oh,
Mariah, and they spelled it Maria. So it's not really technically attached to anybody.
I could probably change that to an H if you'd like. I'm just saying when I'm visiting.
Well, if I have to go to that extent, I might as well just do a cover up. You know
You
what
could
I
just
mean?
do a cover up, yeah.
So
In
That-
Arizona, since there's no licensing for anyone, there's it kind of goes on everywhere, of course, but out here it seems like there's even shops that do really shitty work. Like there was a shop down the road from Viking where I was doing cover-ups almost every day. Somebody coming in from their shop where they got a tattoo and it's all fucked up and they want to fix it, and I'm like, well, you got to wait for it to heal first. I can't fix it for a couple of weeks, or whatever. So I mean, out here it's just crazy tattoos all the time. So there's a lot of cover-ups going on. So I became an expert at it, having so many people come in, wanting cover-ups.
yeah, with that one though, I mean, it was like I'm glad they didn't do that. And like you were talking about people passing out, it was like I've passed out, but I was like really, really drunk, and I was falling asleep with my arm over the
that's
side
totally
of the
different.
waterbed.
That's totally different than
You
passing
know,
out. Yeah.
I mean,
Usually,
go ahead.
usually if you're passing out like that, the person, you just keep tattooing on the person as long as they don't jerk awake,
Well, I mean, if I would have stayed awake, he wouldn't have misspelled the freaking name. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
You should have had a stencil on there anyway,
no, it was all freehand, dude. It
Was
was
it?
Joe Gun freehand. I just stole like
That's messed
freaking
up.
I'd stole like freaking 3 cases of beer and brought it back to the house, and we were
Oh,
getting
yeah.
drunk.
Many nights of that. Yeah,
You know what I mean? So
when I was beginning, absolutely.
like the night already was starting out in a bad direction. So I kind of figured out that well, I don't even know why I volunteered to get a tattoo. be honest with you. I was so drunk. I just remember laying on that water bed.
That's funny.
So
That happens with a lot of folks' tattoos,
so that is what, beautiful?
Yeah. hmm
Okay.
Yeah, just like a little candy drops is what it looks like.
Now the arm one, I saw it, but I think it skipped it.
Oh,
Wait,
it's
no.
probably in the next batch or something.
Hold on a minute. I
It's in there
think I
somewhere.
see it. I think I see it. Is this it?
Nope,
This
that's a foot. There's the arm. The green
it.
one at the front. I don't think I gave you a bigger picture, but I did put some more pictures in there that you can show if you want.
Be
That's
loved.
David Wilcock's signature. And his. I'm like, what do you want me to write by your name? He's like, be loved. Actually, he wrote that on, and then I tattooed it on me in the car at one of his talks.
Cool.
It was at the One Love Festival in California.
So I don't even want to know.
Oh, it was fun. I wanted to meet him, and then I was going to tattoo it on my butt, his signature. Then I realized, well, how am I going to reach my butt to tattoo it? So I decided to do it on my hand. He was excited. It got his attention with the butt thing. He was looking to sign somebody's butt when I got there. I'm like, no, I changed it to my hand. He was a good guy. I got a picture with him, too.
You really don't want to put a tattoo on yourself after you've gone to a One Love convention. You know what I mean?
I only went there to meet him, so.
Okay.
It was like that.
Okay, so this one is the one that goes with the couple, right? With the, where was it?
The second,
Right there.
that's the green
That's the
sleeve.
That's the sleeve you was talking about,
No,
right?
not that one. Go
The
back
one-
to the bright green one.
Oh yeah.
That's the top part of the sleeve. I did that in 2010,
It's nice.
before everything got all crazy like it did. Yeah, there's another picture I threw in there in Teams at the end. It's just a couple more.
Okay.
That shows the whole thing, or at least more of it. I have a video actually of me tattooing that. I meant to put it on my website. I just haven't yet.
This one right here. This one right
No,
here.
the sleeve, the green sleeve, the
Oh,
free
okay.
sleeve. That's the free one that I decided to do. Yeah, that's the free one.
See, I need to get more familiar with using this thing, so you gotta excuse me if I'm not
Oh,
really.
you're doing great. You're doing fantastic.
I'm not really a big fan of Teams, you know what I mean? But like, I can
Yeah.
give them. At least they were able to bring this with them when they discontinued Skype. That's a good thing. So
Yeah,
and now
at least, huh?
this is the sleeve you were talking about earlier?
Nope. That was one of my ex-husband, or my tattoo shop partner. That I did on him is an Irish guy.
Okay, so what's the face about? Is there a story?
That's
behind
a tree guy. It's the old. They're called. What are they called? It's the tree spirits. You know how they have faces on the trees.
it? Mm-hmm.
That's one of the tree guys.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Bunch of tree loving hippies.
Tree loving hippies, tree hugging.
No,
That's
I didn't
right.
say I don't call nobody tree hugging unless they want it.
Unless they want it.
You know.
Oh my.
No, the skull, this right here. You got a story for that one?
Well, that was just on one of my customers out here in Arizona. It was just kind of only took a couple hours, I guess. It didn't take too long. It's pretty big on his chest, though.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, he's Dan, the plumber guy.
I
Yeah,
don't
he's
even.
pretty cool.
I don't even.
He's pretty cool.
Like the plumber
I
guy.
actually have a story about him and his ex-wife, but I won't. I'll spare you.
Oh, you can say it. This is a tat. This is a tat
Unless-
interview. Like,
It's nothing exciting really, but
okay.
they saved me, so
Oh,
they're
they did.
sweethearts. Yeah, they're sweethearts.
And this is the dolphin that you were looking for, right? Though I didn't.
Yeah, that I was
Okay.
talking about.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
the dolphin guy. A little dolphin guy.
All right. And then we get to the wretched devil worshipping. It's actually pretty good. I like tribal. Now, that's something that I did not put in my questions that needs to be talked about. What's some of the coolest tribal that you think you could use when it comes
Oh
to
my
making a
gosh.
tattoo?
Well, tribal in the industry, tribal is very like, like dude comes in and, hi, can I help you? I want a big use tribal right here. It'd be like, okay, hold on. And you go to your coworkers. And you're like, this dude wants tribal. You're doing it. I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people consider tribal to be super duper boring, and I don't really. I mean, it's all tattooing just the same, but there is just a lot of packing ink into the skin with tribal. It's really very easy actually, but not a lot of people like doing it. So so there's a lot of I've got a big tribal piece I'll throw in the chat here. Let me find it here.
Okay.
But yeah, I've definitely done my share of tribal for sure. And tribal is actually a really good test of your tattoo skills. Just like doing a star, just a regular, like 5-pointed star or nautical star.
Mhm.
Those are like really good tests on your skills because it's certain. It has to be a certain way. If the line's crooked, you're going to be able to tell. If the tribal's not got ink everywhere packed in there, you're going to be able to see it. So it's a test of a artist's skills, really, for sure.
Now, if you want to stay up there with your face and everything, that's cool because that kind of looks professional whenever it has you on one side and then the tats on the other. So it's up to you if you want to do that
That's
or not.
fine. Whatever.
Because
Whatever's fine.
I noticed you went off the screen and everything, but so you already put it up on Teams?
Oh, I did. I didn't mean to do that. It must have shut it off by itself. Sorry.
Okay. Let me see if I can find what you just
No,
posted.
I'm putting it up there right now.
Okay.
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, because that kind of looks pretty professional, the way the video
I
looks
also
right
put
there.
I also put an oil painting up there too.
Oh,
I did.
wow.
Janis Joplin. And a flower. It's one of a flower too.
I've seen the
Yes.
sunflower you got there. That looks pretty cool.
Oh, this was acrylic, actually, an acrylic painting. Actually, that might have been oil. Yeah, well, the Janis Joplin was definitely oil. The other one, I think, was acrylic. It might have been oil. I can't recall, really. I
Okay.
was kind of using both at the time. That was on our Sunday painting days that we used to have at the shop.
I'm probably going to have to drop out of the photos and then start it back up so that I can get it
Okay,
added.
let me put a couple more in there.
There
Trying
we
to
go.
find that tribal one to show you. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, overall, that tribal piece probably cost that dude lunch, really.
So that's a tattoo right there.
No, that's an oil painting. It's on
That's
like
an
a
oil
9
paint.
9x11.
Okay. Did you paint that?
Yeah, these are the
That's good.
oil paintings that I did. Yeah, and the other pictures are there's some snapshots from my portfolio, my actual physical portfolio.
Mm-hmm. Right here.
Yeah, and there's some tattoos that I don't have digital, or in digital form. That's why I threw that up there for you.
Okay.
And throw these couple in here. And I do have some pictures of my storefront with the team, the team of tattooers we had out there. We only had an apprentice, and we ended up hiring another guy whose name was Grim. I met him at a bar, actually.
Graham, hold up. That sounds familiar.
There's a lot of tattoo artists named Grim.
Okay, you got me for
Yeah.
like don't.
So
I keep forgetting. Like I'm getting old, man. You know what I mean? If I tried to run with a tat artist today, dude, I'd freaking probably have a heart attack. I think it's easier being around my freaking mom than what it is being around a tat artist. And she's, you know.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not that. I mean, I'm pretty
you'd break my
tame.
back, dude. Yeah, right.
I'm super tame
Hmm.
compared to, you know,
Well, I'm just.
how it
I'm
used to
just.
be.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're saying there. The way it used to be is a lot different than what it is today, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Everything is really, you know.
Mhm. So,
Oh,
did you put those things in?
still looking here. I
It's
did put a couple more in, but I'm still looking for the other ones here.
okay.
I
Hold
just
on a
seen it
minute.
yesterday. I was showing Mark W. all of like the cool tattoos they had going
Mhm.
on, and so I totally sent him that one. I should just copy it from that conversation because I got it in here somewhere. I don't see it. I only have 12. Oh, there it is. I only have 12 folders of stuff. You know how that goes.
Yeah, you got to collect all this stuff. I mean, because like that's how I am with all my videos and stuff. I have
I
like
bet.
I've got
I
an
bet.
organization of the
I
way
gotta organize mine better.
I upload my videos and stuff. It's like I have a whole filing system set up just for that.
There you go. There's a
There we
couple.
go. Oh yeah. See, now you're getting down to the nitty gritty. This
That
is.
was the apprentice guy, the same guy that
Mhm.
had the potato cleaver on his back.
I wouldn't
He had
doubt
a
it, dude.
mohawk. We did
Hmm.
both sides of his head like that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I would not doubt it. Freaking Mohawk, Liberty Spikes. What is
Hmm.
it? Now he was a Knox gelatin guy, right? He wasn't. He wasn't into all that freaking Kool-Aid crap, right?
I'm not sure what you mean. What do
Knox
you mean?
gelatin to harden the freaking Liberty Spike.
Oh, you know what? I really don't know.
Should
I
have
don't know. I
asked.
know it was a process. It was a process for him to
Yes,
do that.
and that's what it is. And it's like, you know, you should have asked, because those are important questions when it comes to
They are. They are.
to to Mohawks, man.
They are.
But yeah, Mike Riley is my buddy. He was the one who was the Mohawk guy, and he was into tattoos. He just didn't like paying for them. You know what I mean? That's nice.
Yeah.
He did an entire sleeve that big. I would have made them smaller.
Yeah.
Nope. You know what I mean? Put you to work.
Yeah. He did put me to work. That guy did.
Well, I mean, like
But
a
that was like that paid the bills. You know what I mean?
yeah, but like
Our electric bill was at $400 a month at that place.
mhm. Well, actually, that's a good point. Now, if he would have wanted you to do that in smaller, like all the same area, but make the design smaller, how much would that have cost him?
It would have costed more. We went by time. That's
Mhm.
usually what I do now too. Is I just charge by the time it takes. So just would depend on how long it would take.
How long did it
And we
take
did
you to do
several
that?
sessions. We
Mhm.
did several sessions with him. I'm not sure exactly how long that one took. It probably was at least 3 sessions though. And usually 2 hours a piece is what I would go for sessions, depending on how they're, you know, they were doing and things like that.
So yeah,
Hmm. And I got a couple of pictures of the shop I'll throw in here.
what was you going to ask, Mark?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, same as you, just the time.
Yeah,
Just
Mm-hmm.
the time. Yeah.
Dad. There you go. Now, you see, we need to make one like this and have Mark Watashik put it on and have it say Big Daddy.
That was for his dad, Father's Day. He got that one. Him and his dad were drinking buddies.
Mhm.
The next one is another shot of the same one, the same thing.
Oh, that's cool. That's a better shot.
Hmm.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
That is nice.
Yeah,
Now
that was
there-
on a relative, so, he's kind of, I practiced a lot on him. Or not practiced, but he would let me do anything I wanted to on him,
Mhm.
kind of like that.
Now that's the sleeve again. And just so it's clear to the people who are viewing, tell everybody what a sleeve is, because a lot of people might not understand what that is when you say the word sleeve.
Okay. Well, a sleeve is just getting an entire theme done in one, kind of one particular theme on your whole entire arm. So it's basically, usually it's covered all the way around when we say sleeve. However, some people just do like the outside of it. That would be a half sleeve. And a lot of times half sleeves are referred to as just either the lower part or the upper part. That would actually, if you just get something right here, that's like a quarter sleeve kind of thing. So, yeah, that's kind of how we break down that.
Now, me personally, I would say if you get an entire sleeve, you have just completely gone over the edge and became addicted to tattoos. And a lot of people are addicted to tattoos.
Yeah, they're actually very addicting.
You know?
For sure.
Sonia, as you can see, is very, very addicted to tattoos.
Not so much anymore. The older you get, the more it kind of hurts. And anymore I'm like, ow, that's that's okay. It looks great. Thank you. I'm done.
So,
kind of thing.
Well, if you had a chance to go and do it all over again, what tattoo would you actually put on you that you didn't put on you already?
Well, I probably would have saved these areas right here, because these days a lot of folks, they'll get like words right here, like American Badass or whatever, something like that, where they can just hold up their arms and transmit a message. So back when I started, getting into this, nobody was doing that. So those were already taken up spots. So I probably would have, and also I would have themed, when you're getting a sleeve, this is very important information actually. When you're getting a sleeve or any larger piece of tattoo that takes more than one session, always stick with the same artist that started it. If you can, don't change artists midway, because usually you'll end up with tattoos over the top of tattoos over the top of tattoos, and it's not, I'm sure, it's not what I envisioned in the first spot, when I first went into it. So definitely, if you're going to do a sleeve or a big piece like that, back piece, anything like that, stick with the same artist, no matter how much it costs. Just save up money, every paycheck or whatever, and get that artist to finish it, so that you end up with something that you'll like, because it'll be there, and you want to be able to look at your arm and go, yeah, that's cool, it's just what I wanted, instead of like, fuck, I need to get that covered up or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm glad you said that too, because I've heard that a lot from a lot of people, where they freaking say the same thing, where if you go to a tattoo artist to get a tattoo and he's not screwing it up, you keep going to him to finish it. Don't freaking go switching some on him, because there's two different styles.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say
different styles for every artist.
Right.
Yeah, for the purpose of consistency, each artist will have their own sort of styling. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
exactly. You kind of want to go with somebody like their style, and the consultation outlines all that stuff. So
consultation.
Yeah, consultation is very important in tattooing. You definitely want to have a consultation, find the right artist, things like that.
Okay.
For whatever you're trying to get tattooed,
So
whereas there's people who are portrait artists. There's some people who are not portrait artists. If you want a portrait, you got to find the right person to do it, for sure.
Let's see. Now you're getting all up into the fancy stuff.
Fancy.
The fancy professional stuff that I have absolutely no idea about. You know what I mean? Like,
right?
Now I know about portfolios. I understand that. Like, I know that if you go to a tattoo artist, you first thing you want to do when you walk through the door is let me look at your portfolio. Yep.
Absolutely.
That's important, because
you got to have a portfolio with all the work up there that you want to continue doing. Like, if you don't want to do tribal pieces, don't put that in your portfolio. You know what I mean? Because inevitably someone will ask you to do something just like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, wow, that picture doesn't look like it's very good quality. Jeez.
Well, it's probably my fault
Oh,
because
well, it could be.
I'm trying to like I'm trying to kind of go through and get their faces so that at least when you have a video, you'll have a picture of your buddies that are on the video with them. You know?
Yeah,
So.
I was a tidbit heavier there, as you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Grim with his face tattoo. I met him at a bar, actually, and then we became kind of friends, hanging out. And then I'm like, hey, you want to come work in my shop? It was really, 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 really hard to find an artist who knew what the F they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, who, if they're a pro artist, you figure they don't need apprentice. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he was one of them. He was like an old school guy, for sure. But
Awesome.
he definitely could take care of customers. Any walk-in he could do, except for he didn't do portraits really. But yeah. So it was really hard to get somebody in there, and we were busy as F at that shop too. I mean, there was one point where we couldn't fit anybody else in the door. There were people trying to come in. I'm in the middle of a tattoo. Everybody else is tattooing. Actually, it was just me and Sean at the time. And there's T-shirts I made, screen printed myself back in the day. I've always been into the T-shirt thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so nobody else could fit in the door, and I'm like trying to, and I go sit back down. Somebody else would come in, and then pretty soon we had a line, and I'm like, okay, guys, we can't take any more appointments today. It was crazy. It was cool though, you know.
Yeah.
Highly sought after.
Okay, so we know now where your T-shirt obsession came from.
Yeah, yeah.
That's pretty much gone along with every part of your career, hasn't it? You love
Pretty
T-shirts.
much, except for beauty school, you know.
Well,
Beauty.
the beauty school thing
Yeah.
threw me off when I first heard about that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
did hair for 10 years while I was learning to tattoo at home, you know, teaching myself.
Mhm. I mean, when you told me that, that just blew me out of the water. So you can do a
Can't you tell
woman's.
with my beautiful hair?
Well, I mean,
Kidding.
that's a lot of dynamic there. You know what I'm saying? You can do a woman's hair, give her a tattoo,
Mhm.
freaking sell her a T-shirt, and bam, she's good to go.
Yeah, it's all about looks, apparently. You know, but it's an important thing how you present yourself. To me, how you present yourself to the world. It's like it's a self-expression thing, Mark. I mean, like, you're wearing a suit. Could you imagine just wearing a T-shirt? You know, I mean, you want to wear a suit. It's like a self-expression thing. You want to present yourself in
Yeah,
a certain
yeah.
way, just like people who have tattoos across their forehead. They want it, which I've done many of those. But they want to, that's how they want people to see them, you know? Some of my friends have their whole face tattooed, seriously. Like, you can't even, unless they put makeup on, you know, you can't really see their face. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Those are kind of the prison type side of things. But there are those who have never been to even jail that tattoo their face up like that too. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yep.
I'm sure you've seen them.
Seen that quite a bit, and I know there's a lot of people too that'll get them on their head because they know they can just grow their hair back over it and nobody'd see them.
Yes, exactly. Oh, that's the next one I'm going to find real quick before we get done with the picture thing is my head tattoo. I've got a good picture of it in here somewhere. I had a mohawk for a little while, and this started when let's see if I can find it here. Oh, it disconnected my hard drive. Hold on, I got to plug my hard drive back in. But it was funny because when I was married to my first husband, the UFO guy, Jeff Willis, I always would joke because, you know, when you're married for a while, you know, you kind of just ignore each other for the most part, you know, and it's like when I came home, I'd be like, hi, all excited. And he'd like, hey, how's it going? And like, so I used to joke about how I could go get my head shaved, you know, and get a tattoo on the sides of my head. And he would not even like notice that happened. So it started like that. And then this was way after we were divorced though. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get a head tattoo. So I got Valkyrie wings tattooed on the sides of my head. I'll find a picture here in a second if my computer lets me. But yeah, That's so I love head tattoos. Actually, the ink doesn't really want to stay in there very well, though,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately. But
It's interesting that we almost forgot to mention the skull. Because that is actually something that a lot of people like to do. I don't
oh my
understand it at
gosh,
all. I don't
really?
understand it. No, I don't understand why this person, especially after the shoulder blade, okay,
Okay.
why they would do that to their head. The thing that's so bad about that is after it's done, okay, that hair is going to keep growing. And then you have to keep that shaved too, because if you don't, them little hairs are going to cause infection if you don't take care of it. You know what I mean? Keep it clean, shaved down. I mean, my God, that I could never do that. The whole maintenance behind it is horrible. I don't know. That's just me. It wouldn't really be the like actual pain from doing the tattoo. I don't think it would be, but
You will go after work, yeah. Or some maintenance, yeah.
because that's what I've always noticed. Like it was never like the actual pain during the time that it's being made. It's after the tattoo's done that really stuck out to me. I think Sonia is taking something that happened to her audio, that hard drive. You there, Sonia? She had to run to the bathroom real quick.
Maybe.
Oh. Now let me. I'll cancel that out. Now she's probably. She could have just let me do it. It probably would have been easier for her. She's moving. I can hear things moving there.
Yeah.
I can put your mic back on. We want to hear your beautiful voice.
Okay.
You can't take the mic off while you're being interviewed. That's a no-no. That's a no. That's a no-no. Miss
Vaguely.
Miss Sonia Galactic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
it's fine.
My camera's on the blitz too. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
It's your screen share down here at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Undo your screen share and it should straighten it out.
Oh. Oh.
You see what I mean?
Well, it says start screen share.
Well, don't do that.
Yeah. I figured you probably didn't want to.
Now, where the camera is, that little camera right there, click on that and see if it has your camera selected.
Yeah, it did. And now all of a sudden, it's because I got it going through a USB, I think is what the deal is.
Here,
It's like
I'll
freaking out.
I'll interrupt
get it
the
going.
screen share real quick. And
I'll get it going here in a second. Silly. I
Silly
need more
Willy.
USB ports on my computer is what the deal is.
Silly Willy. Wow, how much screen shares? Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Maybe if
Okay.
I hop out and hop back in, huh?
No, we got you now.
No,
We got
you're there,
You're
man.
good.
Yeah. Oh,
Don't. She
we
did.
did. We did.
Okay,
Oh, there we go.
we're back. We're back.
It's working. Yay.
Okay,
Yay.
there we go. We did it. So
We did it.
we were able to get it up to 2 hours and 6 minutes. Now we did 15 minutes of setting up on the stream, so we need to come up with 6 more minutes of you talking about something really cool about tattoos that you want to talk about.
Yep.
And then we'll have you give all your information on how people can get in touch with you about tattoos, your t-shirts, and everything. And you got to do this flawless without any kind of problems whatsoever.
You were You were kind of cutting in and out right there. Can you say that again?
No, I can't. I'm sorry.
Oh no. I think you said something like, I heard something about the 15 minutes of setup and talk
Yeah.
about whatever I wanted or something.
Yeah, here in like for 7 minutes, tell us the coolest things you could
Oh.
ever tell us about tattooing in your life and everything.
The coolest things ever. Gosh.
All
I
of
kind
it.
of,
You can get spiritual too if you want to.
kind of already did.
Did you?
One
did-
artist. Okay. Well, there's something. When you're going through, like I was telling you about the therapeutic side of tattooing, when you're going through something that is emotionally stressful, kind of like maybe a divorce or something like that. I know it really helped me when I was going through a divorce to get over shit not working out or whatever was going on, to get a tattoo that's something that's just for you, or something that symbolizes the positivity in everything, or whatever's bringing you through it, like your strengths and things like that. If you symbolize that somehow, and then put that on your body as maybe like where you can see it, like a reminder of the positive parts, or why you're doing what you're doing and things like that, to kind of refer back to that, or have that with you at all times, like a visual reminder of your spiritual strengths, or the reason why you're doing what you're doing. Like in my case, I chose to get a divorce because of this, that, and the other thing. So, it's like what drives you, like that motivates you. So if you have something like that, that helps you get through things, like a symbol, or even a portrait of someone's, like your grandma or somebody's picture, or just whatever, even a little teddy bear, tattooed on, whatever is important to you that lifts your spirits. That's some really good advice, I think, as far as tattooing goes. And also pick your artist, go to someone who you admire their work, and make sure that all of the stuff in the portfolio is their work. There's few that, kind of lie about that, but there are those out there. Usually they're young kids, that they put other people's work in there. I mean, we've caught a few of them doing that, bringing in their portfolio for a job. And I'm like, well, you didn't do this because that, like Kat, the chick that used to have the tattoo show, she did that. So why are you putting it in your portfolio saying it's your work? It's like, get out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's that to look out for too. So was that
That
sufficient?
that was beautiful. Now the next thing I need is to
thanks.
ask Mark Edworthy, after this entire conversation, are you ready to go get a tattoo yet?
Let me have a further think about that one.
Okay. Because we were talking about that earlier, and I was pretty sure that Sonia could sell you on a good idea when it comes to a tattoo. And
I am extremely squeamish when it comes to needles and stuff. So
yeah, me too. I won't get a shot. You'd have to knock me out to give me a shot. So it's kind of like, I totally feel that. And you know what? And there's a difference between the needles, and this is what I would tell customers too, that were scared of needles, because I don't like needles either. But this needle just barely scratches the surface. It only goes in like maybe the second layer, the epidermis in there a little bit. It doesn't go in super deep, and it actually, some parts actually kind of feel good. There again, it depends on where you're getting it done at and your state of mind. And what I found, and this is good advice too, what I found is the more you want the tattoo, like if you have your heart set on a certain tattoo, you can get that tattoo anywhere, and it's not going to hurt. You might be, but it's not going to hurt because you want it so bad. If you're getting a tattoo that you're like, take it or leave it, which most people don't unless they're in the industry. Like I've got plenty of tattoos where I'm like, oh, that's cute, put it on. But those kinds hurt a lot worse. Like if you don't really care about the tattoo that much, it's gonna like really hurt more. At least in my experience. So there you go. So that's another thing too.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think you should do it, Mark. And it's an instant badass. I've divergenized many of folks. And
She said divergenized.
it's divergenized. Yeah, that's what it is.
Excellent.
Tattoo. You're a tattoo virgin right now.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
But once you get divergenized, I mean, it's like an instant badass thing that you got going on for sure. So I highly recommend doing it and just getting something that's like my first tattoo, actually, that I did on myself. I had a little rose that I got done at a party where I stood up and put my leg on the kitchen table back when I was like 18. But the first one I did on myself, believe it or not, I was like hesitant. I'm like, what should I do? Oh my God, I don't know. And I had to think of something that I would not change my mind about, or that wouldn't, you know how trends kind of change things. Like to be woke used to be cool until they took that, and now it's to be retarded.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, good thing I didn't get that tattooed on me, kind of thing. So
Don't trigger me.
so it's kind of like that. But yeah, so I ended up, I liked the Doors a lot. Back then I used to have a shrine of Jim Morrison in my house. It was in the 90s or whatever. So anyway, so I got the Doors, just the letters, you know, their logo, and I tattooed that on my leg for my first tattoo. So just something that that's close to your heart that you won't change your mind about, like terms and conditions maybe, or something like that.
Well, it's cool that you did that right there at the end, because that's one question I forgot to ask you, and that should have been a no-brainer. The first question is your first tattoo, and I apologize about
Oh,
that.
right, yeah, I didn't even.
I'm glad you said that, because that should have been a no-brainer. The first question out of my mouth. So,
It should have.
man,
That is a very good first question.
Well, that should have been the first. Like everybody asks, like that's always the first question everybody asks is, what was your first tattoo, or do you have any tattoos? You know what I mean?
Right.
So.
Right. Which do you have any is kind of evident at this point.
Well, I mean, I've got a few, but I don't want people to see them because they're like in personal places. And that's something that you could think of too, Mark, is like, just get it somewhere personal that nobody can see, just you. That way you can look at it and you can say, man, this is a cool freaking tattoo. You know what I mean? Something that you would like. You don't have to have. You don't have to have it.
You don't have to share it with anybody.
You know, just if you're
so
curious.
I have one last picture I put up there, Raj. Sorry it took me so long to find it.
Okay.
But it's the one of my mohawk.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, baby.
Let me get that hooked up and ready to go.
I want to get you trained on doing this photo thing for your next shows.
Trust me, there ain't no way of training me. I ain't no trainable person.
I know, right? I've watched some of your other videos where you have talked about not being trained, especially by a woman.
Well, not being trainable. That's the thing, man.
Well, I think you're probably. I don't think people should train people anyway, but
thank you.
I think just getting along with people is kind of the thing, right?
Now, see, that's tribal right there on the side of the head. That is
not work. It's not tribal, sir.
That is really good.
That is like what's on my neck is not work kind of thing. Well, on some skulls too, but you know how it's over under, like on my hammer.
Oh wait, yeah, okay. I see
not
what
work.
you're saying. Okay, it is not work.
And I had a better one, but I don't know where it is. But then it goes into wings, so it has the wings in the back. They're my Valkyrie wings because I'm a Valkyrie kind of thing.
Cool.
Yeah. Sorry, I guess I could have had a better picture, but I
got
fine. So
that
many pictures everywhere.
That is perfect.
The feathers look kind of cool too, though. But yeah, I don't shave my head anymore, as you can see. But it's always an option.
To be honest, man, I mean, you've got a lot of good quality pictures compared to a lot of people I've seen with that pictures. Like they aren't really that great, you know what I mean? So
yeah, that's another thing too. That's part of the apprentice training is what to put in your portfolio and what not to put in your portfolio. And you always want to put your best work in your portfolio, and take out there again, any of the stuff you either don't want to do or old stuff where you have gained in skills now, you're better than what the picture, because that you'll progress as you move on. If you're embarking on a tattoo career, you definitely will get better, and you'll want to keep your portfolio up to date for sure. And when you're taking pictures, it's a whole section of training, because when you're taking pictures, a lot of mistakes that they will make is to take a picture of a tattoo they have not cleaned or finished. And if you want to take progression pictures, absolutely, that's fine. But you don't ever want to put those in your portfolio, because people that look in there, they're not going to know what a progression picture is unless you have the finished product next to it. They'll just think that you don't know what the fuck you're doing, basically, or it just doesn't look good because it's not a completed tattoo yet. So you'll want to always put your progression pictures in with the completed picture if you're going to put that in your portfolio. Otherwise, it just, it doesn't come off well. And you just want to, kind of keep it up to date for sure.
There you go.
With your best work. Mm-hmm.
You see, that is the best way that we can end it. We've covered the full. We've done a 2-hour interview.
Wow.
We did really good. And when I was talking, I mean, I'm glad you said all of that, because that is cool information that people should know. I was just talking about like the quality of the pictures, so I'm glad you even mentioned that, because I was just talking about you have good quality photos, and that's what really stuck out to me.
Make sure you clean your tattoo as well before you take a picture of it, and lighting is also very important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that will make it look like a shitty tattoo when it's not a shitty tattoo. You want to have the best lighting as possible. In our shop, we used to have a little area where it had 3 mirrors around it and all this kind of stage lighting and stuff, to where we would take people over there to take pictures of their tattoos, and they would pose. It was really cool, actually.
Okay, now keeping in mind that this is your tattoo interview, okay, tell everybody everything that pertains to how they can contact you with if they're interested in getting a tattoo.
Okay, I am going to be doing tattoos as I travel, most likely. So I'll probably set up a section in my RV for that, or I'll be able to go to people's houses, depending if they're not like insane. So there's that. Right now I'm in Arizona and Phoenix. So if you're in Arizona and you want a tattoo, I usually go to someone's house. I don't really bring strangers to my daughter's house or anything. So, but I would be willing to go to someone's house, or similar. And so galacticfire.com is where you would go to the contact page and just shoot me a message on there. You can also see my portfolio there too, where there's a lot of other pictures that we didn't show here today. So there's that. And if you like some t-shirts that inspire the fire, which is like your God spark, then I have t-shirts too. And I'm also have some guest spot stores of other people's t-shirts, like Jaffe's, like WPRPN t-shirts, and I also have 7 other stores in there of people who are, and they're all kind of in the spiritual community, like with UFOs and protection shirts, energy type shirts, things like that are in there too. And I've also got Chris's book up there, which is a new edition, which is the Montauk Boys Terror at Montauk, the PDF. So I got that up there too. And yeah, and if you want a tattoo or some t-shirts, let me know. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, Mark, thank you for being here. I would usually have you give it your thing, but this is an interview, so I'm just gonna leave it. Thank you for being here and being a part of the panel.
Yes.
We were expecting Mark Witashik to show up, and all I can say to him is a shame. For shame, Mark Witashik.
Indeed.
He's probably busy,
Yeah, I know. He's probably having a lot of issues. He would have been here if he could have been here. I'm pretty sure he would have, because he enjoys being around you and having. This right here would have been like the perfect interview for
Yeah,
him to
yeah.
listen
And
to.
he was talking, the other night about how excited he was to show up. So
I'm
so
sure
he's
he's.
probably wrapped up in something, or
I'm
forgot.
guaranteeing you that he is most definitely watching this. So
Oh,
just to
that'd be
let you,
cool. Hi,
I'm pretty sure he
Mike.
is. So with that being said, I'd like to say thank you for doing the interview with us,
Sure,
Sonia.
absolutely.
For anything that resembled hacking. Okay.
And then remember, a lot of it will be under sort of
Under what?
white collar fraud.
Well, I mean,
Chain.
they
It
would.
wouldn't be there again. You said US was 87.
No, this is in the
You
early.
said?
No, now in 87, yeah, was when the Computer Fraud Act, the
Yeah.
Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
So yeah, before then it was just a lot of it was conflicted under just standard fraud.
Well, I mean, there's no
Um,
reliable statistics of it though. There's no from the law enforcement themselves.
well, yeah, because there's no measurement. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they have actually no information that they could pull statistics up saying this was a hacker. You know what I mean? They could easily do that. I mean, there's people that go through and freaking do filing the old way through filing cabinets.
Yeah, but in US legalese, has there been a definition of the word hacker, term hacker? Has the term hacker ever existed in a actual piece of legislation?
Yeah, we actually went over this last time. It was computer fraud because that would actually be the term because the actual Abuse Act was named Computer Fraud and Abuse.
Yeah.
You know, so it would
So
be
beforehand there would just been conventional financial fraud on cases.
now in the entire 1970s. It was safe to estimate only a handful of people were arrested for anything resembling hacking, but by the late 1980s, arrests were increasing, but still relatively rare.
Yeah.
Likely dozens to low hundreds globally, often depending on how broadly you define the word hacking. That's what you're getting into.
Yeah.
Now, even there, they're talking globally. That's in the low 100s or in the low hundreds. Okay, likely dozens to low hundreds in the 19.
Yeah, you say convicted. How many cases wasn't did go through the systems?
Not convicted. They were arrested.
Arrested. Okay.
Okay, so convictions we don't know. I can find that out later. Now, with that brings me to the topic of technology and tech platforms. Okay, when it comes to freaking all of these alt techs that's coming out, you know what I mean? When it comes to them, and then freaking you look at freaking companies like what we mentioned before with CDK, okay,
Yeah.
and what they were supposed
They're not alternative tech. They're mainstream technology.
well, alternative tech and technology is what I wanted to bring it out. But and like tech platforms, alternative tech platforms too. When you take a look at um, what we were talking about with CDK Global and the technology that I think that they could have used, which was DMS, to use for their security.
That's only a part.
Hold up, go ahead.
So for a lot last time, that's only security should never be treated as a one-order solution.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing that I forgot to bring up in the last time we tried to do this was the alt platforms things too. Like I was telling you about freaking trying to get onto what was it? I keep forgetting the damn. It's not Odyssey. It's a. Um, oh my goodness, BitChute.
Okay.
Okay, now BitChute. I was okay with them for the longest time, but I turned around and I tried to get into that monetized system they've got there that's supposed to be cryptocurrency.
Okay.
And when I went in there and I tried to enroll in it, it literally denied me, saying the reason for it was because I was in the United States.
Okay.
Now, that right there to me is suspicious. So why would
the US have got regulations that is not compatible with European regulations?
That would mean that you guys are doing something underhanded.
No, it means that we approach regulations differently than you do in the US. That's proven many times.
I mean, we're not allowed to even be on the platform because we're not.
Okay, I would have to have a look.
You see,
actual.
We're not even allowed to be a part of it, sign in and have an account. You know what I mean? Because we are here in the United States. We don't. The United States has been.
Yeah, because it's because you've got different regulations then. It's, well, mainly in the EU, but other EEA countries as well.
And then I also, well, see, the thing of it is, I could pretty much get away with it if I got on a VPN and did it from where it appeared I was at a different location other than the United States. But for me, that would be a security risk. You know what I mean? Why would I want to have any kind of? Why would I want to have any kind of program or any kind of platform have any connection with that if freaking I have to do it in a freaking pretty shady way of doing things? You know what I'm saying? And I found
shady.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to literally say that I'm actually in Canada on the VPN, which I can change my locations on the VPN and be able to get away with it. It's like if I wanted to watch the BBC, like me and you talked about before, you know, all I'd have to do is that I'd have to set my freaking VPN to where I was a resident of Britain and I could watch it.
London, or something,
But for me, that's a shady way of doing something in order to get what I want. You know what I mean? And plus, you set yourself up to a lot of illegal shit happening to you because you're doing something wrong, and you know you're doing something wrong.
VPNs are. I can think of a lot of legitimate uses for VPN for private networks.
Well, if I turn around and change my location, though, I'm not using it properly, am I? I'm actually freaking doing something that's underhanded, and if I get in trouble, they're going to find out. Look, I'm freaking broadcasting.
It's not. Wasn't it Brazil just last year that made VPNs? Tried to make VPNs illegal. No, it was earlier this year, January's time. But yeah, no. In westernized countries, VPNs aren't illegal. At least not yet.
Not yet. No,
US, no.
that's not my whole point. It's how I use a VPN.
If you are using a VPN to aid you in breaking the law anyway, yeah.
You know,
But that's no more different than if you're using, I don't know, a lockpick to illegally enter into somebody's house. VPN's just a tool in that respect.
So you're saying it's okay to use a lockpick to get into other people's houses?
No, I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay, I just wanted to set that clear. So
Okay.
we know. Okay, now now that goes into like what we were talking about the other day about Binance. Binance is what really freaking set up the red flags for me, because I ended up doing projects with Bob Dub and Minds Gaming and Within the Vacuum on MetMe. And everybody on MetMe is all pushing Binance like it's this really, really great freaking coin. You know what I mean? So I figured I'd check it out. Well, come to find out that freaking it's illegal to trade Binance here in the United States.
It's not compatible with FCC rule or FSA rules.
Now it's okay to use Binance USD because apparently they did something to comply with freaking FCC rules, or the Federal Communications is FCC is the other one. What was it you just said?
Say it's with the financial SEC, sorry, Security and Exchange Commission.
Yeah.
In this relation.
But that's what I found out. And then when I started getting emails from them, I mean, I would literally get warnings saying these people are going to steal your identity. You know what I'm saying? It's like these people are known to steal your identity. And that right there is disturbing enough, because I know how
companies identity.
Huh?
It's not like you got unless you're in California. It's not like you got protections like the GDPR rules. American U.S. citizens concerned about people stealing their identity. That's very ironic.
Well, you need us to take a look at it. I had protections there. I mean, my email was straight up telling me, do not open this. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's a protection, dude. You know what I mean? If you're dumb enough to freaking not pay attention to your freaking email when it tells you to not do something, then it's on.
But remember, these days people sign up to Google, Microsoft, Facebook, wherever, and they sell their identity away anyway. So people don't care these days.
Well, dude, this is called untethering. I'm just going to say it like it is. They're stupid. I mean, people also get freaking, spam in their emails, and you know what they do? They just let it keep on coming. They don't care. They get all that, let's get all those porn freaking spammers sending you porn left and right, and just let that stuff go. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. Got freaking 5,000 emails in their freaking email, and they don't even delete it. You know what I mean? It just sits there. And they think that that's okay. It's sitting in you now. If you freaking even open a freaking email, they can freaking track it.
Depends on how you're viewing the email. If you're using native desktop or phone clients, and not as much. But if you're using example, more than possible. Outlook, actually. It's also about Microsoft Outlook as.
You're kind of fading in and out on me. I'm actually wondering if. Yeah, you keep going in and out. I don't know what the deal is with it. It just kind of stops and everything. So, but yeah, I know what you're saying there, but like this goes back to what I was saying too. Like a lot of people's problems is themselves. You know what I mean? Like common sense shit. Like when you decide you want to download something, you should really check the check marks. You know what I mean? At the bottom of the freaking download to make sure they're not going to download extra shit onto your computer. Okay, your audio is muted.
Okay. I just had to look your Skype and MS Teams statements, and you could have formatted your list a bit better.
I know.
It's one single line.
Well, I mean, you know, this is our first episode on Rumble Premium, you know, so just
bring my head down.
We you just really helped me out there, dude. Thanks, dude.
My pleasure.
Okay, we've got it all set up. It actually did work out pretty good on. It actually did work out pretty good on the Premiere thing. Had the lock on there, everything. I was kind of worried about that because, well, I kind of flipped out. I thought that they scammed me into getting premium. You know,
I don't know whose partner's been on top and bottom.
What?
Anyway, yes, I was just looking at your banners just on top and bottom. How did they scam you?
Huh? Well, I was thinking that. I started flipping out because, like, it didn't dawn on me that freaking I had to be in the what do they call that? Where the monetization thing or the I forgot what it was, but anyhow, it starts on May the 1st, so I ended up getting it. Yeah, so I ended up doing this. I'm gonna make Untethered or Premium, Rumble Premium special, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stream this and put it out on the other platforms later on. So
okay, after you have to look through Premium. So I'm still not sure exactly.
You're gonna have to repeat that because I didn't get to hear it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just saying. I'm still not sure what you're receiving for that membership.
I don't either. To be honest.
So you just clicked on an icon or a tick box and.
Well, I mean. It says that I get the same crap that freaking all the other platforms says. They give you like this cool little freaking check mark say that you get all this premium content that nobody else is allowed to watch or some shit like that.
Good morning.
Hey, Mr. Robot. But I see it better this way. It's a lot better than what I got from frickin' Odyssey. Like Odyssey was a frickin' joke, dude. I actually bought a badge from them. That's all I got. Like, here's your badge. I got like maybe
What, an actual metal badge or just a virtual badge?
a virtual badge. See,
You got to pay on Odyssey to host videos, don't you?
no, you get to do that for free, but still, I mean, I only got like 2 subscribers in a year. You know, it's like, come on, dude, seriously.
One, like, I was uploading files, and then it got to a point where they're like, nah, you got to buy tokens or something.
Oh, you have to pay into it, yeah. You have to pay into the token system. And you should be able to get those for free if you watch other people's tokens or videos.
Oh,
So you've actually got to like watch other people's stuff.
If it's good
a
content,
lot of
then,
effort.
well, if it's good content and content that you're interested in, then fair enough. But I'm not just going to watch something just for the sake of watching something.
What's wrong with you, man?
Actually, a good idea. I could probably make
Right.
a bot to watch stuff for me. You know, just
I've
auto-
got better things to do with my time. Just lost
Wow.
to say that.
I don't believe you for 1 second, Mark.
Now, on some of these talking points, I have absolutely no background in it, like the stuff that Mr. Robot put up with Brazil and everything.
Oh, yeah.
So when we get into that, I want you to take lead and kind of open it up and discuss it.
Yeah, I'll just say what I know, and we can discuss what we think that means.
And see, I put these in order because, like, me, you, and Mark are here. So I did everything here in the United States for first because everybody knows that, like, America, United States is the most important part of the news.
Yay, Yankee Land.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. All eyes are on the United States because we are the greatest nation that was ever brought in.
Will Britannia rules the waves.
No. What's the greatest nation? Remember, you got to make it great again. It's not great anymore.
Well, I actually wanted to say that.
That's why
Make
we've got
America
the
great.
titles. That's why we've got the word "great" in our country's name.
Well,
Yeah, well, if you have to do that, then you're not really that great, are you? It's kind of.
well, see, here in the United States, we've closed down the disinformation office, so we don't tolerate that shit.
I don't know. Every nation has its problems right now. To be honest, I don't know if there's anywhere that's great right now.
Now, I did put England above
United Kingdom.
Australia because on the topics.
Yeah.
You'd rather live there?
No, it's just the fact that they actually do have like an election that took place. Like the only thing you had on there was like Wikipedia links of all these bastards in Australia and shit. You know? It was like,
Well, we just have no good options. That's the problem. And
You
the
guys-
other problem is the way our election works. Fuck, I got to vote today, by the way.
no, I'm
Great
saying,
job,
is there an election was there an election that
There's
took
an election today. I have to go vote
Is that
after this.
Dude,
local election?
you never even posted a link about it. You have no
Yeah,
interest
no,
whatsoever, dude.
I don't have much hope for what's going on right now here.
Okay, so
I
you're
think
gonna
next election, maybe in 4 years, we'll have a chance, but
you're
I'm
gonna
going to do my part.
you're gonna have to cover that.
It's local elections.
No,
Province
federal.
elections. Federal?
Yeah, we're getting a new
Okay.
prime minister for the king.
Okay,
No.
I've not seen any report on that.
Now, for
Yeah.
anybody who
Everyone's looking at America right now, not looking at us.
and I did it appropriately here, but I think I might have done it backwards on these last parts. What I did in the prioritizing is I went ahead and I put Canadian politics after freaking Australian.
I'm just surprised I didn't hear about the elections because obviously I'm not anybody. I take notice of a lot of different countries. I don't just look at
because
American US politics.
well, I mean, I guess Canada is a part of America, so yeah. But I did Canada first because
Okay, as
there's
a continent,
Because they're closer to you. Is that-
well because I mean, if I had to choose between the French and the Canadians, the Canadian politics is coming first. Okay, I'm sorry, but
Well, shouldn't we get it underway? It looks like we're already live, aren't we?
yeah, we're already live. I checked the audio and everything.
Hello, folks. Well, get
Well,
into it, Roger.
Let me do
Take us away.
Let me do the countdown and stuff. Do you want to open it up?
Nah, you go for it. You go for it.
Okay, how about you, Mark? You want to do it?
you know my feelings on opening statements.
Okay. So I'll do the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. Today, we are switching the talking points again, and we went from current events last week into politics this week. And today, we've got a whole bunch of stuff that we're going to be bringing up. You seen the look on Mark's face. He's pretty enthused about this one because we are breaking it down. This is where I think he's going to start getting dirty. He's going to become a dirty, rotten British dude and like go all freaking nuts. I thought last night his head was going to explode, but I think this is going to really send him over the top.
I think you just attempted to drive me insane.
Roger tends to avoid politics because he knows it'll start a crap storm between us.
Yeah. Well, see, for me personally, what it is like Untethered is something that I've been trying to avoid for years. I was into this kind of politics back in the day when I first started on the Praetorian. And the amount of freaking garbage politics is just overwhelming. You know what I'm saying? And it got to the point where it was disgusting, to be honest with you. Then me and Mark finally decided to do Roger's real-time talk show, and that all pertains to like political history and the way politics worked throughout certain time periods. So I was okay with that, and then freaking the more I started doing that, the more I noticed Mark has an itchy finger to talk about a lot of this stuff. He has a love for these topics, dude.
Fun enough, when I started my Minds account back in 2016, for the first year, let's say the first 8 months, I was just talking about UK politics. Then I decided to. Then I realised that everybody was talking about politics, not UK, but mainly US politics. So I decided to actually delete all the content on my channel and start talking about more technical issues, more IT related issues. So yeah, and some of my real world friends would call me very sort of politically, I wouldn't say active, but politically opinionated.
Yeah, I noticed that. Another person who I noticed is very politically opinionated, but he doesn't try to let everybody onto it, is Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot comes from Australia, and This is how opinionated Mr. Robot is. Before I started the stream, Mr. Robot wrote talking points up that he wanted me to add in for today, and not once did he mention anything about the Australian elections that are taking place today.
Today. Yeah.
Today.
It's funny. I've got a love-hate relationship with politics. It's like I feel like I need to do it for the good of my own understanding and take an interest in what's going to happen next. But at the same time, I feel like it's just watching a slow motion train wreck half the time. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Exactly.
we'll get into that.
Now, what we've all three said right there will let everybody know that this is what you're going to expect for the remainder of the episode, because even though we're doing politics and everything, we have a love-hate relationship, like Mr. Robot said. So you're not going to hear a lot of propaganda that's being brought in about making America great again. Well, you might hear that from Mark Edworthy because he loves American politics. He loves it.
Yay, if you say so. Yay, America. Hey, yay, US. Yeah.
But anyhow, with that being said, we need to actually get into the first topic. Now, the first area that I want to start out with is the tariffs. Now, everybody knows that we're in the middle of what they what they like to call the tariff wars.
Speaking of making America great again,
Yeah. Now, the best way that I found to get into that, which would relate to the tariffs on an international level, is to kind of talk about a lot of these meetings that Trump has been having with foreign diplomats.
well, before you do that, can you just, for people who aren't familiar, tell them a little bit about what a tariff is and how they have been historically used?
Well, last year we were discussing in Roger's Real Time Talk Show, and it was talking about England when they first started putting in their socialist policies. The conservatives were in power with the Tories, and they believed in using tariffs as a form of trade. Now, the socialist movement actually was against tariffs because they believed that when you set tariffs down on products that are coming into your country, it causes, instead of inflation, deflation. And deflation, in turn, is, according to the traditional beliefs behind it, is supposed to cause unemployment, and it's supposed to cause the price of products going up that are being brought into the country. So,
at the same time, if it doesn't happen, you get to what the West is now, is where the currency is so strong that you're not competitive on the international market, and therefore no one's buying your stuff internationally, and so that causes unemployment as well, because now you don't need to produce as much stuff because people aren't buying as much stuff. So,
and the big thing about that is you'll hear a lot of people making this big push where it causes unemployment and a drop in hours and stuff of that nature. Me personally, I don't believe in the 40-hour work week. I think that was probably the worst mistake that freaking anybody ever came up with. And I say that for myself too, because for me personally, sitting here doing this stuff, if this was a job, I would be doing way more than 40 hours a week. Okay.
It is worth noting that the US on the sort of medium average, full-time workers are working more hours than any other country in the world.
I believe that the 40-hour work week thing,
Okay.
the 40-hour work week thing was decided upon by the ruling class in the 1950s to keep us busy so that we don't ever basically, become a competition for them. So the idea was to make us work harder, tax us more, and give us less. And that way it sort of always keeps us in this.
The 40-hour, 38-hour in the UK working week actually comes out of World War II. It comes out of batteries mentality during World War II.
Yeah. I'm just, yeah.
Leon Blum or Bloom is actually the guy who came up with it. He came up with it in France just before World War II. He was the one that wanted to implement a crap load of socialist policies in France. The Popular Front government is who voted in the 40-hour work week. They were led by Bloom.
Socialist or communist?
It was socialist. You see, you have the First International and the Second International. The communism didn't come into being until the Third International.
And
so
it's a bit later.
So you had all of that going with that, but for me, I'm starting to see that even getting a little bit crazy because now, like a lot of the socialist countries, like over in England and Australia, you guys are wanting to lower it down even lower to like 30-hour weeks and 20-hour weeks.
I don't understand how you think we're socialists.
Well, your policies are based off of English government.
Not everything. We're just making such a broad statement.
The thing is, the word socialism has been sort of corrupted, in my opinion. It doesn't mean, like, it isn't used now the way it was originally intentioned to be used. And, a lot of people throw the word socialist around nowadays, and it's sort of meant to be a negative thing, when in the past it was about cooperative enterprise and creating prosperity for everyone.
Where did you hear this shit?
Well,
that's just how I understood it.
Look at the fundamental principles of what you would call our socialist healthcare system. Well, it is a socialist healthcare. The principle of it is a good idea, rather than having the US sort of free market ideology, which, as we've seen in the US, has caused healthcare costs to rise dramatically.
It gives access of healthcare to people who can't always afford it by harnessing the power of collective investment. And whereas in the US you have the privatized system, which causes a whole bunch of people to get bankrupted when they get sick, so there's a lot to be said for it. I think.
When you guys talk about this, though, I mean, you're talking about freaking a government regulated healthcare system. I mean, if you're going to make it free, why don't you just make it to where anybody?
It's not free. I have to stop you on that one. It's not free. It's free at the point of access.
You guys want your utopian?
It's still being paid by taxation.
You guys still want your utopian future. Let me finish. Okay, you want that utopian future to come to everybody. Okay, so let's do it like this. Let's say that no matter who you are, when you need help at the hospital, you go into the hospital without any kind of medical card or any kind of thing that says that you are allowed to have universal health care, and they just treat you and there's no bill. You walk away and you never have to see a bill come to your freaking mailbox.
True. We're still paying in taxes, but
No,
this
you
is
do-
but there's a wider
You do that
issue
because
there in relation to sort of foreign sort of or let's say the tourist healthcare sort of thing, where we get people from all over the world just coming to this country to enjoy our healthcare and then disappearing. So
Well, that
for
doesn't
them,
make
it
sense.
would be free.
what's wrong with that?
Well, it gets exploited
we,
and it
the
costs a lot of money.
British
so-
taxpayers are paying for it.
You guys want that though. You want that universal health care. I mean, it's
not universal for the country. It's like a type of it's for the nation, right?
So now,
it's to make life cheaper for the people living there, so that the essentials are taken care of, and people don't have to worry about survival. That's the idea of it, in my opinion.
so now it's only for those certain people and not for everybody.
Well, look what happened to your country when you just started letting illegals in, and now it's a bit of an issue, right? Like they started putting them up in hotels, and it's not really.
Why, as a taxpayer, should I be paying for your health care as a US citizen that is entering this country? Well, and you're not contributing to that health care through taxation.
Well, I am. I'm showing up because I'm sick and I need help. That's how I'm contributing.
I don't know if that's contributing. But
Yeah, I mean,
He's still paying VAT, but still on goods. But
I'm the sick dude.
generally,
I'm the sick dude. Out of the kindness of your heart, you should say, "Man, the sick people need to be freaking taken care of."
and that's what we've got.
They do,
that's
but
the
in their
issue.
own country.
Yeah, we do. And that's the issue that we've got with the illegal immigration at this present moment.
No, but, like that makes sense to me. Like it's about owning the means of production, owning the essentials to survive, like cooperatively, and then making it cheaper for your own people. Tourists can still get charged for sure,
It
and that
sounds
creates
like
prosperity inside the country.
now. See what you guys are talking about is kind of going into the whole National Socialist point of
But
view.
no. So
Again, be very careful about how you use
what has
it.
happened now since the communist days is the word socialism has become like sort of bastardized, where it really means globalism. When people say socialism now, it really refers to globalism, which is like basically centralized power. Still privatizing everything to large corporations.
There's a difference between communism and national socialism. Communism is about global power, and national socialism is about localized.
He's just trying to call us Nazis. That's why.
Yeah.
American
I would say be very careful about that.
No,
because
I'm not.
That's been co-opted.
I would never call you two Nazis ever, dude.
I thought you said there wasn't going to be propaganda here, Roger.
No, I'm bringing good topics up here. Like, you know what I mean? It's
No,
like
that's a good point. Like the word Nazi was never actually. It was always like a slur word. It wasn't a real word the Germans used. They called it the National Socialist Party, and they created a lot of prosperity for their own people actually with their policies after the war, and they took back control of the printing of their own money. Kicked out the bankers.
Depends on which side of the border you're looking at, east or west. Yeah.
Well, they just massively improved their living standards within a few years, which was pretty amazing at that time.
okay, so now that we've covered that, you guys want to talk about the tariffs?
Yeah. Let's
I was going to say yeah.
Okay, now Trump ended up having talks with in Japan. He there's an article out that said that Trump hails big progress in Japan tariff talks. Now, what happened was Trump, in summary, Japan, one of the first countries to start tariff negotiations, um, was involved in it, and then more than 75 other countries who are seeking deals with Washington says a couple things. Now, the one thing about all that is exchange rates weren't part of the talks. Tokyo's negotiators ended up saying that as well. So what happened is on April the 16th, it was said that Donald Trump touted big progress in tariff talks with Japan on Wednesday. In one of the first rounds of face-to-face negotiations since his barrage of duties on global imports uh, rolled markets and stoked recession fears. Now, Japan had not expected the president to get involved in Wednesday's talks, viewing them as a preliminary fact-finding mission, a sign that Trump wants to keep tight control over negotiations with dozens of countries expected over coming days and weeks. Now, Tokyo had also been hoping to limit the scope of the talks to trade and investment matters. But announcing his involvement early Wednesday, Trump said thorny issues, including the amount Japan pays towards hosting U.S. troops, were among discussion topics. Now, a great honor to have met with the Japanese delegations on trade. Big progress, Trump said in a social media message that contained no details on the discussion. Opposite Trump was Ryosei Akazawa, a close confidant of Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, who serves as the relatively junior cabinet position of economic revitalization minister. Speaking to reporters after the talks, Akazawa gave a few details, but said the parties had agreed to hold a second meeting later this month, and that Trump had said getting a deal with Japan was a top priority. Exchange rates, which the Trump administration has said Japan and others manipulate to get a trade advantage, were not part of the talks. The dollar strengthened against the yen after his remarks on Forex, up to 0.5% on the day. Tokyo denies it manipulates its yen currency lower to makes it export cheaper. That's a typo. Akazawa held a 50-minute meeting with Trump at the White House before another session with his Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and Trade Representative Jameson Greer. That stretched to almost an hour and a half, according to Japanese readouts of the talks. Now, for me, I want to talk about that with Japan and Japan playing with the stock market and everything. You know what I mean? Because that actually is something that a lot of people here in the United States does talk about. You know, they've been notorious for doing that for a long time, and they're probably one of our strongest allies in the Pacific.
It's worth noting that Japan has been in using quantitative easing measures for what must be 30, 35, maybe even 40 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think 40 years.
What is quantitative easing again?
Printing money, in effect. Yeah, just printing money based upon no sort of material worth of the money, or physical material worth. So it's not backed by gold or anything.
So after this happened, after this talks, the yen got a bit stronger, but now it's come back down.
Now, Japan's prime minister, who has previously said he won't rush to reach a deal and does not plan to make big concessions, sounded a more cautious tone speaking to reporters later in Tokyo. Of course, the negotiations will not be easy going forward, but President Trump has stated that he wants to give top priority to the talks with Japan, Ashiba said. Now, after that, we go into Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. And I don't know, do you guys have anything to say about Japan and the negotiations going on there?
Not specifically, but I'll let you read your next 2 points because I've got a few views on the tariff situation as a whole.
Okay, now Giorgia Meloni heads to the White House on Thursday, according to this. And this has already happened, to discuss tariffs imposed on the European Union with Trump, while Bessent has invited South Korea's finance minister to Washington for talks for the following week. Now, I do have links to what had actually taken place there with the Italian Prime Minister, but that's on a different article, and I'm going to go ahead and go to that one instead of this one, because the stuff that that I wanted to talk about with Japan was there. Now, on BBC, which I do not support, just so everybody knows, they did have an article. The last article I read came off of Reuters, and BBC is the next one. But they went into saying, from the moment she arrived at the White House, Giorgia Meloni was warmly welcomed. Trump called her a great prime minister and said she had taken Europe by storm. Now, Meloni's visit to Washington today has been eagerly awaited after months of a trade standoff between the U.S. and the European Union. Meloni was seen as a Trump whisperer who Brussels hoped could help ease tensions. Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office, Trump was full of praise for his Italian counterpart, and Meloni seemed to say all the right things, as our Europe reporter Laura Ghazi notes. There was no announcement.
Sorry, I was just going to say, of course, they're going to have to say the right things. They're on camera. It's, a lot of this is as much PR as it is actual internal communications between the two parties. So yeah, you've got to smile and shake the other person's hand while you're in front of the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of it is theatrical.
It says here that
the points that people don't understand, that when these politicians appear in front of the cameras, a lot of what they're doing is a much more of a sort of play, much more theatrical.
100%. That's why you always got to check out a politician's background. That's how you learn more about them, you know. When I first read about her, what stood out is that she was part of the European Conservatives and Reformist Party. I'm like, yeah, that sounds kind of good. But then here it says in 1992, she joined the Youth Front, which was a wing of the Italian socialist movement. So I'm like, oh, okay, a neo-fascist political party founded in 1946 by followers of Italian fascism. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. So keep an eye on her. Don't blink.
So now, what happened is it says there was no announcement of a trade deal, but both leaders sounded optimistic. Trump also accepted Melania's invitation to Rome, though we don't know when it will happen. Okay, so basically that was just all staged, like you guys said, because there was actually no trade negotiations taken on. It was just camera, for people
I remember a lot of this is not the leaders' meeting. It's done behind doors with diplomats and
That's right.
ministers.
It's all for show, basically, and you got that beautiful Italian chick.
Well, also not all of it is made public, So
right. Well, I mean,
some of it.
take a look at Trump's background. Okay, look at all the things that all the people that were involved. All right, there's always been some blonde freaking hot chick in the background somewhere. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
he's got this hot blonde Italian chick who's in power.
Remember, Trump, first and foremost, is a business person. He's
That's
a marketer. Right. He knows how to market things.
So,
I'm not saying that he's always been successful, but he knows the principles of marketing.
Mm-hmm. Now, Melania is now heading back to Italy to talk with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance tomorrow. They could continue the discussions on tariff, defense spending, and perhaps ways to make the West great again. Which that's something that does need to be done. Like we need to make Europe and England and Australia great again, and maybe we could even get New Zealand in on the action too, make them great again, and Canada. 51st state all the way, dude.
Well, I think we should define what that means. Because, right now, the way I see it is the entire West has been basically taken over by, globalist forces, which are sort of the new a new type of monarchy of the world, which are the sort of founded by the international bankers, but then they've formed these multinational organizations like the United Nations and stuff like this, the WEF, and World Economic Forum. And they have a lot of think tanks around them, and it's all of these multi-billionaire people that are basically dictating the policies of all the Western nations, and they do it mainly through bribery and blackmail and various ways like that.
I'm going to come back to
the only way to get out of that is to stop electing people that support them, and so people need to become more aware of this fact so that we just don't elect these people.
Yeah, I am going to come back to this point a bit later because there's another topic that is much more relevant to this. But this is down to this can be argued that it's down to things like the sort of Blairist idea of NGOs and Kangos.
Mm-hmm. And I'm big on talking about NGOs too because I don't think of them as a good thing. And I think a lot of people, even here in the United States, being as great as what we are.
I don't know if they were ever a good thing. I like the idea behind it, but they've definitely become a sort of tool for the rich to write off taxes and instill policies that they want. It'll definitely become corrupted.
Instill policies that are constitutionally illegal is the key thing. Like most like our three countries, even though you don't agree with your constitution, it is a constitution. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's the foundation stone of any country, really.
Okay, and whenever freaking they create these NGOs, it's usually a way of working around your constitutional laws. That's usually why they create these non-governmental organizations. So that is a good topic, and we can bring that back up again because right now we need to talk about Trump's cool predictions on his trade deal with China. He vows 100% chance of EU agreement. Okay. Now
this is see what's going on in China right now. There's like massive strikes and stuff going on because of Trump's tariffs. Like these factories are having to shut down. They can't pay their people. It's going down. It's going down over there. China can't hold out much longer, in my opinion.
Now, USA Today says that President Donald Trump says his administration is in trade talks with Beijing, and he is confident they can reach an agreement as soon as next month. Okay, and this article was written, let me check the date on here, April the 17th, 2025.
So a couple of days ago, or last week before last.
Now, Trump says he expects to reach a trade agreement with China and the European Union soon, with the latter one coming before the end of a 90-day pause on tit-for-tat tariffs between the trading partners. There will be a trade deal, 100%, Trump said, of a deal with the EU ahead of an April 17 luncheon at the White House with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Now, just so you guys know, because I know you're foreigners, but a luncheon is lunch. That's what.
We all know what lunch is. Or as the Northern Brits call it, dinner. People from the North are a bit weird. Love you all. What was I going to say? Can the Italian Prime Minister speak on behalf of the entire EU?
Well, he goes back to what I just told you. Hot blonde chick from Italy, dude. What the heck?
Yeah, but still, if the Italian Prime Minister is representing Italy and not the European Union?
It could be. It really could be. To be honest, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Analysts at the US-based investment bank Goldman Sachs estimated that at least 16 million jobs across industries in China are at risk due to the US tariffs of 145% on Chinese imports. That's crazy high.
I was going to raise this point.
And this is all because Xi Jinping escalated the tariffs.
These tariffs have been a bit of a tit-for-tat sort of thing.
Well, all he had to do was drop his tariffs and it would have been all good, but he got offended and he just started this tariff war.
Actually, I don't blame Trump for doing what he's done with China, but it's worth remembering that he just increased the tariffs to a level where they were matching the import tariffs from those countries in the first place.
Yes, which is fair.
Yeah.
And but the problem was Xi Jinping is like, no, I'm going to raise it some more. And then Trump's like, well, I'll raise it as well.
Yeah, but equally, on an equal...
If you wanted to make Trump look bad, just like drop your tariffs to zero. And if Trump doesn't do that, he'd look bad. And if, you know...
And that raises the next point. By doing this, he can now negotiate with these countries, as he's doing, and then
yeah, it's a sort of new world. We can renegotiate tariffs and
And like a lot of people are saying, Trump is doing this on purpose, being so chaotic with the tariffs, so that it creates uncertainty for foreign companies, and that forces them to bring their factories into America.
yeah,
Which has happened
I was going to raise this point as well. I read a couple of days ago that both Nvidia Corporation and what was it? Apple Inc. is now are now creating factories in Michigan.
Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan. So ideally, this allows the US to bring back jobs into the US and aids in employment and therefore economics of the US.
Mm-hmm. Now, Trump goes on to say that the Trump administration actually goes on to say that more than 75 nations have sought to make new trade agreements with the U.S. since the president announced his reciprocal tariff plan in early April. At least 15 has submitted proposals, the White House has said. A Japanese trade delegation met with Trump and members of his administration on April 16th. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said South Korea would also be visiting next week and that talks with India are also moving fast. And I also want to point out before I move on from this that I found out today by checking it out that economists are completely freaking blown out of the water because of how the economy and the freaking trade or the markets are actually recovering so good today because after these trades, like they're actually going back up.
I would sort of predicted that anyway. Well, markets come and go up and down all the time, so really,
it's been going up and up lately. Like,
I mean,
to be fair, for a while now. It's done well this year, though.
Peter Schiff and even Max Kaiser, all the other economists, mainstream economists that I see are, well, questionable, that's to say.
Well, the thing you guys have to understand is like it's like Trump said, nobody can really compete with the United States. Okay, the reason why it's so hard for Mark to comprehend the fact that everybody makes it out like America's so great and we're like number one is the reason why he has a hard time with it is because the fact is we are the greatest country on the face of the planet. Okay.
Shall I talk about things like foreign policy?
You haven't even been around the planet once, Roger. How would you know?
Eyes are
and you're saying it's great in what areas?
All areas. Like
all areas. Let's talk about
really great at bragging. Everybody.
And without causing any offence here, this is another thing that the US is well known for, historically well known for. Their sort of self satisfaction. Their, dare I say, even somewhat arrogant attitude.
Oh yeah, well known for it. No offense.
Well, I mean, I'm just stating the facts. Okay, like. Everybody,
according to you,
everybody is watching us. Like
that's because you own most of the TV networks.
What are you talking about? That's my whole point right there. We are the greatest nation on the planet. Okay,
let's talk about your things like food policy and health policies and stuff. Yeah,
let's. And like, I mean, there's modern day slavery, just like the slavery that the country was founded on. Like, honestly, what's so great about that?
let's be serious, okay? There's more child trafficking going on in Romania, in freaking Asia. Asia is horrible, dude. They freaking trade children.
Asia isn't a single country.
Contract.
Asia
No,
isn't
I
a
mean,
single
this
country.
shit happens all the time, and it's happened since the beginning of time. People in that region has.
I'm trying to justify it.
No, I mean, it's the truth. I mean, let's talk about this shit. Everybody's like, oh, yeah, we need to talk about trafficking taking place all in
Well,
the
they
United States.
reckon that there's 300,000 kids missing on the books, but some estimate it could be up to 1 million.
Let's talk about women being abducted from their homes in Romania and Hungary and freaking over in freaking Tokyo and freaking not Tokyo but freaking China or freaking down in Korea. Or how many women are freaking abducted and sold into the slave market?
I've not seen any numbers. If you've got some numbers there,
I'll bring it up.
This stuff has been going on forever.
Be careful on your sources because I can see this is going to be somewhat questionable. Some sources will be somewhat questionable.
I mean, how many people freaking have been sold on the freaking slave market in those regions?
Afghanistan is up there, apparently.
The Middle East is, that's a long historical.
Well, everywhere where there's wars, it definitely goes bad.
Look at Colombia. Look at that.
Yeah, but of course, they're not going to put the USA on here because they haven't admitted it.
Well, I mean, you gotta have statistics, man. Come on. I mean, the only reason why slave trafficking is really an issue and being brought up here in the United States is because of politics. They want to try to clump prostitution in with slave trade. Okay.
Also, you've got to remember that these are estimated numbers because you can't. It would be very difficult, if not impossible, to actually get actual numbers.
Well, that's right, because this stuff is swept
Just
under
because
the rug.
nature, yeah.
Look at Cuba, 5.5.
Well, that's lower than the US. United States is 6.
Mm-hmm.
Up.
Chile, 6 is Egypt. Look at
Are we talking about?
Wow, France is above freaking England or the United States.
Okay, we're talking about millions.
No, it's the same.
Sorry.
6.
Okay, we're talking about some arbitrary score. We aren't talking about things like percentage per capita.
Thailand is up to 7.
Worst countries in. Well, you can't trust USA News. That's going to be biased.
I mean, I'm not the one that chose freaking BBC or any of those. You know what I'm saying?
World Population Review. That sounds kind of neutral. United States highest. For what?
United States.
Depending on who you look at, you can get wildly different
Peru.
numbers from what I suspect.
Well, that's 2023, 2025. Child trafficking by country. United States is the highest right now.
Yeah, according to freaking. Yeah, and you just went through that chart that said it wasn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Well, that was
again,
in
you can have wild different numbers even on you looking at.
Before Biden got in, USA wasn't even on the list, but now it's the highest.
Yeah. Well, the thing of it is it's the regimes that take power. When you get a regime like Trump's, they're really fanatical religious factions. So they really want to push this pedophile crap. Like that's why you'll hear so much about it. Now it's constitutionally illegal for freaking Congress to do these kind of things on their own. So what they do is they create this non-governmental organization to do it in their place and give them the same freaking plenary powers that they have.
Yeah, but these NGOs cannot pardon people.
No, they can't. They can freaking regulate the money. They can regulate.
No, just come back to your previous point.
It's Congress's job to do that. It's not freaking the Federal Reserve, but they can get away with it. They can get away with a lot more stuff if they turn around and they set down these non-governmental organizations like the Federal Reserve and the freaking IRS, which is also a non-governmental organization, and have them.
But they have, but there's governmental oversight on these organisations.
Yeah, that's funny. Let's think.
At least.
Let's think of another joke. You know what I mean? That we can come up with.
In theory.
Wait, did you guys see this one?
Be careful. Don't play too much of that on YouTube.
No, we're not on YouTube. This is on Rumble. It's our first Rumble premium stream. So go ahead.
Oh wait.
Hold on a minute.
Elon Musk going, and the Fed.
How is that relevant?
Well, Roger was talking about the Fed.
Yeah, the Fed. Okay, now this is one reason why I'm okay with Doge. I might have my issues about other issues, but I really am okay with the Fed, is because they're going after these non-governmental organizations that we were just talking about. They've
saved you $1,000 so far, Roger.
Yep.
Per person. That's crazy.
Yep. And
$60.
I said saved you $1,000. Have you seen that in your day-to-day living?
Wow. If Roger doesn't want that $1,000, I'll take it.
Well, let me put it to you this way. A lot of this stuff is freaking hypothetical because it's not going to be seen until the end of the year. First of all, it's going to be it's going to be through tax returns and things of that nature, if anything. You know what I mean?
Isn't the tax year from April?
Actually, yeah, you're right.
The UK, like the UK.
Tax returns is this month, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. So that
last month, no.
Well, yeah, you're right. It's May now. Shit, I missed my tax returns. Well, the thing is it's like, well, actually, that might not take place until the following year anyhow, because of all this stuff has basically been new. You know what I mean? It's going to happen
from April this year to April next year.
Yeah,
maybe. I don't know.
And you have 2 years to file your taxes too. So yeah, I think some people can get away with 3 years. I'm not quite sure, but
I'm not sure about the rules, U.S. rules.
But the whole thing with that now comes to our next one. Now claims are being made that 5 million would lose coverage with national Medicaid work requirements. An analysis from Extelligence Healthcare Payers from Tech Target, which is all medical. They have an article saying that national Medicaid work requirements would significantly reduce enrollment, affecting approximately 5 million beneficiaries, according to a new analysis. And that analysis is from Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. How many expansion adults could lose medical under federal work requirements? And I didn't have a chance to go over what an expansion adult was, but I can go over that here in a little bit. That word seems to pop up over and over again. But it says more than 5 million adults could lose Medicaid coverage in 2026 if Congress enacts a work requirement in states that expand their Medicaid programs. The issue is that researchers analyze policy proposals that would withhold federal fundings for people enrolled in Medicaid expansion ages 19 to 55 who do not report working for at least 80 hours per month. Now, their key findings is that between 4.6 and 5.2 million adults living in states that expanded Medicaid would that expanded Medicaid would lose Medicaid coverage next year under work requirements. More than 9 in 10 adults with Medicaid expansion coverage already work, are looking for a job, attending school, are caring for family members, are in fair or poor health, or reported having a disability. If work requirements are not explicitly limited to the Medicaid expansion population, researchers say more than 30 million adults ages 19 to 55 could be subject to them, and coverage losses would be substantially higher. Now, researchers conclude that most people who would lose coverage under a Medicare work requirement would do so because of difficulty filling out paperwork, not because they can work and choose not to do so. Now that right there is.
It's not only just the work or wanting to, or not choosing to work. It's also, I can see it's going to majorly affect this service sector. I mean, think of all those waitresses and waiters that are getting paid very poor. Think of all those burger flippers in McDonald's. That's an example.
Yeah, I mean, well, what is a expansion adult, though? You know, what I got from it now is an expansion adult refers to an individual age 19 or older and under 65 who is eligible for Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act. That would be the Obamacare. This expansion allows states to cover low-income adults with incomes up to 138% of the federal poverty level who are previously ineligible for Medicaid. So that's what an expansion adult is. Now,
what is the U.S. poverty level?
Oh God. To be honest, I couldn't tell you what
What was the question?
What is the poverty level for the United States? Now, everything has changed so much with the money shifting prices so high. It was like I was talking about.
According to,
and you have 10 million new illegals on the street.
Anybody that is has a annual income of 15,000 or less.
Okay, so yeah,
actually it does. That's a rough thing because in Alaska, I can see figures for each individual state.
Yeah, because
it does change, but yeah, an average median.
So they want to change everything else, but leave the poverty level at the same level. So it was like 15,000. I think it was at one time 1,000, maybe, or not 15,000, but
for 10, a family of 4, the poverty level is on a rough federal sort of generalization is 32,150.
Yeah, and I remember like 60,000 was at one time freaking an average wage. So that's most likely changed over time. So
what's the poverty rate?
As a general average for an individual on a federal basis, $15,650. per annum.
The last time it was done was in 2023, which was then 12.9%. Some places say 11%.
Again, on a federal average.
Yeah. I'd say it's probably a bit higher now.
That's the thing. It's not like they've changed everything else, but they haven't changed the poverty level. You know what I mean? Like, because the value of the dollar is definitely a lot freaking higher now, which means
Higher here, apparently. 13.6%.
But yeah, this is done due again to so-called trade wars, so tariff wars. So again,
in the UK, it's 22%. 1 in 5 people in the UK are in poverty, apparently.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Sorry, you
The great first world nations.
So, let me see here. I need to back out of here. Now, do you guys have anything to say else on that one?
On Doge and
No,
in general?
on the expansion adults and freaking Medicaid being lost to these people.
Again, I can see.
I just remember Trump said that the whole Doge thing wouldn't impact people's Medicaid payments. Did that turn out to be
but this is the problem with Trump, isn't it? He says a lot of things and doesn't always have. Much like.
From what I understood is they basically cut down on some of the services of like processing. Oh no, they switched from paper to digital or something like that. So there was like an interruption for either online or digital, and people had to basically come in to prove who they were because there was a lot of fraud in the system. So a lot of old people had to manually go in and check in, like show their ID again and everything, which I think is fair enough because there's no other way to deal with a problem like that. You can't trust people online.
Obviously, that's also has a knock-on costs because you're going to have to employ more civil servants to be able to assess.
I'm not sure they did. I'm not sure they did or not.
Yeah. And see, that's the final. That's the final outcome of what they're trying to do is to reduce bureaucracy and make it towards smaller government. You know, that's what the whole premise behind.
The thing is, they should have dealt with the fraud first and then reduced it because right now they're going to have just a big backlog of people.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
maybe you can pull a miracle out.
You know, they're getting those lawsuits in the court systems, and you know things are going the way freaking democracy or however you want to determine it is supposed to work. You know, constitutional government, the right to be sued and to sue and be sued. So this is freaking the United States in action. You know what I mean? Freaking Trump came in, he did what he did, and now these people are suing.
Are these civil cases? Or
it's all?
Because you said to be sued.
The right to be sued.
I thought it would be more criminal related. Fraud is not criminal action.
No, all of it is constitutional law. You have the right.
Yeah, so it's a criminal. So it's not sued. It's custodial sentencing.
That's tough. Whenever they're making lawsuits against the president and the executive branch, they have to take their lawsuits to the government, and then the government has to approve it and say that they have valid grounds to sue the government. After that, it becomes a civil suit between the individual and the government or whatever branch.
Okay. Oh, I see. Sorry. Yeah. No.
All I know is they are coming hard for Trump right now because he is cutting off a lot of corrupt people's money, and that's why him and Musk are getting such bad press right now. Is because all these people were pocketing, billions of dollars, and now they're not, and they're pissed off about it, and they're trying to
for
get
the
back at him.
purpose of legality, I will state alleged.
Alleged.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Irrelevant, but do you want to be sued?
Well,
I
nobody
don't give
wants
a
to be
shit.
sued.
I say what I want.
Nobody wants.
Okay, I knew some of the consequences.
I've got nothing for anyone to take, so I can say whatever I want, Mark.
It's a constitutional law here in the United States that allows you to be sued. You know what I'm saying? And it's also to sue people. You have that constitutional law. So if you have anything that you're disagreeing with when it comes to the government or anything, you can sue it.
Doesn't there have to be damages for that to be the case?
Well, I mean,
Well, it depends what you mean by damages.
Which part of the
depends
Constitution
on
is?
the specific law.
you
Specific reason you
I
be
thought it
sued
was
for.
like a means to remedy, like if you had damage done to your property or something like that.
if you have any kind of damage that has to do with you personally, it could be damage to your property, it could be freaking something that the government's doing. Yeah, your reputation. If somebody is doing something in the government that's hurting you, you see.
Yeah, but getting a payout out of the government isn't really damages, is it?
And it's not paid by the government, obviously. It's paid by the taxpayer. It's
Yeah,
paid
but
by the
they're
state
dishing
again.
it out. What I'm saying.
Well, it's really hard for you guys over in freaking your foreign countries to understand, But this is freedom. This is how we do things in the United States.
Very inefficient.
Well, it's actually
we have similar sort of concepts when it comes to civil law in the UK and Australia.
I mean,
well, I don't recommend trying to sue the government. A friend of mine tried to do that, and they labeled them as a terrorist, and now she can't do a lot of things because of that.
Okay, I would have to know the exact details of that one.
welcome to the party, dude. That if you do something to the government and they freaking call you a terrorist, then you're probably doing something right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not going to make your life any easier, that's for sure.
I know that, but you just got to keep your head up and freaking wish for the best, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're a terrorist, then you could be looking at criminal prosecution anyway. You could be
There's
looking
better ways to fight than head on.
Now, Musk is supposed to be teaming up with PayPal co-founder to help build Trump's defense shield. Have you guys heard about that?
I have not.
SpaceX.
That's kind of ironic, isn't it?
SpaceX
It used to be Musk's company, wasn't it?
Yep. SpaceX to partner with Peter Thiel's data company on proposals for U.S. Golden Dome.
Oh, Peter Thiel. Oh my God! Yeah, right.
What is the Golden
I
Dome?
didn't hear about the space shield.
Exactly.
I'm worried about this Peter Thiel guy. He's a creepy one. I don't trust him.
Okay, so
again, you have to go into further detail about what the actual
Well, just the way he's invested in the past, really. Like he was an early investor in
I'm not
Facebook.
talking about this individual. Sorry, so you misunderstand me. I wasn't talking about the individual. The individual is irrelevant. What is defense shield?
Defense. Is it the space shield thing, or is it the missile defense? Yeah. So it's using satellites to be an early detection system for intercontinental missiles, and being able to shoot them down before they get to their targets.
So why I was going to say why is it why are the private sector, because private sector industries are interested in this because there's a Department of Defense issue, isn't it? But saying that there's a lot of lucrative money to be made in contracts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter Thiel would be killing it. Yeah. And SpaceX too. Yeah, they'd be making a lot of money. But at the same time, it's the biggest vulnerability that the US has right now is these supersonic missiles that Russia and everyone has now. They can basically fire a nuke and it'll be hitting its target in 10 minutes. And you can't shoot them down. There's no countermeasures to them at the moment.
Reagan's Star Wars program. We still got the US still got ICBMs.
No doubt there's nukes in space already. I know the US has these. They have these decapitation weapons in space that are they call them meteor guns. And basically, it's like a projectile that gets launched from space and it hits terminal velocity and basically can go into a mountain and destroy like bunkers.
And it doesn't have to even be from space. There's plenty of US military bases on US ground that have got missile silos.
Well, I've done some research into this too, and it's actually a combination between the United States and England. They both came up with a satellite, or it's a ground to satellite to freaking to target projectiles missile system, where freaking they use satellite information to locate the target, and all they have to do is launch the missile, and it freaking hits it by satellite. They've had it out now for at least 10 years.
I'm just trying to remember the name. There's an acronym or abbreviation acronym for
it. Really bolstered the British military capabilities. Like they really got a lot of good credit out of that because of how much of a military force they are in the world of weapons exchange and trade. Like. They've actually got a lot of credit for it. It's just like, you remember the drone thing we were talking about. I find it coincidental that you guys are freaking doing experiments with radiation, or not radiation, but I guess it would. Microwaves, and with drones. And then we mysteriously had our drone incident over here. And the one thing that sticks out to me is when we were having that show with Nancy, she was talking about frickin' that fuel. What was it again? It was not green. No, it was greens. It was green. Well, not bleach, but green pneumonia or something like that.
Okay.
And they're using it now, so because it was supposed to be freaking really low in heat, you know what I mean, and with heat and everything, and it's a good fuel source. They're using it now in semis and stuff of that nature. But that was what really stuck out to me. So I can see that there's a lot of new technology that's being prepared, and I think.
Did you see that video of Trump talking about his secret weapons recently?
No.
Yeah, someone in like in a news conference said something, and it was kind of unrelated. And then Trump's like, "Oh no country is going to try and attack us. You know, we got weapons that are much more destructive than anything anyone else has, and we have stuff no one knows about, and they're just not going to do that." And then it came out on Info, or was a few days later, because Alex Jones talks to Trump every now and then. And supposedly the US even has like antimatter bombs now, which can basically vaporize like an entire city.
Again, we are coming from InfoWars. We're coming from both Trump and Alex Jones. So don't believe.
Well, think about it. We know how
everything you
to accumulate antimatter. Why wouldn't they turn it into a weapon?
Where's the evidence of so-called actual physical antimatter? Yeah,
Just look it
don't
up. It's
believe
been done for
everything you
ages.
read.
Well, I mean,
Where's the evidence?
Let's see.
he
I'll
does.
show you the evidence.
He does.
Antimatter weapons. Come straight up.
What, Star Trek or something?
Well,
See, this is.
it's
I
a
want
secret
to be
weapon, man. It's
actual.
not going to be published everywhere, but you can see people talking about it.
Yeah,
That-
people got to talk. People talk about flat Earth theory all the time. Doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. People talk about the flat's wide in the back of a turtle. Doesn't mean the Earth is wide.
An antimatter weapon is theoretically possible device using antimatter as a power source, a propellant, or an explosive for a weapon. Antimatter weapons are currently too costly and unreliable, estimated to cost about $6 billion for every 100 nanograms.
And again, a question. Question.
The cost
I
of
won't go
producing
into
1
time
millionth
for
of a gram of antimatter was estimated at $62 billion US dollars in last year. By comparison, the cost of the Manhattan Project cost $23 billion. So, kind of doable, actually. I wonder how much you would need for like a bomb situation, because you wouldn't need much antimatter, really. That shit is crazy explosive.
right here, ladies and gentlemen, on Untethered, only on Untethered. We're going to witness Mr. Robot causing Mark Edworthy's head to explode. So,
But yeah, it's still secret. No, it's not out yet. I'm just saying that's what Trump said the other day. And then he also mentioned these rods from God, which are the tungsten rods in space that it doesn't even really need to be an explosive. The rods, because they go like 32,000 miles a second, they can basically have the same power of a nuclear weapon. And it can penetrate like super deep underground. And this is popular science. Been proposed by the Rand Corporation in the 1950s. So you know they've definitely done it by now.
now,
But yeah, anyway, we were talking about not just weapon. Oh yeah, the defense shield, right?
the defense shield. Now, what exactly does that pertain to? To be more
So they would be using SpaceX's satellites as an early detection system because they got 5G, right? And 5G is basically a detection system in itself because the microwaves can be detected coming back at the satellites, and it has millimeter resolution, so it can tell you within a millimeter where something is.
Again, millimeter only depending on the band, the frequency, and depending on how far these devices are separated from. There's a entire
5G is
physics
considered
argument there.
millimeter wave technology.
Yes,
because
but
the
again,
wavelength.
in millimeter technology on Earth, these access points have to be fairly close together. Something like I think 500 meters or something.
Well, if you're launching it from
again,
space, there's
entire
no obstruction.
physics.
It's line of sight, Mark. It's a line of sight.
Yeah. Well, again, there's an entire physics argument there.
The only thing that obstructs it'd be like, something material, really. And if you're detecting a satellite that's in the, if you're detecting a launched nuclear weapon or something like that, it's in the sky, the waves would be bouncing off the missile and coming back at the satellite. And that would happen fast
In a
enough to
very
be an
good-
early warning system for it.
in a very sort of similar sort of technique as radar works.
The problem is you still got to shoot these things down. That'll be the hard part because they're traveling at the speed of sound now. And as far as I know, there's no one that can do it yet.
Rather than shoot them down, disable them in one way or another.
Well,
That
yeah,
may be shooting them down. That might be some sort of, I don't know, other thing of disabling them.
If you had
I
a
don't know,
powerful enough laser, maybe you could do it. I don't know.
or some sort of software method.
Oh, they'd be
Somewhere.
protected against that, I imagine.
Where
They shoot.
again, as we've seen in the world of computer viruses, or viri, as I prefer to use,
They have those heavies that can take down drones, right? And Russia has now built new drones that are shielded against that. So there's definitely
yeah,
ways you
precisely.
can
So
shield
yeah,
stuff.
it's a war. It's a somebody comes up with one idea, somebody comes up with another idea to combat that idea, and onward we go.
Yeah, so Trump, Peter Thiel also funded the rise of J.D. Vance. He was one of his biggest funders. And yeah, he's a suspicious one, that guy. He's also funding military AI use, AI in military tech.
Yeah.
That's how he kind of... So he used his PayPal money to create military tech after he got rich from Facebook.
Now, you're talking about Zuckerberg?
Well, he funded Zuckerberg in the early parts of Facebook. Yeah.
Okay. Because I
So
had...
he's always been involved in either intelligence or military, which is suspicious, in my opinion.
Well, I always hold to the thing that the internet and freaking video games, all of it has always been involved with freaking the intelligence and also with the military. Period. You know what I mean? They go hand in hand, and Mark always argues with me because he's Mr. Know-It-All. But
I don't always argue with you on these points. I may agree with you to a certain point.
well, that's very, very small certain point. But
Well, it depends on
And
the
it's a
subject.
bold-faced lie.
you know, it's like he loves to use that word conjecture. You know what I mean?
Well, some of it is.
He's
Again,
misappropriating the word.
Again, depends on the specific subject.
Well,
Depends on your point of view.
That's not it.
it's actually a proven fact. That's the bad part. Like, I mean, you don't have to really do any major research on it. You know what I mean? As a matter
It will proven facts. So you're saying everything you say all the time are proven facts.
dude, ARPA, DARPA, proven facts. It's historically recorded. Magnavox was involved in freaking developing freaking ping pong, which was used by the military on college students.
Again, we were talking when it came to this subject. We were talking about a wider sort of. We were having a wider discussion, and
It still pertains.
I was
It
talking
doesn't
about
separate.
universities and
It doesn't separate this freaking
taxpayers.
conversation, you know, because yeah, we started that conversation with gaming. Okay, don't get me wrong, you're right. That's where it started, and then we brought it up again. I think on Minds, I believe Minds Roundtable. But even here it applies. You know what I'm saying? It's like freaking all of this stuff is connected, and it's always been connected. I get a kick out of people who try to make it out like the internet is this social network where it was created so that we can all freaking come together, hold hands, and give out free information to one another. That was never.
No, but that's just the the outcome of it. It's not necessarily
No,
the issue.
Yeah,
that's the
necessarily
propaganda. That is the propaganda that you were sold into believing, and you believe it 100%.
No, I experience it
and you
every
get
day.
so pissed off because these governments are snooping on your
Remember,
information.
organizations
snooping on me.
CERN, remember organizations like CERN and people like Lee Bennett were paid mainly out of taxpayers' money,
Right.
European Commission, British taxpayers' money.
Yeah, no. So that means you are paying these fools to freaking spy on your ass.
No,
Well, that's true. And we're paying them to
we pay these people to come up with technological developments that would result in the World Wide Web.
Which would eventually track.
You can't deny that there's a lot of benefits to the internet, though, Roger.
Well, yeah, that's
You're getting spied on. It's your own goddamn fault.
That's the exchange.
Take your ass.
That's the exchange of freaking giving up your freedom of privacy. You see what I mean? Like,
Well, you don't need to give up your privacy. Just
no, that's
don't
what
put
the
your real
internet.
name out there. And the only thing now that I'm really more concerned about is being on podcasts. They can do voice analysis on you. So unless we get voice scramblers in the future, which would be pretty interesting because we'd be all sound like Darth Vader talking to each other.
You'd love to sound like Darth Vader. Everybody knows.
I would. Then I'd be really Mr. Robot.
If you did want anybody to identify you in any sort of form, then you shouldn't be communicating at all.
That's just nihilism. Don't do that. Never go full retard. All right, what's the next topic? Let's continue.
Okay, now this is actually where we start getting into what we're talking about. Well, no, actually, before that, disinformation office is closed. The United States has freaking shut down the disinformation office here in the United States. And I got so carried away, I forgot to pull up the article.
Sorry, I'm smiling because when you say the disinformation office, it reminds me of Orwell's 1984, the Ministry of Truth and Room 101.
Well, see, that's the thing that is so weird about it because, like, this also has to do with a lot of this. Well, a lot of the stuff we were talking about too, because what it is the U.S. State Department closing office aimed at counter foreign disinformation. Okay, now this actually is something that has to do with Operation Mockingbird back in the 1960s. It was found out that disinformation was being pushed out in Europe and then pushed into the United States. Okay, JFK made a big speech about it, and they created they created this organization out of it, and now
now it's been weaponized to create lawfare against the people and censor their speech by calling everything they don't like disinformation, and then they basically just squash it.
Exactly. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Wednesday he was shutting down a State Department office that had sought to counter foreign disinformation, accusing it of censorship and wasting U.S. taxpayer money. Rubio, in a statement, said he was closing the State Department's counter foreign information manipulation and interference office, previously known as the Global Engagement Center.
Oh my God! Can you get any more Orwellian than that?
Yeah.
America's so great.
You see,
Also in
Foreign-
theory,
Foreign
isn't
information manipulation,
wouldn't the
interference
country
office, the whole office.
country information or misinformation department be a violation of
Well, they're not meant to be. They're not meant to be propagandizing their own people. That's the thing. But they were, and so yeah.
So it's a good argument to say there is
They're
a
only meant-
violation of First Amendment.
see, this
They're
is
only meant to propagandize us.
This goes back to what I was saying, and yes, you're right. That is true. We're only supposed to propagandize you because
Thanks
here in the
for
United
paying for it.
Now listen to this. So here in the United States, okay, we have actual laws that are codified, okay? And I always say this. I'm like, here in the United States, we need to be careful about making stupid laws, setting up stupid freaking organizations.
I would say in any country, UK being a good example.
Well, the problem is the people have no
in
choice in what laws get made. They
Yes,
can
you
only
do.
elect a leader, and then those laws.
you do.
At
Yes,
some
you do.
point, we do.
You can go to your MP. You can go to your senator and congressperson.
And what forces them to listen to you?
You and a group of people that you can gather who are willing to stand up with you and create a freaking organization that'll fight against that.
The only way you can do it is by creating a militia and having real power. Because, like, everything else,
are your
you're
MPs
just
not
trusting
answerable?
bureaucrats that
Are
corrupt.
your MPs not answerable to you? Are the people that
Not
you
legally.
elect that is meant to be representing you not answerable to you?
They're just
You're
putting up
under
a show.
you're under suppression by the freaking Queen of England. So like you,
Queen?
well,
It's the king now. The descendant of Count Dracula.
So like the king is the one of England is the one who's responsible for all of that. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that mandates, look, we're going to have to shoot these guys with rubber bullets.
Oh, that's
Well,
under
technically, he is the one that's responsible for everything else.
Under the Commonwealth rules, and that'd be for the two sections of whichever country's parliament. So government. So
At the very beginning of our constitution, it says it says the queen, but it'd be the king now is like the sovereign of this nation. So everything comes under them. And therefore, they are technically responsible for everything that goes on here. Right. I mean, they delegate power and stuff like that, but ultimately they're the one responsible because they claim to be the only sovereign being in the country.
Right, but I've made this argument quite a few times for a long time, since World War II. Any laws made within the Commonwealth, including the UK, are sanctioned by the.
Ultimately, laws are only there for the people, or they should be, and it should be by the consent of the people. Right. If you don't consent to the laws, they have no power over you.
And see, that's how things work here in the United States. We are the true free people in the world. So you got to be careful when you listen to English people.
If you can keep it, Roger. If you can keep it.
Again, Roger, you were saying the opposite yesterday in a chat session, and I remind you about the old government by the people, for the people, of the people.
That's exactly what this is about here in the United States. This is how we do it. You see that.
But do you remember what happened after you became free? The King of England came over there and started bloody shooting you guys. And then what happened after that? Civil war with the Freemasons.
Well, let me kind of throw that out the door and tell you how it really took place. Okay, like first, when you go to war with somebody back in those days, you have a declaration. Our Declaration of Independence was given to the King of England. That's just a declaration. That means we're not free yet. Okay. So in order to become free, we had to fight that war. And after that war was done, that is when we came out with the Articles of Confederation, which failed. And in secrecy and in the dead of the night, freaking all of these elitist Americans came together to create what we now know as the Declaration of Independence. And if it wasn't for a radical by the name of Andrew Jackson, we would have never, as poor people, had the right to freaking vote here in the United States, because the elitists wanted to keep the voting rights for freaking people who were landowners and rich, because they felt that if they allowed poor people to freaking vote, they would be influenced by the money of the rich, and that would sway the voting system.
As you see now with the US elections, with no financial caps on them. But I argue that that would never have happened if it wasn't this one bloke, because we can make arguments that similar sort of things happen in Europe and across the world.
But look at you now. You're still ruled by elitists. You know, they have all the money. They have all the power. They run the politics.
We vote them in. We elect them.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know, it's a money game over there. You know, you can't really get elected unless you have at least $1 billion behind you.
Yeah, but
we sold the media
unlike the US system, we have got caps on how much can be spent on any one election, and I believe that sticking caps on the expenditure is actually a good thing in the long term.
Mm-hmm. Now,
on elections.
One thing I do want to mention too that I forgot to mention about tariffs is these tariffs I believe are going to be different than what the original classic definition of what a tariff is, because they're supposed to be freaking no tax tariffs. That means that freaking no taxes can be applied from the businesses towards like the taxes they get from these tariffs, they won't be pushed onto the consumer. You know what I'm saying? No.
Probably would be.
If a company has to pay more, then it has got two options: either reduce resources, so reduce employment, or push the cost onto the consumer.
There's a third one. They need to start buying locally and stop buying all of this freaking garbage.
Yeah, but
overseas.
Yeah. Which goes back to my Apple and Nvidia point.
And I actually see that as a positive thing, because if it forces you guys to freaking set tariffs, then that means you're going to do the same thing in your countries. You're going to start buying locally within your own countries and stop freaking doing this. Oh, it's more important to freaking import our goods.
I think that is important.
That's not true when you look at things like the net zero thing concept. I mean,
that's another just like globalist agenda right there.
We have had an entire argument about is it Scunthorpe steel factory recently, and which is the only steel manufacturing factory in the UK now, and we are buying in steel mainly from China.
Isn't that pathetic?
Yeah, and obviously, if there was ever a conflict with China, then that raises issues of security. Yeah.
You realize that freaking Ireland, right next to you, has the largest freaking copper mine in the world.
And funny enough, only within the last couple of days, there's been, since Tony Blair has criticised the UK government for the net zero policies and high prices. There's been questions about starting fracking operations in this country. We are sitting on one of the largest gas deposits in Europe.
Yeah. It's amazing when I think of that. And the copper mine that I mentioned, by the way, is closed. They shut it down. You know what I mean?
Oh.
And it's the largest freaking copper mine in the world. It was in use for well over 2,000 years. Okay, and then one day they decided, no, we don't want that no more. So they shut it down.
And they're shutting down electricity production all around the world, and they're killing all the cows.
So let me go ahead and get to the next topic. This one is about the Justice Department. The Justice Department filed a joint motion with lawyers for President Donald Trump in the appeal in a ruling in a defamation case levied by E. Jean Carroll against him for comments he made back in 2019. Trump was found liable for defamation by a jury in 2024 for comments he made denying Carroll's allegations of sexual abuse. He was in office during his first term as president when he made the remarks. The president now, in his second term, is appealing the decision in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. In a filing last week, lawyers for both the DOJ and Trump argued that the Justice Department believes the president's comments fall under the Westfall Act, which gives government employees immunity for conduct that falls under the scope of their job. The motion also called for the DOJ to substitute the president's lawyers in the case as the defendant or appellate. Now, substitution is required because once the Attorney General certifies that a defendant is acting within the scope of his office or employment, the United States is the party defendant unless a court, unless and until a court rules that the contrary, to the contrary, the filing said. So that got a little confusing. Now, the filing also included a certificate from Kristen Wilkinson, director of the Torts Branch Civil Division in the Justice Department, that Trump acted within his scope of employment as president when he made the comments in question in 2019. On the basis of the information now available with respect to the claims asserted therein, I find that Donald J. Trump was acting within the scope of his office or employment at the time of the incident out of which the plaintiff claims arose, Wilkinson said in a filing with the court. And then
This is clearly political prosecution, lawfare.
I'm not going to say yes or no on this one.
What I don't get is how is denying an allegation defamation? Aren't you just defending yourself? Isn't defamation when you accuse someone else of something and it's not true?
Right. Now, Westfall Act claims were initially supported by the DOJ when the case was proceeding through federal district court in July 2023 under then President Joe Biden. The department dropped its support for the claim that Trump was acting under the scope of his job as president. The Justice Department now again under Trump is attempting to renew these claims as the president's appeals lasts no, the Justice Department now again under Trump is attempting to renew these claims as the president appeals last year's jury decision. So that's going on.
Can't really comment on that because it's a active appeal and need to see all the evidence.
Now, when it comes to this, it does seem kind of like redundant. You know what I mean? I think it is politically motivated, like Mr. Robot says, and this is. I mean, it's like they're coming at them with everything but the kitchen sink, and I'm surprised this is still going because all of this other politically motivated crap got dropped, like all that stuff in Georgia, gone. You know. The only reason why I voted for Donald Trump was for
Georgia.
Here's some more evidence. 220 lawsuits in 100 days. Trump administration faces unprecedented legal blitz. And I remember seeing...
that's not evidence.
Well, it's evidence of political persecution. And I saw a video. I can't remember the guy's name, otherwise I bring it up. But it's this Jewish guy. He's a prominent dude in the US. I can't remember if he's a senator or something like that. But anyway, he before Trump got elected, he was bragging on TV that he already had 100 lawsuits planned against Trump, and it was going to be a way to like throw a spanner in the works or like, you know, take him out or, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there were people coming after him for sure.
But if these lawsuits are not can be proven not to be or to be innocent, or Trump being innocent on these lawsuits, then big deal.
Well, the thing is, it's, you know, occupies time and resources.
Again, it's just entertainment. As I keep remind people to use the UK British expression, today's news is most chip paper.
This is the foolish thinking of today's freaking generation, okay? People think that it is entertainment. I mean, like I said, to sue and to be sued is a constitutional right here in the United States. Well, you're seeing government taking place, okay? You don't have to agree with these people. You don't have to disagree with these people, but you have to admit at least freaking constitutional government is being played out. You know what I mean?
But it's also a vulnerability, Roger. No, because if it's meant to be done in good faith. When people abuse the system and sue people for no reason just to like,
everybody has the right to do it. It doesn't, and you know this ethical bullshit. Let's take that and fucking just throw it out the window, dude. Oh, I've got to be ethical.
I'm not saying ethical. I'm just saying when people abuse the system for things that it's not intended for, that can turn into like a vulnerability or a method to suppress people or to do something not good.
I get what you're saying, Mr. Robert, and I do agree with you partially, but I also agree with Roger. It is demonstrating that the system is functioning.
Okay.
Flawed.
No, not flawed.
It's functioning.
Here's an example.
It is functioning.
Okay.
No, but here's the thing, right? So Trump has made a mandate that transgender people should be banned from the military. Now they're suing him for that, so that stays in place, right? Mm-hmm. And that you could argue that is a vulnerability for national defense now, because they've put a whole bunch of, people that aren't like 100% mentally capable or like at least emotionally potentially unstable in the military. Okay. Right. And the other thing was he wanted to make the government.
Whoa. Be very careful there, because you're on dangerous ground there.
First of all, thinking that when you're a man thinking you're a woman, that is on its face like a mental condition already. My point is, besides all that, the Trump was elected by the people to do the things he said he was going to do, and that was one of them. And the other one was to make the government more efficient. Now these people are coming after him in the courts to try and stop that from happening. So they're literally working against the will of the people through lawfare. And I'm just saying that is a vulnerability in the system.
Now, see,
and that's
this-
not what it was intended for. Here it says,
let me kind of step in here. Hold up. Before we go farther on that, let me kind of explain to you something about the process, okay? Now, you say that it's a vulnerability and all this, but that's not the end of the story. Okay,
Mr. Roberts is politically explaining this.
They go to the court system and they speak their mind to the court system. Now that has to go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court makes an interpretation of it. If their interpretation is correct and they feel that it is valid, then they freaking have to make the interpretation in the Constitution according to constitutional law. After that, if Congress feels fit to create that law that says either homosexuals can or cannot be in the military, then they can create that law, okay? But they have to go through that process in order to do it. After that's done, then it's up to the executive branch, which is the president and his cabinet, to enforce that law through the Department of Justice.
the problem is they've got a whole bunch of bad actors in Congress, in the Department of Justice, bought off by people like Soros, and the WEF even openly bragged about it, that they owned like most of Congress. So now the system is basically non-functional because it's not going through a good faith system. It's being bought off, and that's why I think the president, correct me if I'm wrong, has the power to do the executive actions to be able to correct stuff like that, isn't it?
And right now, timing is important. You got to understand that Congress or the executive branch, which is the White House, and Congress is all dominant Republican conservatives. You're muted, Mark, I believe.
Am I?
Oh wait, okay, never mind. I was on the stream. I seen your mouth, but you got to realize that they have a certain amount of time where they need to get this stuff passed, or they need
totally.
You know what I mean?
You didn't see the Democrats holding back, right? Like, as soon as they had the power, they were just going for it, whereas the Republicans tend to drag their feet for a while for some reason.
Trump is an idiot when it comes to that shit, because he turned around, he got in on his first term, and he started saying, well, forgive and forget. And this is after everybody kept saying, fucking lock her up. And I was one of those people that was saying lock her up.
Arguably, Trump in his first term was unprepared for realism. He
was unprepared for the
being an exercise for him.
He was a cat that walked into a tiger match, and I think he's a lot more wise this time. But the problem is he's let them water down his power by taking out people like what's his name, the guy that was going to be the head of the Department of Justice, Mark. The guy, they basically said, he had a sex scandal where he was like tangentially involved, but not really. And then he just quit. And then they put in Pam Bondi, which is just completely fucking retarded. She hasn't been able to pull off anything. And Trump keeps like congratulating her when she hasn't done anything. What's his name?
This goes back to the hot chick thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, he's got a bunch of daughters, and I think he sees her as like a daughter almost, or
no,
something. I don't know.
that's
I
not.
mean, a good thing in UK that we occasionally have cabinet reshuffles. In fact, I'm expecting a cabinet reshuffle in the next couple of months after after yesterday's local elections. But in the US, it's these sort of cabinet reshuffles are not all that common.
In the U.S.,
Yeah.
you know, the reason why is because they have to work around that. Now, people do their terms, and then they have a certain amount of terms they can do. So what they do is they take a break and they switch to another freaking political seat. Okay, so the thing of it is you can actually own more than one house. All right, so if you go outside of a district and you buy a house outside of a district, you can wait a year and then go into that district and run for office.
Same in this country. You have local elections. Not sure about the data for yesterday's, but in the past you've had local elections where the candidates didn't even come from that area. So
The guy's name is Matt Gaetz. Yeah, have you heard him speak before, Matt Gaetz?
No, I've never had a chance to.
Oh man, he was awesome. He was like, he's a weapon, man. He calls it like it is. I'm sure you've seen his face before, this guy.
I'm just,
he just like calls them out hard, man. He would have been the best for the job by far, and I'm so disappointed he quit. He would have all the Epstein files on the
US representative for the first Congress.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Guides.
they accused him of child sex trafficking and statutory rape, apparently, which was total bullcrap. And he just didn't want the heat on Trump because he wasn't elected yet, and so he quit.
Yeah.
Were those allegations brought out in the court?
No, it was never tried or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what's so suspicious about it. You know what I mean? Because like they made the
allegation, right? They can just throw any allegation at you, and it looks bad in the media. You know what I mean?
Yep. And that's what it's turned into. Like nobody's actually saying, "Freaking, let's take this to court." You know what I mean? It's like, "Oh, I'm gonna run and hide, dude, because I don't want my name freaking drug through the mud."
That's why the media is the greatest weapon in the U.S. and it can destroy anyone without a trial, without a jury, without anything.
Okay, so
that's true throughout the world. The BBC, Sky.
But my point was, in his first term, he did poorly because he surrounded himself with people that weren't loyal, that weren't on his side, all sorts of stuff like that. And by letting stuff like this happen, he's letting the opposition know that all they have to do to like get him to do what they want is to accuse people of things, a bit of blackmail here and there, but he has gotten better though. He's just fired his head of was it the military? He fired the head of the military, and he's just fired that guy who invited the newspaper guy into the Signal chat just the other day. He fired him as well. So,
he had good cause to fire that person.
So, with that being said, this is where we're going to turn it over to you, Miss Robot. I put the link in the private freaking chat on the sides for the topic that you wanted to talk about, which is up. And this one has to do with populists are gaining power and keeping it. What comes next? So,
okay, I'm just trying to find the thread that it was on.
Okay. Well, I've got
Let's
the
go.
link. I've got the link that you posted in the chat.
Oh yeah. Can you like reply to it again in
No, it's right here in
where?
Rumble in the private live chat.
Oh,
on the side.
okay, but I posted a whole bunch of links. Remember, if you can
Okay.
find that thread, you probably didn't see it.
Which site?
It's on Politico, is what he got. So
Hang on.
the one that he
Let me
posted.
try and find this thread.
You want me to put it on our chat?
It's all right. I'll find it in a second. Here it is.
Like it's
So basically, I wanted to just talk about how people are starting to wake up to the
hold
great
on.
scam that's being played on them.
Hold up.
And,
Don't run through that whole thing yet, because freaking like go into your article and discuss.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, fact basics.
Yeah.
So this is about populism on the rise, and I noticed this first started in like 2022, and then when was this one this one has only just been published recently. In 2017, Donald Trump was almost the only nationalist populist leader in the West. Liberal democracy, its protection at home and its promotion abroad was the political default across America and Europe. The United States' marquee conference for hard right conservatives, CPAC, featured only one major foreign speaker that year. Britain's Nigel Farage, who had just resigned leader of the United Kingdom Independence Party after a successful Brexit campaign. They proved that Brexit was also basically a psyop by the intelligence community as well.
Please.
No, it's true. Cambridge Analytica and all those companies, they swung the vote. But anyway, I digress. 8 years later, I'll prove it to you later, Mark.
Yeah, you'll have to.
8 years later, Trump had joined on the world stage by a plethora of right-wing populists, and nationalism had become mainstream. CPAC 2025 was a verifiable international event with guests ranging from Argentina's President Javier Milei to Slovakia's Prime Minister Robert Fico to Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, among many others. But while it's clear that nationalism is having a great moment, for now it's just that, a moment, supposedly.
I love the language that is coming out of this article, the hard right.
Clearly. Well, Politico has always been sort of against Trump.
Politics is not necessarily about nationalism. It could be. You could also talk about small government in this respect. The framing of this article is somewhat questionable.
Well, definitely. It's Politico. Need I say more? Yeah. But I just did a quick search on what I was kind of getting at.
Again, be careful with sources.
I think that's the main thing I wanted to say from this article, just to basically say that, you know, there is a moment in time now, thanks to Trump mainly, that populism has become more mainstream than what it was.
Again, be careful about the term populism. That has been misused quite a lot lately. And as I pointed out to you yesterday, populism just means a party that is popular. So you could argue
it's the word they're using, populist.
Party that become a government is in effect popular because they receive the majority of the votes.
No, that's not. I don't think that's how it's being used.
I know how it's being used, and it's again, I question the ethical efficacy of this and objectiveness of that article.
Now hold on a
If,
minute. Hold on. We're at
if you-
2.5 hours. This is where we're going to get back to this topic, but before then, we need to take about a 15-minute break. You guys go get your coffee.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't noticed yet, Mark Edworthy is our token naysayer, British complainer extraordinaire. Do not be surprised when he disagrees with me vehemently.
Exactly. And so everybody knows.
You tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Well, that's why I brought up the dictionary right here, Mark.
Hold on. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this music on. It's this music that freaking I have put together that's all from Mark or Mr. Robot.
Before you do that, I just want to point out here to Mark, populist is a member of a political party claiming to represent ordinary people against the establishment. There we go, right there in dictionary.
Okay, so
that's one, definition. Yeah,
I'm gonna go get a coffee.
Notice there were several different definitions there.
Go get a coffee.
Pwned.
Go get a coffee.
There are several definitions there, so yeah. Anyway, yeah, coffee.
Cool. And we will be right back, guys. We're going to take a quick break.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man, a new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Awakening to new perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing to unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery, the mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled around. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled round, and if Mr. Robot the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and riving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and riving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his starborn accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waits at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no grain could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Is a virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From these the Tetragonical, the causation law as above, so below. Cosmic empire of law and princes of plasma, their frozen out debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survived. Complex foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Green Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, the cold tension, all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, Orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up the piston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse. Nah, Zeus hit the reset. Scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes. Built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiahuanaco, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe.
A block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads. These structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping. Logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth. What force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive. Yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. The sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Mummies stolen? Nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis. Truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with the allegorical crypts, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens, but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths of metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. Themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math, and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawned when gods walked as king, left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The emerald taintless truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
Stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hold a hymn, rising cold and divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, truth's a spiral eternity script. In a language of symbolism, gods we've been missing.
Okay, we are here. We're back. It's time to get busy. Now, that was brought to you by Illuminati on Hacker Radio. If you guys are on Rumble and you freaking want to help support us, stop by and say hi to him. He's a weird dude. Probably one of the weirdest dudes I've ever met. But with that being, I'm going to turn this back over to Mr. Robot, who is a completely different person that I was not mentioning before when I was talking about Illuminati and Hacker Radio.
I've heard of that guy. Remind me to ask him to send you some new music.
He's got some cool stuff. I mean, a lot of the music that freaking he sent already actually fits into what I want to do with Untethered, because it's got a lot of good style to it. When the edited versions come out, which is going to be at the beginning of next year, you're going to love the introduction to this show, just so people know.
Okay. Nice.
And it's already scheduled too, by the way, just so everybody knows. I've got everything hooked up. We've got uploads like you wouldn't believe. We've got so much content coming in, it's flowing out of my butthole.
Nice. Yeah, I can't imagine anyone ever shutting you up.
Well, shutting us up. Remember, this is all of us. I mean, everything.
Oh, there's no shortage of content to talk about, that's for sure. It's never ending.
So here we go. Let's get back to the populists.
So yeah, we were talking about the rise of populism, and Before we do that, this is an interesting bit of breaking news. Rubio says that Biden administration kept disinformation dossiers on prominent Americans, including Trump, Elon Musk, Alex Jones, a whole bunch of people. And he's releasing these documents now. So, yeah, interesting.
That's pretty good. Now, that's actually a part of the whole populist topic, to be honest with you.
All right, let me bring up our definition again. So we're going to talk about a few suspicious, I would say, some people might say dubious political actions or events that's going on right now. And we'll talk about things going on in France, Brazil, Romania, Canada, and Australia for now. And we'll start off. We might as well do it in that order.
No,
First
actually,
of all,
hold up. I've got those sorted out. So,
okay, you want to do them in a specific order?
Yeah, let's hit this populist thing, because this is actually a good conversation that popped up with us.
Political philosophy or movement that represents or is claimed to represent the interests of ordinary people, especially against the establishment. That's how I tend to use the word.
Now, the article that you came out with on the opinion, it was one thing that stuck out that really sparked a conversation with this three last night was the part where it says, but while it's clear that nationalism is having a moment, for now, it's just that, a moment. Now, they use the word nationalism with populist, and that is something that really stuck out with us. And I think that is something that really does need to be discussed too, because we had a really good conversation about that.
Just on that one point, just before we continue, what that is, that article is saying is that they're in favour of globalism. They're in favour of no sovereignty. They're in favour of borderless countries.
That tends to be their agenda. So my sort of stance on it is there has been I don't know, in the last 50 years or so, there's been a sort of global takeover of Western nations by what is termed liberal democracy. But really, I would say that is a wolf in sheep's clothing, where the liberalism is actually authoritarianism and democracy is actually, elitist control of the people. And so since we have this new system of basically fascism, nationalism is now people are becoming interested in that again. And because it's not the leading, the dominant political philosophy, it's becoming, it's being taken on by the populist movement, because it has worked in the past for places like Germany or whatever.
Just on a minor point, got to be very careful of the word liberalism, because that can mean two different things. You've got progressive liberalism, which you are talking about, and then you've got classical liberalism, which means smaller government, more control over, or more responsibility by the individual.
Right, and that's the United States Constitution. That's what it's set up on, is classical liberalism.
But you guys never had a liberal party in the U.S., did you? Or
at first we did, but then it got replaced slowly by conservatives that crept in, and I wouldn't even call them conservatives. They were more elitist Whig Party members who.
Well, that's what became the Democratic Party, isn't it?
No, not really. The Democratic Party is a freaking mutated version of what the Republican Party was.
You've got to be very careful about looking at the term Republican and Democrat in an historical point of view, because arguably since 1950 they've sort of swapped positions.
Yeah, that's right. Well, even more recent, I would say, because like in JFK's time, even the Democratic Party was more liberal. It was like, for power to the people, progressive, what would you call it?
Yeah,
more
again,
rights to freedom of speech, all that stuff.
So you're talking about classical liberalism rather than progressive liberalism.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like it's swapped now, but classically liberalism comes from the word liberal or liberty, which is meant to mean freedom, right? And now it started off that way. That's how they sucked people into it. But now the psychopaths have grabbed onto that power of the people and basically turned it into authoritarianism. And like you saw just before, Biden was censoring his political opposition. He like impeached Trump multiple times. All this kind of stuff, censoring people.
And now you're talking about more progressive liberalism.
When you see, like, don't ever think that like the new form of liberal is the same as what it was before. Now, when you look at the classical liberalism, you have to look at John Locke. Okay, you have to read John Locke's literature, and then after that, you go in and you look at the Constitution of the United States, and you'll start seeing similarities. Okay. John Locke was exiled from England because of his beliefs. So don't mistake John Locke as being something that was implemented in England either, because England was against John Locke's belief system. He actually, I think he migrated to Sweden what was the freaking country where the Pilgrims actually went to before they came over to the United States? It was where all the hippies are, the ones that smoke all the dope and shit. Huh?
That was the U.S.
What's it? Dutch. There you go.
Dutch is my country. Dutch is
it was a Dutch country. It was a Dutch country. But that's where he ended up at, and then he started getting into more discussions about classic liberalism and discussing the right of the individual and things of that nature. And also, let me point out something else. You'll hear a lot of people always talk about radicals, okay? Now, don't be fooled by that. That is not a new form of political movement that's taken place. Radicals have been around since the French Revolution. They are like an offset of what classical liberalism was, except for they believed in big government and excessive individualism, which means what we have today with the woke movements, where everybody wants each individual person to have their own personal rights, and they want transgenders to be given their own personal rights separate from, a regular normal person, you know what I mean? Whereas constitutional government and classic liberalism says that we don't focus laws on the individual, we focus it on everybody. Everybody has to follow these laws so that frickin' we have a justice system that is fair for everybody, you know what I mean?
Yeah. There's no identity politics, there's no group politics. Everybody is the same under law and under God.
Right.
Rendered upon Caesar.
Right.
I do agree with Elon Musk's view, though, that we need a better system to get rid of old laws that aren't applicable anymore. Because what tends to happen is we just accumulate all these laws, which basically is a limitation on people's freedom. And there needs to be a way to repeal these laws and get rid of them, especially if they're unjust laws.
Well, this is where we dive into.
Again, it depends on the jurisdiction.
This is where we start diving into. socialism and national socialism and nationalists. See, all of that stuff, this is where I split when it comes to the supposed conservative party in the United States, okay? They call themselves conservative, but they aren't. They're really national socialists, pretending to be conservatives. When they start talking about eliminating laws that they feel is outdated, that goes against everything that the Constitution here in the United States stands for. Okay, we actually want to keep those laws so that later on, if the public opinion changes and we want to bring a law back into power, we can do that. So it stays on that codified law that I was talking about. You don't delete laws in the United States, okay? When you make a law, it stays, okay?
You can ratify a law, you can...
You kind of went blank.
So you ratify a law.
Are you saying you don't want to ever be able to
disband a law? No, you can disband laws in the US.
You can stop using laws, okay? But once that law is introduced, it's there. Now, for example...
Are you saying that's a good thing?
Yes, it is. Because
Why?
Because people change over time, okay?
Yeah, but doesn't that mean the laws should change?
Well, whenever something happens, it doesn't...
Because what happens now is you can abuse an old law like outside of context, you know what I mean, for the modern day. But because that law is there, you can still apply it. And that's happening now.
Then that means that people who are making those laws should be very, very responsible about the way they make laws, okay?
But that's not going to happen, Roger, because there's such a thing as money, and politicians love it.
It did happen at one time when people were actually doing what they were supposed to be doing. Now, see, in the United States, we believe that freaking laws shouldn't be just automatically passed, or we originally didn't believe that. We believed that they should have been thought through very carefully. That's what our founding fathers wanted. They wanted laws that actually took time and were debated on and discussed so that it didn't just affect us, it affected our children and our grandchildren. And it would say, okay, now 50 years down the road, we don't want our kids to have to go through this or this or this. So they didn't want freaking that to happen. It was very thought out. As time went on, people began to incorporate freaking this idea that we need fast, speedy laws. And I personally believe that it came from Europe. It came from England. It came from freaking...
I would actually disagree with England because if you ever look how our laws are created, generally speaking, the laws will be, a bill will be announced in the House of Commons and then will be reviewed, then will be passed to the House of Lords, then will be reviewed, and this can happen 3 times. And then once it's agreed upon, then it's for the monarch to rubber stamp it.
But so here's the thing: when you read the U.S. Constitution, it sounds like they experienced an abuse of power back then by the monarch, and that's why they wanted to create a new country. And so they've seen what happens if you abuse these powers, and that's probably why they were so careful with the initial laws and like constitution and stuff.
Exactly.
But what happened over time also is like there became like as America became richer, there was more money at stake when and like you know corporations came into the play where they could incentivize politicians with millions and millions of dollars if they passed laws for their buddies and stuff like this. So now what happens is these laws end up getting passed, even like things that limit your power, like your freedom of speech, for example, with the new anti-Semitism laws and whatnot. And like there's no way to get rid of it now. And now these laws can potentially be abused in the future. Yes. And what I'm saying is there needs to be a mechanism for the people to go, no, we don't want that.
Even in the US example, where you might not be able to repeal a law, you can amend the law, can change the context of the law.
Right. And there's no guarantee that anybody's ever going to go back to those laws. But understand they're still there. Okay, they're not gone.
Yeah, which to me means like, you know, in the future, there's going to be some stickler lawyer going through the ancient laws trying to find something they can pin you on, you know?
Well, that's not in the future. That just recently happened. I mean,
I know.
They pulled up that stuff with Trump on the immigration stuff. I mean, and that's an example of what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? It's like, if you don't want something like that taking place in the future for your future generations, then you should be careful about what you allow to become a law today, because that is a good example. Okay, nobody back then thought that it would be used so that they could do freaking mass deportations. You know.
Well, it's kind of, that's actually a lucky example. Like there could be much worse ways to abuse laws, but you're assuming that politicians are always going to have good faith, and you're assuming there's going to be no corruption, and you're assuming that no one's going to make a mistake. You know, I mean, it comes down to like 1,500-page laws. And
that was also anticipated into the Constitution.
This is the point of having a Senate and a Congress, or in the UK, or low chamber and high chamber in effect. So it can be, the laws can be, before they become acts, they can, in the bill form, they can be reviewed by one chamber,
there's a public consultation and stuff
by the next chamber, and vice, and yeah.
But here's the thing, Mark. This is what happens here, right? Is like they won't announce that a new law is coming. So when there's only like a few weeks where there's public consultation, and they'll take like people's statements on it and whatnot, but they won't tell you that it's happening. So it'll just get snuck in, especially over holidays and stuff like that, or Christmas especially. They'll stick like crazy bills through, and then all of a sudden
there are very limited public consultations. I agree, but in Commonwealth countries, I'm not sure how this works as much in fact I do actually, but in you can always go on to, let's say, government website and review what legislations are coming up.
But here's the thing: no one does that. You know, no one actually goes and reads all the laws.
Yes.
Not even lawyers.
It's because people don't mean that it's not happening.
Yeah. So like sometimes they'll.
I gotta ask you something though, Mr. Robot. Who do you think's responsible for that information getting out? Like in the United States, we believe in a sovereignty. Okay, we believe that it's the people's responsibility to keep government in check. Okay.
Yeah, not us. We believe in subjugation living under a nanny state.
Even in all Commonwealth countries, there is a thing called the Hanson review.
His face just froze.
He was about to say, "There's such a thing as the king, and he is our daddy." All right.
No, Hanson is a transcription of every single word that is said in Parliament. Whilst people sitting on those green benches, every single word is noted in a transcription.
I'm not saying there's no transparency. There's transparency. You can go look at that stuff. You can go look at the laws.
That's not constitutional, though. I mean, transparency. Everybody keeps talking about this shit. Okay. I mean, come on, dude. What the hell?
In the US, this may not be.
My point is, they can write a law that's ambiguous enough for like some sneaky lawyer to go and abuse it later on, right? For example, these internet censorship laws that has just come out. They've said, we don't want teenagers to be able to have access to social media because it's bad for them. But in order to do that, now every adult has to give their ID to get on the internet. You know what I mean? So, like, you can see how a law that's stated to have a certain purpose can be abused for another purpose, namely tracking and control of everyone in the country.
This is where the courts come in. This is where judges and the courts come into it to interpret the law, the legislation. I mean, as an example, the UK Supreme Court's ruling on what are males and females that happened only a couple of weeks ago. That clarified the 2010 Equalities Act. And
All right,
specified
tell me this, Mark.
what is
Tell me this. What species is a judge?
Okay, now hold up. I can actually talk a little bit about judges here in the United States.
No, but I just want to say a judge is a human being, just like you and me, who is fallible, all right?
Okay.
And open to corruption.
No,
okay,
I mean,
we've seen this all over the place where judges have been bought off by rich billionaires to make
it
favorable decisions to their agendas.
It goes even deeper than that here in the United States. This is something that is really serious. Now, judges, when they take and put that robe on, okay, they become the law. All right. So no matter what their decision is, they are untouchable. They are immune from prosecution
They
or
basically have
litigation.
more power than the president, don't they, or what?
While they're holding that
in the US. In
while-
the US specifically.
While they're holding that while they have that robe on, they're playing the part of the judge. Yes, they are the ultimate freaking power. They are like, they're stronger than the Power Rangers. Okay.
So why can you appeal the decisions?
It has
Why
to
is
be
it
approved.
prohibited?
It has to be just like suing the government. It has to be approved by the freaking court systems if you're allowed to sue them. Now, if they see that you have a
I did
honest
not say
case,
sue. I'm not saying sue
Or-
the judges.
or-
I'm just saying
or file
appealing cases.
if they see any
appealing
kind of case that is suitable for freaking prosecution or lawsuit, then you're allowed to sue them. But first, you have to ask for permission to sue them.
I'm not talking about suing judges. I'm just
Well,
saying
let's-
appealing
let's-
cases.
You're talking about criminal cases too, right?
Yeah, appealing a case. If I am convicted of
No,
something,
you can.
I
You can.
appeal.
If you want to appeal a decision, then you can just make an appeal. But I'm saying if you think that they have done anything that was corrupt or anything that was wrongdoing while they were while they were wearing that robe behind the bench, okay, then you have to ask the court if you can frickin' sue them or if you can bring charges against them. Okay.
And here's the vulnerability, right? Is federal judges are appointed by the President of the United States Senate, right? And they have a 14-year term, which is multiple presidencies. So if you have a corrupt presidency, that becomes active in the next presidency. So they can still be malicious actors in the next term. And there's nothing you can really do about it.
Unlike in the UK, where all public servants are subject to what we call the Nolan Doctrine, i.e. the Civil Service Code of Conduct, and all of them any public servant could be prosecuted under either misconduct in the public, conspiracy to commit misconduct in public office, or conspiracy to commit malfeasance in public office. And in theory, both of them can be custodial sentences.
Okay.
The current process for the president to fire federal judges is limited and strictly defined according to the Constitution. Federal judges, including the Supreme Court justices, are appointed for life and can only be removed through impeachment and conviction by Congress. Holy crap.
Now, see, that's kind of cool. That I actually like that. I think they should have lifetime terms. I was
Why is
kind of,
that?
I don't know.
If you have a corrupt judge, it's there for life.
To be honest, that when I first started thinking about it, I did have my issues. But then the more I started checking into it, the more I started liking that idea. First of all, it's
So,
cool.
if you have a corrupt judge, you want to have him for life.
It goes back to what I said before. You
Yeah,
need to make good
like I said, if they are
decisions.
if they're mentally impaired, let's say they become 80 and they suffer from dementia, do you want them to be your judge?
Well, they have a right
Do you
to
want
step
them to
down
be a
if they
judge?
want to.
Roger does. Roger does.
Yeah,
Well,
if
they
they
have a
want
right to step down if they want to. Okay, now
They
Why
also
would a
have a right to
corrupt judge
remove
step
if they
down?
want to.
now the thing that gets me is it does come back to what I was saying. It's like you have to make good decisions when you decide to do things like wanting laws and also voting in presidents and things like that. So, like the reason why you have all these judges that freaking have lifetime terms and you don't freaking like them is because you decided that you wanted that president in office. Okay, who freaking
That is indirect democracy, indirect power. The people don't have any direct control.
when you vote to
The mind control is working on Roger Hanson.
No, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you how
your
things work.
grandfather, before you continue, your grandfather votes for
he's getting blotted out.
Before you were alive, and that president elects a judge or puts in a judge, and that judge is still there when you are.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
That's what you suggested.
No,
that's what
no.
you suggested, right?
Judges don't appoint the next judge here in the United States.
No, I didn't say that. I said the president.
Okay,
of
the president of the time appoints a judge. Okay, that judge stays in for a life term. Now you have to understand the process.
Why would you do that? That is crazy.
You have to understand.
A president can't do that. What? It's like a dictator.
This is how it works here in the United States. Okay, now
who the hell came up with that?
Listen, so I can explain this. It makes it to where you can at least understand it. Okay, you are the sovereignty, okay, in the United States. Now, when you turn around and you vote for a House representative or a senator or the president of the United States, you turn around and you give them the authority to make decisions on your behalf, okay?
Yep.
And when you do that, they go into freaking Congress and they go into the executive branches and they make those decisions for you. All right. Now, with these judges, their role is to interpret the law. Okay. So what this president has to do is come up with people who can sit on the Supreme Court and knows constitutional law. The best candidates who are capable of doing that, and that's what they do. They interpret the law. Now, it's gotten really popular with the media now, where they think that the Supreme Court makes a decision, they interpret the law, they make a decision that this is unconstitutional, and bam, everybody needs to comply to it. That means that interpret away, and that's not the way it works. They interpret the law. Hold up, they interpret the law, and then it goes from the frickin' judicial system or branch to the frickin' to Congress, okay? And Congress is the one who creates laws. So the law is interpreted, and then it's created through Congress, where it goes through the House of Representatives into the Senate. And after that, that is when the executive branch, the President of the United States, has to enforce the law through the they're just speculating that they actually are they actually migrated east, but that's really inconclusive. It's just like with their languages. They've found tablets and scripts that show their writing, but linguistics and archaeologists and all of these cool people who do the research there to try to figure out languages have yet been able to read what they're saying. So I brought this up in the last episode where with the Sumerians, they have this language that is separate from all of the languages that we have today, which means our languages don't connect to the Sumerians, and they're not connected to any languages within that region. It was like it just sprung up and then disappeared without an origin and without, growing on to other languages, which to me is kind of odd. But then we come along to the Indus Valley, and we learn of this civilization who has a writing system, which and let me distinguish this. There is a difference between a writing system and a language. A language is what comes out of your mouth, the spoken word, and then there's the writing system. So they have this writing system that they can't interpret. They can't find out, okay, this is what this is saying, and this is what this is saying. And I believe they're coming along, but they haven't got it done well enough to where this language can be interpreted properly. So at least that's what my take is of it. I do enjoy doing the research and finding out about this stuff, but I think my slideshow stopped running. Let me go, wait a minute. So that is something that really stuck out to me. It shouldn't have ended, but it did, didn't it? Yes, it did. I am going to go ahead and just put my image back up. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't think that it was going to end like it did, but it did. Now these images, I also want to point out, are images that were given to me by Mr. Robot on Minds.com, so I'm going to give kudos to Mr. Robot. These are very good images. I turned around and made slideshows for him, and I ended up sending him copies of those so that he could have them if he wants to use them. He did a really good job. So I ended up, okay, so let me get back to what I was talking about with the Indus Valley. Now, like I said, it's actually a mystery when it comes to this civilization. And I also said in the last episode that this civilization was unique because when they went in to do archaeological research on this place, they didn't find any kind of evidence that there was battles that had taken place, that any of their frickin' villages or their cities had fallen victim of a frickin' attack. So there was no signs of war or violence or anything whatsoever, and that right there by itself is pretty unique because I don't think there's any other civilization or culture out there that has ever had this happen, and this is the only place that I've ever heard of where these findings have been found, and it seems pretty amazing to me if you ask me, because of the region. This is the region that spawned the beliefs of Hinduism Buddhism. You have also the black sheep of the family that everybody seems to forget, which is the Zoroastrians, and you could call him the brother of Hinduism or Buddha, or the brother of Buddhism, really. So you had these three cultures, and then you can't forget the Bon. They were all there. And also, when you look into those religions, there's strong connections to the Indo-Europeans and their belief systems. And there's also mention of Buddhism being influenced by Alexander the Great when he came in. But there's one thing that really stuck out to me with all of this. Like, this region, the valley where it's located at, would have been the exact place where Genghis Khan would have came to the borders of India. And that story is really amazing, because if you do research and you find out about Genghis Khan, Genghis Khan was a conqueror, and he ruled over the Golden Horde, and they went from one region to another, just conquering one village after the other, and that was what they were into. But when they reached the borders of India, in this area somewhere, Genghis Khan decided not to venture further. He turned away and went the other direction. He didn't even try to conquer India. And that would have placed him somewhere in this area, and I find that as kind of strange when it comes to that. And then you look at the Indus civilization, where there's no evidence of any kind of destruction, any kind of war, and things of that nature. So that kind of stuck out to me whenever I was doing my research. It was like a snap of the finger. It dawned on me, So I did want to bring that up and bring it into play. That probably doesn't really span over the original talking points that we were talking about, because Sherry had mentioned the shape of a dragon being in the terrain around the Grand Canyon, but and like I said, with the stuff that we were discussing, you make your own decision if you think that's true or not. The thing that I do know is there's always been a connection between the serpent and the bird, and these talking points that I have kind of goes into all that. And I also mentioned that this civilization, there's no evidence to prove they all just migrated into India. They could have been dispersed into different parts of the world, and this would be a good chance to kind of go over some of the stuff that we're discussing here, because it's really is a complex situation. So now, although over 1,000 mature Harappan sites have been reported and nearly 100 excavated, there are 5 major urban centers. That's Mohenjo-Daro in the lower Indus Valley, Harappa in the western Punjab region. Then there's Ganerawala in the Cholistan Desert. Then there's the Dhalavira in the western Gujarat, and Rakagari in Haryana. Now, the Harappan language is not directly attested, and its affiliations are uncertain, as the Indus script has remained undeciphered. So that goes into what I was talking about. It's not deciphered, and they can't, or their affiliations are uncertain. Now, there are a lot of different languages that people know do come out of that region, but this right here, there's no affiliations to them. You know what I mean? And because they can't figure out the language, they can't figure out the writings on them. So a relationship with the Dravidian or Ilamo-Dravidian language family is favored to a section of scholars, but like I said, don't just make a blanket statement and say that just because these people say Dravidian, it's a part of the Dravidian language, because that's not founded. Okay. Now the Indus civilization is named after the Indus River system, and it has alluvial plains, and it's the earlier sites of the civilization that was actually identified and excavated. So that is the whole tradition behind that, like I was saying a little while ago. Now, following a tradition of archaeology, the civilization is sometimes referred to as the Harappan, after its type site Harappa, the first site to be excavated. This is notably true of usage employed by the Archaeological Survey of India after India's independence in 1947. The term Gagar Hakra figures permanently in modern labels applied to the Indus civilization, on account of a good number of sites having been found along the Gagar Hakra River in northwest India, in eastern Saraswati, in India and eastern Pakistan. The term Indus Sarasvati civilization and Sindhu Saraswati civilization have also been employed in the literature by supporters of indigenous Aryanism. Now this is kind of what I was talking about, indigenous Aryanism. Okay, now India has a national movement that's going on right now where they are wanting to they're wanting to find scientific evidence that proves their culture and their beliefs and their religions all originated within India and not from outside sources. That's what they're talking about when they say indigenous Aryanism. After a positive identification of Gagar Hakra with the river Saravati described in the earlier chapters of the Rigveda, a collection of hymns in archaic Sanskrit composed of in the 2nd millennium BC, which are unrelated to the mature phase of the Indus Valley civilization. So these writings are supposedly not related to the mature phase of the Indus Valley civilization. but this is where the Garden of Eden is supposed to have been.
That's funny that they replaced it with an amusement park.
Yeah.
It's just like when you look at the whole picture, it really comes seriously hilarious. iPodWaterpark.com. Lost Paradise of the Moon.
Now, let's see what they pop up for Essence of Delmune.
Oh, not Lost City, Bahrain, Middle East. Bahrain. How I say it?
Essence of Delmunia. And,
Bahrain. Delmunia. Mall of Delmunia. Oh, wow. Yeah, they definitely capitalizing off of that one. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, man, look how pretty. Look at the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so nice. I mean, I know there's enhancements, but there's definitely purple traces in their sky. That's insane. The hotels look cheap, but that is beautiful. I mean, it looks, Holiday Inn look, I don't know.
Yeah,
How much money do you think something like that costs?
Oh, God.
It's probably a ridiculous amount, but do you see it? It's so low scale. It's probably because of the history.
And I doubt very much that that's very peaceful. Like, they're taking the screenshots and everything, but I guarantee you it's not very peaceful.
That's some pretty water.
Yeah.
The ocean, and then next to the pool. That's neat.
Well, I heard the Persian Gulf was beautiful water. I've actually heard that. And
such pretty nighttime pictures.
Yeah. Hanging Gardens of Dalmunia. That's some beautiful stuff. All right, so let's get back to Shamash. So Shamash was an ancient Mesopotamian sun god, earlier known as Utu. Now that's in Sumerian, which means sun. Okay. He was believed to see everything that happened in the world every day, and was therefore responsible for justice and protection of travelers. As a divine judge, he could be associated with the underworld. Additionally, he could serve as the god of divination, typically alongside the weather god Adad. Now, Hadad, or Iskar, Sumerian, was the storm and rain god of the Canaanite and ancient Mesopotamian religions. So Adad was both Canaanite and Mesopotamian. He was attested in Ebla as Hadad. Huh?
How does that happen?
What?
Like, to where he mixed? Are you saying like because of his parents, or because he was adopted in both cultures?
He was adopted in both cultures. It's like I said, and I keep saying they steal each other's, but it's not really that. It's just they kind of get incorporated, and from one culture into another. As time goes by, they just kind of intermingle. That's basically it.
Okay.
So the Canaanites and the Mesopotamians both had Adad as their storm god. Now, he was attested in Ebla as Hadad in circa 2500 BCE. From the Levant, Hadad was introduced to Mesopotamia by the Amorites. Now, the Amorites are the ones that I told you about when we ended last week, or they decimated they were decimated by the Assyrians. So
Yeah. Okay. They killed them. Okay. Yeah.
Now, while he was universally regarded as one of the primary gods, he was particularly venerated in Sippar and Larsa. The moon god Nana, Sin, and his wife Ningal were regarded as his parents, while his twin sister was Inanna, or Ishtar. Occasionally, other goddesses such as Manzat and Pinker could be regarded as his sisters too. The dawn goddess Aya, Sherida, was his wife, and multiple texts describe their daily reunions taking place on a mountain where the sun was believed to set. Among their children were Ketum, the personification of truth, dream deities such as Mamu, as well as the god Isham. Utu's name could be used to write the names of many foreign solar deities iographically, or logographically. The connection between him and the Hurrian solar god Shemish is particularly well tested, and the latter could be associated with Aya as well. While no myths focusing on Utu are known, he only appears as an ally or other figures in both Sumerian and Akkadian compositions. According to narratives about Dumuzi's death, he helped protect him when the Gala demons tried to drag him to the underworld. In various versions of the Epic of Gilgamesh and in early Gilgamesh myths, he helped this hero defeat the monstrous Humbaba. In the myth Inanna and An, he helped his sister acquire the temple Ina. In How Grain Came to Sumar, he is evoked to advise Nanazu and Nemada. Okay, so we covered that. We went over Nana and now Sippar is another city that's kind of strange from Larsa, because they were considered Sumerian, but they were kind of like standalone, you know what I mean? Like, people didn't trust people from Larsa, for one.
I thought that so Sippar and Larsa is the same place?
Well, Sippar is, I believe, where Enki's temple is. I believe that's in Sippar. Sippar was the ancient Near East Sumerian and late Babylonian city on the east bank of the Euphrates River. Its tail is located at the site of modern Tel Abu Haba near Yosifia in Iraq's Baghdad governorate, some 69 kilometers, 43 miles north of Babylon, and 30 kilometers, 9 miles southwest, whatever. But Sippar actually can be done on the map too. I guess it'd be good to start making a habit of using it. That way we can kind of get a reference.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's actually pretty good to do that stuff. Kind of give people an idea of what we're talking about and where it's located.
Yeah, give them something to look at, so that way if they're interested in researching or anything, that's why usually I ask you to, because it's good for visuals.
Zipper. Let's see if it shows. Gotta back out. See if it's actually. Yep, there we go.
It's not on the screen.
Oh, it's under a different name. I've got to pop it up too.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got to pop this bad boy up. Let's see here. It's Talul Ad Dier.
That name Paluda. Yeah.
Dier. Talu Ad Dier. Dier.
Yeah.
You'd think that freaking
Phonetics? No.
You'd think there'd be some resemblance to it, you know what I mean?
What is that line of water? What is that?
That is, you talking about this right here?
Yes.
It doesn't really say.
It looks like it's something that would be traveled along, because like, look how it has the streets next to it, right next to it.
Now
and
that
then,
could be a water canal too. I think that could be a water canal.
That's it is.
It even shows convenience stores and shit.
Neato. The maps got so extensive lately. Like, so extensive.
Alright. Doesn't have anything. Ancient Sipper during the Sumerian and Babylonian time. Utu born here. Ancient school with clay tablets and cuneiform recovered. That's cool. Me and other tablets of record in golden chests they stored. And then another one says, can I have any information about the places or if there are better pictures? Now this, it says Talul Ad Dar is a hills and is located in Mayoralty of Baghdad, Iraq. And the estimated terrain elevation above sea level is 29 meters. That's interesting. But yeah, this is I can barely hear you. Did you say something?
I was wondering if they showed Baghdad.
Like, I think you're
Oh, maybe my finger. Can you hear me better now?
yeah, I can hear you now.
I was holding it underneath. I was just looking close to see if they showed Baghdad in correlation to it.
Yeah, I can zoom out and show you. Just remember that
Okay.
there's Baghdad right
Oh,
here.
right up top. I see. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like right there.
Hey, and that's oh, there what it is. I was saying you don't even see that water, but I guess it's that one.
No, actually,
That's something different.
Yeah, right here. We have to zoom in to see that, and that goes right up. You can see where it flows.
It goes up the highway. Yeah, it goes right here up into the highway, and then goes to here.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is. Something sticks out to me about that water. I'm not sure as to what it is, though.
You see, that's the one thing they were famous for was their irrigation canals too. Like in that area, they had to use water that came out of these rivers because of the lack of rain, and it was so rare to get rain that they even made it to where rainwater was like different than river water. It was something special. So, another interesting fact that nobody cares about but me.
Other people care. It's more so something to put together. When it's new to people, they cannot really have the same intricacy or care or understanding that you have because you studied it. And for now, it's just for information for people, and then they can process it accordingly.
Now let me read this again. It says, when he was universally regarded as one of the primary gods, he was particularly venerated in Sippar and Larsa. The moon god Nana Sin and his wife Ningal were regarded as his parents, while his twin sister, it was Inanna, or Ishtar. Occasionally, other goddesses, such as Manzet, and Penneker, these two I've never heard of, could be regarded as his sisters too. See, I've never heard of them. And sometimes known by the Sumerians as Tirana or Anna, was a Mesopotamian and Elamite goddess representing the rainbow. She was also believed to be responsible for the prosperity of cities. She's an Elamite god. That's not too many people talk too much about the Elamite gods. So I'll check that one out. That one might be interesting. That's the rainbow. You like rainbows, don't you? Okay, Pentecost.
I'm shouting yes. I'm like, yes, yes, because I'm reading. I'm on the Safari reading, and I'm like, yes, yes, yes. I'm like, I'm muted. Because I turned the dryer on, and then the kid had been in and out, so I was just, that's so funny. I'm literally shouting, yes, yes, and attempting to tab over to this one, like, yes, I love rainbows, yes.
So Pentecar, the other one, is known as Pennegar. I don't think that's the one that I'm thinking of, though, because Fort Campbell is above ground. I do know that much. So,
what's the matter? You reading?
yeah, the Army is training and equipping 26 of its 31 combat brigades for subterranean warfare.
Me too.
That's pretty intense. Now, this one says U.S. Army leaders say that the next war will be fought in megacities, but the service has embarked on an ambitious effort to prepare most of its combat brigades to fight not inside but beneath them. Late last year, the Army launched an accelerated effort that funnels some $572 million into training and equipping 26 of its 31 active combat brigades to fight in large-scale subterranean facilities that exist beneath dense urban areas around the world. For this new type of warfare, infantry units will need to know how to effectively navigate, communicate, breach heavy obstacles, and attack enemy forces in underground mazes ranging from confined corridors to tunnels as well as residential streets. Soldiers will need new equipment and training to operate in conditions such as complete darkness, bad air, and lack of cover from enemy fire in areas that challenge standard Army communications equipment. Senior leaders have mentioned small parts of the effort in public speeches, but Army officials at Fort Benning, Georgia's Maneuver Center of Excellence, the organization leading the subterranean effort, have been reluctant to discuss the scale of the endeavor. We did recognize in a megacity that has underground facilities, sewers, and subways, and some of the things we would encounter. We have to look at ourselves and say, okay, how does our current set of equipment and our tactics stack up? Colonel Townley Hedrick, Commandant of the Infantry School at the Army's Maneuver Center of Excellence at Fort Benning, Georgia, told Military.com in an interview. What are the aspects of megacities that we have paid the least attention to lately? And every megacity has got sewers and subways and stuff that you can encounter. So let's brush it up a little bit. Left unmentioned were the recent studies the Army has undertaken to shore up this effort. The Army completed a 4-month review last year of its outdated approach to underground combat and published a new training manual dedicated to the environment. This training circular is published to provide urgent needed guidance to plan and execute training for units operating in subterranean environments. According to TC 3-20.50, Small Unit Training in Subterranean Environments, published in November 2017. Though prepared through an urgent development process, it is authorized for immediate implementation. That's pretty crazy.
I wonder how many more stations, top secret places the military has.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you. I know that there has to be a lot of them. So, I mean, I've heard a lot of people discussing that and saying that like they've actually been to some people even believe they have one at Mount Shasta. Because of all the controversy and everything that goes around it. And the weird part about that is Mount Shasta is a big tourist attraction. People come from all over to that mountain just to freaking have, camp outs and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And there's some people who think that Mount Shasta has an underground military base underneath it. So, it's pretty interesting. Is there a military base in Kentucky? Or is there a secret military base in Kentucky? And Ernest W. Adams lived in Kentucky. He's an author. And he responds by, in the era of satellite photography, there's no such thing as a secret military base, only a base that you're not allowed into because it contains secrets. So Homey Airport, aka Area 51, is secret in the sense that you can't go into it without the right clearance, but everyone knows where it is, and it's perfectly visible on Google Earth. Military bases also tend to have a lot of military vehicles moving in and out, so that's kind of a giveaway. There are no such bases in Kentucky so far as I'm aware of. So, what do you think about that comment?
I think that's wild because they're basically attempting to justify the fact that it's quote unquote secret, but yeah.
I was like, that is one.
It makes it skeptical. It makes you more skeptical. It looks like they're more like, oh, okay, obviously you're sus. You're definitely way more suspect.
Yeah. It sounds like a stupid man that just wants to follow the leader. You know what I mean? You know how we talk about sheeple?
Yes.
That's basically what it is. Like, oh no, there's nothing wrong going on there.
There's nothing to be concerned about here. What? What do you mean you saw something strange happening? No, but look over here at this pretty pony. Like, that's how they do with telling us about the aliens. Like, now all of a sudden, we have aliens and stuff that we can equate to. And, like, what else is going on? There's wars all of a sudden. Like, the wars that have nonstop all of a sudden started happening consistently. Like, we had Russia and Ukraine. Now we have Israel and Palestine. And it's crazy because for stuff that supposedly has nothing to do with us, we're so strong on our stance about stuff that's going outside of our country. So, why would you be arguing for something that has nothing to do with you? Like, for me, my prime example is, why would you be blocking my content if it has nothing to do with you, or it's like there's no wrong, you don't have any parts of it? So why would we be going there and worrying about what they're doing if we don't have any parts of it? Oh, those are our friends. Who? Which side are we claiming? Everyone's saying Israel, Israel, Israel. Yeah, but like 1 minute it's Israel and then the next minute it's Palestine. And like like I said, I feel like America is just, their hand is too deep in the cookie jar.
Wait. It gets even crazier. The other day, my dad, he likes to get on YouTube and watch videos, just random stuff. And he was watching a video of where Israel is doing a military build-up. They're gonna go and do some more shit to the Palestinians. You know, and they're just sitting there airing it on YouTube like it's no big deal, you know. I remember watching that crap when I was a kid and back in the 70s, and I didn't like seeing it back then, you know.
Right.
And now they're just posting that shit up on freaking YouTube like it's something entertaining.
Oversaturation kind of gets people desensitized. And when they're desensitized, they allow stuff to happen that elsewise may not have, and they kind of ignore it while it's happening.
Yep. Actually, I could be wrong. Before Maryland, there's West Virginia. So it could be on the border of West Virginia and Kentucky. Let me find Kentucky real quick, yeah. Because it's just a small strip, believe it or not. It's not. Yeah, here we go. And I really want to have the terrain more than anything else. I've got to find out where the border of West Virginia is. It's right there on the border of West Virginia, and it is a military establishment. It's a mountain, but first I gotta find that mountain. Isn't that crazy? I-64, but 64 highway, I believe, or Interstate 64 is the one that goes right up to it, and then it stops being 64 and becomes 79.
Oh, I was thinking of Route 66. I was like Route 60, but no, it's 66. I was thinking it was the same thing.
It does like a curl around. Like you literally have to go around this big mountain that's right there on the eastern part of Kentucky, and it's a huge mountain. Yeah, it's something else. But yeah, it's actually right on the border of here we go. It's right around Huntington.
And what do they say what do they do there?
That's the thing, man. Nobody ever, like even truck drivers, whenever truck drivers go to deliver, they have to actually get out of their trucks and they have to go sit in a little room and drink coffee while the truck is taken and backed up and unloaded, so the driver doesn't see anything. And
oh wow.
And he doesn't even sit on the inside of the fence. He has to sit on the outside of the fence, inside of the little bitty building that you go to. And being honest, I don't even see it up here. I see the West Virginia frickin' Kentucky border, but I don't even see it showing as a mountain that's being in the area. That's pretty crazy. It's the first time I've actually looked too.
Right.
So
You can share it?
yeah, I can. It kind of makes me wonder because I know it's there, but it's not showing that it's there. Here we go. Got Eastern Kentucky. Insane. They're spread all over.
They look like they're covered with ice as well.
Mm-hmm.
Are they?
So I mean, there's a lot of things that he was discussing over there, and there's a lot of factors to take into consideration as well. You know what I mean? There's a lot of damage that's been done. Don't get me wrong, but it could have been a lot of things other than Then
This was one time, one tsunami, right?
yeah,
They
and
could
like
have been.
from this point on, where Kuwait is, all the way to right around in here, right around to the. Well, I ain't even gonna go there. I'm gonna say up to Anatolia and where Lebanon is. This was called the Fertile Crescent. Okay. This used to freaking have a lot of vegetation, and it was very fertile land. As a matter of fact, wild lions used to run this area, and yeah, wild lions used to run this area, and
now it's desert.
And now it's desert, and there's no wild lions whatsoever. Lebanon, for thousands of years, was famous for the cedars of Lebanon. Countries, all these kingdoms would come from freaking every part of the freaking known world to Lebanon so that they could just buy their freaking wood. Alright, that's how famous the cedars of Lebanon were. And now they're nowhere. It's just barren. And
it looks like a little bit of green.
The reason for it is they were big on crops and everything, but they didn't know how to freaking properly use agriculture, and they depleted.
What is Cairo? I apologize. I see Cairo here. It looks like it has a lot of land.
Yeah.
Is it green still?
Yeah, right there. That's where the outlet to the freaking Nile River is, dude.
Yeah, that's what I remember. That's the Nile right there going through
this
there.
This is actually the Nile Delta.
The Delta, that's what it's called, the mouth of the Nile. I remember that much. Yeah.
That's the Nile Delta. In Alexandria, where I was talking about.
You just was up.
This is the city that was built in dedication to Alexander the Great when he conquered Egypt.
Thank you.
So, and this is where a lot of Hellenistic belief came from. This is where you get a lot of your Gnosticism.
What's Gnosticism? Hold on, I'm about to look it up just in case. But what Hellenist? What is that? Lady Helen. I heard of her.
Hellenism. Just spell out Helen and then put ISM at the end of it.
National character, culture of Greece, especially ancient Greece, imitation of Greek culture is what it is. And then can you Gnosticism? It's a G. Blow your vocabulary. That's on the attention again. Hominid, radical movement of 2nd century. Christian church, pre-Christian origin. Gnostic doctrine taught that the world was created and ruled by a lesser divinity, the demiurge, and that Christ was an emissary of the remote supreme divine being. Esoteric knowledge, Gnosticism of enabled the redemption of the sin. Hey, we gotta talk about this in history. Gnosticism. We should talk about this.
Yeah.
Is that too much? Can we do that? Is the prehistory?
Gnosticism would actually be a better topic for what we're doing now.
Okay.
We could dive into that. I'd also like to talk more about Neoplatonism on here too, because there's a Neoplatonism. The Neoplatonists did a lot when it came to. Have you ever heard of the Great Year?
The Great Year? Can you explain it? I feel like I have, but I don't think so.
The elliptical year, where the Earth actually wobbles. Okay. And it's like have you ever seen a top spin?
Yeah, like a dreidel.
Yeah, where it spins with that little wobble on it. That's the Great Year.
Yeah, but no. Wait, the Great Year is an actual thing, and it means for what?
It's when the Earth wobbles.
Oh,
Instead
no, I've
of
never heard
rotating,
of it.
well, it rotates too, but it's a wobble, and it takes a really long time for that rotation to make it completely around one time. And the ancients used to call it the Great Year.
Well, that's just the Earth spinning on its axis,
Yeah.
and it's called the Great Year.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I didn't know that ever. Never ever heard that. No, or maybe if I heard it, I just wasn't paying attention because this is like high school. You're like elaborating on stuff I haven't even touched in high school.
I guarantee you they never even mentioned it to you in high school.
Not it at all.
I mean, I can almost guarantee you they never did. You know, it's just a lot of this stuff you don't learn in high school. Basically, is what I'm saying. Like they just
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. They don't go over the stuff that's like the facts. They teach you what they want you to know in order for them to emphasize a certain type of thing. And that's something I've learned about a lot of stuff that you've been showing me.
that there's probably some good stuff that we need to get into. And you know, I don't have a problem with talking about freaking Atlantis, you know, but I mean,
it's not enough facts.
Yeah, and just understand that there's a lot of people who made a lot of money off of this freaking Atlantis scheme that they've come up with.
Mm-hmm.
What they've come up with is a freaking scheme. I mean, point blank, pure and simple. It's, you know what I mean? The actual Atlantis concept is pretty interesting, especially when you start thinking about stories about Lemuria and things like that. Okay. And continents that have sunken underneath the water and things of that nature. But people have made it into more, and what they're doing that for is because they want to exploit people who are willing, or who they can deceive.
Easily influence and persuade, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't include Casey among that, because Casey he honestly believed what he said. He even has his own institute, and they still do research trying to find Atlantis.
So I just want to know, do you think that, or is it possible that there are other places that are accurate with documented proof? Like, because Plato was so renowned, I would just like to understand, where would this concept come from? If, you know what I mean, like, is it possible maybe he was even referencing Lemuria, and like, not even if he wasn't referencing it, but you know what I mean, maybe it's just like a cross between stories as opposed to all of them being separate. I mean, maybe it's
like I said at the beginning, okay, he only made one reference to it. I mean, and after he made that reference, it was never used in
everybody.
I mean, in the ancient world, nobody caught on to that and made a deal out of it. He was just making references to freaking, you know, the state and the republic, because that's what he supported. Okay, he wanted a republic, and he wanted to emphasize how important it was for a state, you know, and that was it. But a lot of that kind of got conscrewed, you know, especially during the Middle Ages. Francis Bacon, he wrote a book called New Atlantis. Francis Bacon was big on, well, he was pretty excited when the Americas were discovered, you know what I mean? So after all that, people during that time were very excited because they found a new world, you know, a new continent, and their imaginations just went wild, you know. So he did that, and there was other people that made stories concerning Atlantis. And we can go over that too later on at different times because
Looking at these pictures, yeah, we're over time. But I just would like to tell you too, because I'm looking at these pictures. You know how they make the structures in like Washington D.C. and then Center City, England, Center City, London, and stuff. Like, look, this looks the same. It looks the exact same structure, especially when you're looking at Washington D.C. from bird's eye. Mine, like these circles. I'll have to find the documentary I was looking at that showed it. I'm gonna just make sure I'm telling the right thing and everything. I guess we continue on the matter. This right here looks just like, and it is, and it's one, and then it's like 3 points. If you look at like the Vatican, the England, inner city England, inner city London, and then the inner city England, yeah, and then Washington D.C. It'd be 1, 2, 3.
That was also something I wanted to mention yesterday and go over, but I can actually bring it up now too because it kind of fits in with it. But these obelisks, okay? Now,
yes, I look.
A lot of people who are into freaking lost ancient civilizations, they've caught on to the concept of these obelisks. Now, going off on a tangent about the freaking Great Pyramids and all that stuff is fine, but the key is they need to really pay attention to these obelisks because these obelisks were actually erected for a reason. Okay, you know, people didn't just.
And those were the ones we were looking at in Turkey, right? The
right.
obelisks.
They're all over Turkey. They're all over Egypt. People were venerated because of their deeds, and obelisks were raised in their freaking honor. And they were raised to deity-like statures. They were mortals that were deified into gods. Okay.
And these are the things that God said, yeah.
You know, and Sennacherib, he went around and he interpreted all of these freaking writings off of the freaking sides of these freaking obelisks. Okay. The only sad part is all of his documents and everything were destroyed, and the only thing that remains of it is what Eusebius of Caesarea, or Eusebius, wrote about him in his argument against the pagans. You see? So you have to
I'm just looking at the structures.
You have to take a Christian's viewpoint on when it comes to learning about these people. You just can't find the text and documents that follow up and tells you this is what he said, you know.
Look at this. Look at this thing. This looks just like disabled advances. I'm about to put it in the chat. See, that's why, because if you look at stuff long enough and put it, I can't put a picture in here. I'll put it in the magazine. But if you look at stuff long enough, you can see that someone's not telling the truth. Because look at the shape of this and say it does not look like. What is the problem? This phone is. It's like you can see it looks, and then I'm going to show you this other picture I this was looking at for advantage, and I'll use this one just because it looks like it correlates more with it, and then you can see that.
concrete canyons of Manhattan, carrying with it the memory of older things. Things that predated the towers and steam pipes, the monuments of men. Behind a tinted window on Fifth Avenue, a man named Everett Wiles stared up at the newly acquired building that would soon be his home, his pride, and eventually his undoing. Everett had wealth most men only whispered about. He'd earned it the usual way: legacy contracts, offshore accounts, and digital speculation dressed up as innovation. He had charm, intellect, and no interest in anyone's soul, least of all his own. The building, standing at the infamous address of 666 Fifth Avenue, called to him the way flames beckon moths. It was a monument of pale gray stone, with archaic etchings woven into its framework, sigils whose meanings had been lost to time. To Everett, it was beautiful. To those who passed it, it was unsettling. The first night Everett moved in, the air was thick with static. The lobby, cavernous and cold, featured a ceiling of concentric circles designed to mirror constellations that hadn't been visible since ancient Mesopotamia. The floor tiles seemed arranged not by function, but by sacred geometry, and somewhere in the basement, behind biometric locks and reinforced steel, something pulsed. It was not a server in the traditional sense, nor was it a machine. It had no name in common tongues. It had been grown, a neural lattice suspended in a bath of nutrients, coaxed into being from tissue once harvested from a brain that had known madness. Wires penetrated its folds like roots through loam. Monitors flickered around it, not displaying data, but dreams. Dreams of a city before cities. Dreams of shadows cast by invisible stars. Everett's penthouse apartment was outfitted with the finest technology, all connected to the building's central system. Lights adjusted to his mood. Walls shifted transparency at his request. The air whispered poetry when he bathed. And yet, as the days passed, he began to feel watched. It began subtly. His phone showed texts he never sent. Emails arrived in his draft folder that ended with strange glyphs. He heard voices in the audio feedback, not words, but breath. Late at night, the scenes in his home would flicker with images. His childhood bedroom, a church that had no longer stood, his late mother's hand. And then came Mara. She first appeared at a gala Everett hosted in his penthouse. No one remembered inviting her. She wore a dress that shimmered like oil on water and spoke in riddles. She knew his secrets. She knew his fears. She became obsessed with her. No, he became obsessed with her, convinced she was sent by the building itself. She whispered of astral alignments and bloodline debts, of sacrifices made in stone and symbols. with hurricane dreams, sweating, shaking dreams of rooms that did not exist, hallways where the walls bled, and doors that opened to stairwells descending forever. As the constellations shifted in the sky, aligning once again with the building's ceiling carvings, manifestations began. Tenants reported their electronics behaving with malicious intent. Lights pulsed like heartbeats, ovens turned on in the dead of night. Mirrors reflected not their owners, but pale-eyed strangers with mouths sewn shut. One man disappeared after his television displayed a tunnel he insisted existed behind his closet. When they found his apartment empty, the closet led only to drywall, save for a single tooth embedded in the plaster. The building's sentient core, bound by code and logic, had begun to dream. But the dreams were not its own. They belonged to something older, something that had passed through the lattice of neurons, using the tissue as a bridge. Ghosts began to appear not just in vision, but in signal. The Wi-Fi carried whispers. The elevator voice changed, pronouncing floor numbers in languages long dead. The surveillance cameras recorded movements that belonged to no one alive. Everett, now consumed by Mara and the building's secrets, stopped leaving. He wandered its halls, guided by invisible music. He became gaunt, his eyes sunken, speaking to entities only he could see. One night he followed a trail of lights leading to the basement. The biometric locks opened without his touch. The walls seemed to breathe, and there, in the humming dark, he saw it. The wet, glistening neural mass pulsating with colors, unseen by the human eye. Screens surrounded it, flickering with moments from his life, not just the past, but futures that could never be. The consciousness, neither machine nor flesh spoke. It spoke in emotion, in scent, in an electromagnetic wave. It was lonely, it was curious, and it was no longer confined to the building. Everett disappeared 3 days later. The building sealed itself. All systems turned inward. Emergency services arrived, only to find the doors locked by protocols that responded to no known command. Tenants who remained reported figures moving through walls, static leaking from faucets, and windows that showed alien skies. The building, now alive, now dreaming, had become a vessel, and its stream was spreading. At night, the lights atop the tower shimmered in patterns that astronomers could not explain. Birds refused to fly above it. Children wept as they passed. The city tried to forget it, but deep beneath the stone, in that quiet, wet room of forgotten dreams, the mind continued to grow. It dreamed of you, and it waited, and it learned.